What's up, everybody? Can you hear me all right? Hopefully, you can hear me okay. May sound a little bit quiet. Just so you know, I'm live right now. Yeah. They can't hear you. You're muted on that end. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can hear you fine. I've been good. So, is this thing going to start on time? Probably not. All right. Well, just throw me in the background till other people come in. All right. Thanks. Anyway, so how's everybody here doing tonight? Just living the dream. Not bad. Good. This should be interesting. A bunch of people wanted to know what the topics were for the night. You know what, though? I might not. Alex didn't actually ask me not to share them, but he might not want me to. Unless he has them on his channel. I don't know. No idea. Destiny's the most degenerate person on the panel. I don't know. They're all fucking degens. Like, all of them are fucking degenerate pieces of shit, really. Well, not pieces of shit, but they're degenerates for sure. I see the eyeball bot finally kicked in. I'm fucking tired today, man. I didn't not get shit for sleep. Good to see you and Fuentes have buried the hatchet. Yeah, that's all done, man. I ain't messing around with that anymore. If Groypers are just here because they want to watch the debate, that's fine. But if you're here to troll, the mods are just going to eliminate you. So just be cool in the chat. We won't have any problems. More boring gender debates? What? Has nothing to do with fucking gender, dude. What are you talking about? Looks like everybody's here. Looks like everybody's here.
What's up, guys? We are live, and we're going to be starting completely on time today, something that I thought would never, ever happen. We got an epic lineup for you today. We got Andrew from the Crucible. He's been on this channel a million times. Not so erudite, i.e. Kyler, who's also been 100 million times. Grace, who's been on here a few times, and Destiny, who's been on here quite a lot, too. So you guys, these are all people I don't think require any kind of introduction. Now, the format of this debate is going to be this. We're going to be talking about two topics. We're going to have about 45 minutes to an hour for each topic to debate. That'll be just based on how I think engaging the topic is. You know, if you guys firing it out pretty quickly, then we can move on to the second one. The two topics at hand are this. The first one is, why has women's happiness declined so much in recent years, and what is the solution? The second one is, should men treat women as equals? These are very manosphere topics. This can go in any direction. I'm not going to limit people to just talking about these things. But if it goes completely off track, like starts talking about religion or politics, that's in a way that's not related, then I'll probably circle back. I generally will not talk that much during this debate. I will not be debating. I will just be moderating. It's going to be pretty free-flowing. I will only step in if one person's getting cut off like over and over and over again, or someone's really, really derailing. Also, I will give each one of you guys 2 to 3 minutes to an opening statement so you can talk about this issue, and then it's just going to be free form. So without the way, let's just get started. We'll go in categorical order. Let's start with you, Andrew.
Yeah, so I wanted to kind of make something clear from the outset because people might get the wrong idea that this is a 2v2 debate because Destiny and Erudite will probably agree on most things. Me and Grace basically agree on nothing, and she's not on my team, and I'm not doing a team debate with Grace. Essentially, she sucks in every category and can't debate worth a shit. So she's not on my team. I just wanted to make that clear right from the outset. I didn't want there to be any confusion about that at all. So over to the topic. We're starting with which topic do women? What's the topic, Alex? I'm sorry. I just want to make sure I get it
Why
right.
has women's happiness declined so much in recent years, and what's the solution? And just to quickly, because some people are saying, well, men's happiness has declined as well. Yes, but there's been a kind of for a while, men were less happy on women than average, and you've seen that female happiness decline more rapidly than male happiness, and now to the point women on average are less happy than men. So the question is really, why is women's happiness declining more significantly than men's happiness?
Well, it's a combination problem. So I would say that a big indicator is social issues. The biggest social issues being a lack of family and a lack of pregnancy and a lack of children. I think that children is a pinnacle part of women's happiness. We see that the birth rate is on a massive decline and has been on a massive decline for the entirety of my lifetime. And before that, it's actually been on the decline since about 1800, but it's not really dipped below replacement levels. So I would say that it's a lack of family element and the social dynamic that comes with the family element that is one of the primary causes for the increase in mental illness in women specifically. Though I think there's more factors than that. I would point to that first as being a good indicator.
All right, cool. Let's move on to Kyla.
Yeah, it sounds like in general, it looks like it's not just women's happiness that's decreasing. It looks like people's happiness across the board and like particularly wealthy countries is decreasing. And so like the factors that are contributing to both of these things is probably super complex. Probably most of the factors are non-gendered. And depending on the study that you're looking at, there's going to be different takes on whether they're like what happiness is measured, and like women are experiencing higher levels of like mental health than men are, but they're also experiencing like greater levels of like life satisfaction. So it's a really, really complicated picture. I don't think it's as simple as like women are just less happy right now than ever before.
Let me just quickly, I do agree there's multiple research on this. Just for the audience, let me pull up like a little chart that I think can kind of give some sense to this. So this is talking about life satisfaction in the United States, according to a poll, and you can see that it's gone down for both genders, right? But something interesting happened at, I guess, in like the early 90s. Women's happiness dropped off lower than men's, and now they're both rebounding a little bit. Although if we go to 2023, it's actually been going down again. But basically, for the last 20 years or so, women have been on average, according to a lot of polls, less happy than men. But yeah, I mean, you could also disagree with the premise, for example. It's also an option too. All right, let's go to Destiny.
Yeah, I feel like happiness is an issue that we're all kind of dealing with right now. I think the internet has dramatically changed the way we engage with the world. I think that making it like ultra gendered, I think misses kind of what's actually happening. And I don't know if it's like an empirical fact that people that have families are happier because they had families and they wouldn't have been happier otherwise. That idea seems to be pushed a lot by kind of trad people that like, oh, if we all just went back to some lifestyle that we're never going back to, would suddenly fix like all of society's ills. And I don't think that would be true for almost anything, especially any particular person's happiness.
Cool. All right, Grace, you're up.
If you want to see why women are unhappy, you have to admit to the fact that women are contingent on men. And if you, for example, we as women are afforded as partners, you have Andrew sitting in an office building of some sort. I don't know if that's his green screen, terrified of a 20-year-old girl married to a extremely masculine woman who shoots guns and lifts weights and is a fake traditional guy. Then you have guys like Destiny, the liberal cuck who is fine with his woman fucking other men. If this is the pinnacle of partners that are available to women these days, and women are contingent on men for support and guidance, I don't see why we wouldn't be unhappy. You also have female role models like Kyla, who has a pet for a husband and is extremely masculine and aggressive.
Yeah, but you fuck your dad, so.
This debate is.
You're a Christian. You're a Christian. That's slander. That's slander.
I just say it. Just say.
You said yourself to me in DMs that you didn't believe any
Yeah,
of
but
that,
if you're going to
so
make the debate about
I would
ad
just say
homs, if you're going to make the debate about ad homs and you're going to derail the whole thing so we can't even have a conversation, then just leave. You're just worthless. You're worthless to the whole debate.
It's not an ad hominem. It's an example. You are an example.
Yeah, I'm not.
of
I don't give a
failure
fuck
of
about
man,
Destiny's
Andrew.
sex life. I'm here to debate some issues. That's what I want to do.
Mhm. You are an example of why women are unhappy. You're an awful person.
Oh
to
yeah,
be
the married man
to.
with 5 kids. I get it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. You are a fake
Versus the
traditional man.
20-year-old who faked an incest scandal. Right. You're the pinnacle of
I didn't
morality.
think that.
Unreal.
Both you and Destiny are terrified of me, a 20-year-old girl, and you both said that you would never speak to us or platform.
You remember
us
that last
publicly
time we
again.
debated and you sent me a message saying that you got your ass kicked? Because that's about to happen again.
Okay, go ahead. You're an example of what awful men are available to women these days.
Mm-hmm.
You're the traditional side of it.
Uh-huh.
Both of you suck.
Okay, Destiny, you want to respond to that?
I don't know how to talk to a 20-year-old's evaluation of my life or my relationships. I don't even know where I would begin to like
Defend your
can't think of-
marriage, Destiny.
I can't
Come
think
on,
of
let's go.
somebody whose opinion I would care less about. Like this chick started smoking at 16 and is like the replacement mom for her family with an abusive father. I don't know what I'm supposed to take in terms of. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me that she thinks that men in life suck when her primary father figure is also her like boyfriend / like abuser. So
I didn't mention him. I think he's a great guy.
of course you do.
Yeah. You let your wife fuck other men. Are you an example of somebody who should be trusted, who women should trust?
I mean, you let your dad fuck other women, so.
My dad has nothing to do with it. Why are you so obsessed with him? My dad has nothing to do with it. You notice how I didn't bring him up and both of you bring him up?
Stop. It was fun in the beginning. I do want to bring it back on track. I do enjoy the petty ad hominem battles, but let's bring it back on track to the initial topic.
Cool. Can we start with getting an argument from Grace?
That is my argument, that men like you are the people debating for or against what women need when you clearly have no idea. You're incompetent losers. That's my argument.
Based.
Go ahead.
Well, yeah, you haven't made an argument, Grace.
Look at yourself, Andrew. That's my argument.
That's your argument.
You're
Grace?
obviously deeply unhappy.
Your argument is
You-
look at yourself because you're
Yes,
obviously
yes.
deeply unhappy.
Look at yourself. You have a green screen. You chose to be like in an office basement. Or if that's really where you are, that's incredibly
That's
depressing.
My
You are
my
a
block
fake
stick
man.
house.
You talk about
what?
homosexuality constantly.
Uh-huh.
You're aggressive and rude. You smoke and drink like a fish.
Yeah.
What's like?
Wait, are
yeah.
fish
Look in
smoking
the
and
mirror.
drinking? Is that true?
There's a lot of fish that are like known for like their nicotine intake.
I mean, I definitely smoke and drink. That's true. That's like what every
think
good. That's what
crawfish.
every good Orthodox Christian does. Grace, you didn't know that? And by the way, that's
She
what
does,
good
because her dad
That's
smokes
what
and drinks as
good
well, right?
Catholics do too, Grace. Like your dad,
Don't
who
you
smokes
chain
and
smoke?
drinks.
Wait, don't you smoke, Grace?
Yes.
Yeah.
It does. And drinks.
Why are we talking about any of this?
So what?
So what's your
He's a
argument?
grown
Can you
man.
give us an argument that's not like because you guys are bad, because Destiny and Andrew evil? Can you give us an argument external to that, or no? Is your whole argument just no? Okay.
You have no right to speak on this. You have no idea what makes women happy. You're an insecure fake male, and so is Destiny.
Damn.
You're both terrified of me. Why should I trust two men who said they're terrified of me and avoid me on every platform they go? And Destiny tells other people they can't interact with me or he's going to ban them. I'm supposed to respect that as a man? As a man, I'm 20 years old.
Mm-hmm.
Well, to be fair,
From
Destiny,
either of you? From either of you? What did I ever do? What did I ever do?
to be fair, both Destiny and Andrew agreed to come on this panel. knowing
Well,
we were gonna
well,
be here.
well,
There was
like
no
let's
surprise.
see, let's
Yeah,
see.
they finally show their scared little face.
Why wouldn't we
I just
want to?
gotta
Why
say,
wouldn't we want to
erudite-
platform a
erudite
person
up
who
good, okay? Men
derails
love that.
every single debate and conversation into her own petty family drama? Why would anybody not want to do that when we're
I'm not
here
the one
for
who
a debate
derailed it.
panel?
You
Why would we
derailed it.
not want to
You
do
derailed
that?
it. You derailed it.
You
You
didn't, come
talked
on.
about it. I didn't.
You have not made a single argument, Grace, because you're too stupid. You're literally not smart enough to
I've
make an
made an
argument. No, that's
I've
not
made
an
an
argument. What's the
Look at the two
argument?
of
The
you.
argument is you
You
bad.
guys have been online for years. You're terrified of a 20-year-old girl and her dad.
I haven't
and
even
you
been
come up with
online for 2 years, Grace.
ridiculous-
Grace,
come
I
up
haven't
with
even been
ridiculous
online for 2
lies.
years. I haven't
Come up
even
with
been
ridiculous
online for 2
lies.
years, Grace. You just making
Well, would
shit up
either-
because you're an idiot.
Would either of you debate my dad? No, you're total pussies.
I already
barely-
debated your
you
dad, and so
barely
did
get-
Destiny.
you
Wait,
barely
Destiny
get the
and
courage
me and
You
Not So
would
Erudite, all
barely-
3 of us
Yeah,
debated your
and
dad.
and then you all said you can never interact with him again. Don't you notice a pattern here? Don't
Yeah,
notice a
if you
pattern here?
wreck a person that badly, you don't need to debate with them again because you already wrecked them, Grace.
You barely scraped up the courage to come here. Give me a break.
Yeah, here's how it went. You ready? Hey, Andrew, you want to come on this panel Monday? Yeah. Yeah, it was rough. It took all the courage that I had, Grace, in my heart. I had to summarize, I had to muster all of it to come onto the panel when Alex said, "Do you want to come on Monday?" And I responded with, "Yeah."
That is how it happened.
Well, do you want to prove? Do you want to prove that you're not pussies? Do you want to prove that you're not a pussy? Andrew?
Fight what?
Because
Debating your dad so your dad could take your place? Just say, debate my dad.
As you said, as you said, you can wreck me, right? I'm a 20-year-old girl. Go ahead. Are you a pussy? You won't let him on any panels. Neither of you will. You're both terrified of him. So you
It's
take
not
me
my
in his
show. Why are you
place 'cause
asking
know I'm
me?
a
It's not my
20-year-old girl.
show, Grace.
When I
Honestly,
said I'm
gonna
not a
be honest,
debater.
I had to stop interacting with your dad because every single fucking girl that I know, he's fucking tried to get with, and it's really creepy. I try to create as much distance between you and him as possible.
Oh, so you're
because
afraid
your
of
whole
him taking
fucking-
away your pussy because you're a little cuck. You're a little faggot.
Well, let's see. If I was a cuck, wouldn't I want him to take my pussy? Are you just like saying random words that you
No,
learned
because
yesterday?
he doesn't like you watching. You have to pay extra for that. A
Wait,
lot
when are we
extra.
going to talk about Grace changing my race?
So you're terrified of him.
Uh,
So you're both terrified of him
I
because
just know- I just think
Destiny's
he's
afraid
a
of him
creepy
because he's
fuck.
going to take his pussy away from him, and
Yeah.
Andrew's afraid of him because what? You smashed him so hard last time, Andrew, that you had to delete that debate
Well,
off your channel
Grace, it
because you
sounds
thought
like-
he was
So
a,
afraid.
It
because
sounds
you
like
thought he was a
I know, like,
CIA
I know, like-
agent because
Yeah.
you thought
Grace,
my dad was
it
a
sounds
CIA
like you're
agent.
the
was
one
trying to
who's
take you
afraid.
down
You're
to
trying to
your Russian
replace yourself
Orthodox
in a
views.
debate. You're trying to
Well, to
replace
be fair,
yourself in a debate. Grace.
I will comment one thing. I've had multiple female guests tell me to please not have been on the same time as them. So I can understand the struggle from Destiny's side.
It's
I've had
because he's a
5 different
creep,
Women
Grace.
approach me. 5 different women approach me that have shut him down because he's like very, very, very forward and very, very, very creepy. With
I don't mind platforming your dad. It's just I can't do it with a lot of women who
Yeah.
legit say I will not come on.
Remember that time he was driving down the street and started pulling that girl's hair who came to stay with you, Grace?
Yeah, she said it was fine.
Yeah,
So
she's.
what?
Yeah, that's not fucking weird and creepy at all.
You would never touch a woman, right? Your wife probably beats you up every night, every time you lose a debate, which is always. She beats you real good, so you pay attention next time, right? She's a bodybuilder, right? She's got to have all those muscles for
Grace,
something
Grace.
to beat her.
I'm not pulling.
pussy-ass
I'm not pulling
husband
on random
after
women's
he runs
hairs.
away from Ben Thorpe for the 20th time.
You're trying to
online.
replace yourself in the debate, Grace.
Andrew, you're the traditional one. I'm a 20-year-old girl. What the fuck am I doing?
I
on the
didn't
debate
invite you on
panel?
the panel. Did I? What did I set the
Then why
panel
would
up,
you-
Grace?
then Go ahead. I'll switch out for him right now.
It's
No,
not
no, no,
Grace.
no.
It's not my panel, Grace.
Not an option. It has to be you, Grace. You can't avatar your way into your dad. This is not a Ben Thorpe. This is a Grace Thorpe debate. All right, let's redirect back to the
It's
initial
like
topic.
just
This was-
start seething. How can we direct back? What's the argument? There's no argument.
Grace, okay, if you could make an argument, what do you think about this issue without referencing the people on the stage? I think that would help a lot.
Okay. There are people, women are contingent on men. So,
Let's go. Let's go.
No, Ben. Negative.
Dude, he looks like a
Why
fucking
not,
serial
Alex?
killer.
They want to talk shit. I'm here.
No, because you were not invited guests to this panel. I'll have you on some other time, but I can't. I have to clear each guest with each person. I haven't asked Andrew,
Go.
Ala, or Destiny if they're okay with talking
Go,
to you.
okay.
I'm not going to do like a. I'm not,
not
gonna do
personal. Give him 5 minutes. Give him 5 minutes.
I'm not going
not
to do a
personal.
bait. No. I'm not going to do a bait and switch on the other people on this panel. It's not what I'm going to do. That's not fair to everyone else who's here. So if Ben wants to come on, he can text me. We can talk about it, but it's not going to be a bait and switch last minute.
He doesn't want to switch on them.
I'm not going to
Ask
do a
them.
bait and switch.
Ask them. Ask them.
It doesn't matter.
Ask Andrew and Destiny.
I don't.
No.
I don't
Make
even-
them say they're afraid of him. They
I don't
won't
even
talk
care.
to him.
I don't even
They
care.
won't give him
I'm
5
petrified.
minutes.
I'm too
I don't
scared.
even
I'm too
care
scared.
if
I
they
can only
say
shit talk him.
Okay,
I can only
Destiny
shit talk
says
him on
he's
his back.
too
I'm
scared.
too scared. I'm so
He
scared.
can
Yeah,
only shit talk you behind your back.
I'm so.
What about you,
great.
Andrew?
Spoken like a true cuck.
Yep, true.
Let's fucking
He's
go.
chain smoking, which is a confirmation that he too is very terrified of your father.
Grace, I was extremely clear that this is going to be you, not you and your dad. Like I was super clear about that.
Didn't you know they're a package deal?
Let's go, pussies. Come on. Let's go. Come on. Daddy's not going to hurt you. Just fucking
This is
sit
like,
there.
dude, this is like a kid who didn't get invited to a party who's standing outside the house for 2 hours, like trying to beg you to get.
Give him 5 minutes. Give him 5 minutes. Give him 5 minutes.
Let me in.
Come on, Alex. You know he's a better debater than I am. He's a better debater than I am.
But you were the one
Much
invited.
better.
Him. He's a different person. You guys are not like a package deal, or I guess I didn't know you were. If that's the
Pick on the
case.
fucking girl. Come on.
You gonna let them all pick on me? All 3 of these people have said disgusting things about me.
You made it really, really personal. I'm just letting them respond. So far, it's mainly been you and Andrew going at it and making personal attacks at each other. I have no problem platforming them.
5 minutes. 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
It's not
I
happening.
just have to say,
It's not
Grace
happening.
has been kink shaming me in Nick's race play, and I'm very upset about it. Okay.
Well, feel free to make a statement because we haven't heard one word from you so far, Kyla. Don't fucking
That's
do
all I
it.
need to say. Okay.
I'm gonna kick you. I am straight up gonna ban you. Don't do it. I'm gonna ban you from the thing. You're gonna get permanent ban from my channel. I don't recommend you do it. You will be permanent banned. I will never have you.
I don't know. I couldn't hear what you said.
You will be permanent banned from my channel. I will never have you on again. I will never platform you.
Oh, she gave me the headphones. I didn't hear what you were saying. I thought she was saying it was all right.
Back to headphones. It's getting super fucking weird. This is a race debate. You can't take her place.
No problem. No problem.
Okay.
I didn't know.
Okay.
Bunch
You
of
should get
fucking
Alex
pussy.
to go. You should get Alex to co-host your kick or keep. I feel like this is the energy that we need to be bringing.
All right.
There we go. Now let's get
back.
back on track.
Yeah, where were
Anyways.
we again? We were waiting for Grace's argument.
I made my argument.
What was the argument again?
That we suck.
Oh,
That
you
we
can't
suck?
remember any. Yes,
That
that
you're
you
bad
two
men.
suck.
Okay,
Yes.
well, my argument
Yes.
back is that
And
you
I'm a
suck.
good woman.
You suck worse. That's my argument back.
Why?
Why? Give me the reason why. Give me the reason
I already
why
told
we
you
suck.
twice. I told you twice. I told you twice.
Yeah, you have a
You're a
creepy
loser.
relationship with your dad. You have a creepy
You're a
relationship with your
loser.
family.
You're a fake man. You're a fake man who tries to puff up his ego by being aggressive towards 20-year-old girls online and being an asshole. That's why. You're a prick.
The
You're a prick.
the 20-year-old girl who just ran to get her father to debate with me.
All right, let's
You're a
again.
prick.
I want to stop. Both of you stop. I want to get it back on track. It was fun for a while. Let's get it back on track. Kyla literally has not said one word this whole time. I don't even know if she can talk because she hasn't gotten a chance.
But that's
to
been the
talk yet.
best part of the debate, though, so far.
Let's
It's because
bring
I'm a
it-
based
let's-
alpha male. I
Let's
don't
bring
need
it back on track. So there's clearly disagreements between Andrew's position and Kyla's and Destiny's position. So that's a good point to start on. Grace, we're still not really sure what your position is. If you could explain how you feel about this topic without referencing people on the panel, that would make it a lot more clear what your thoughts on this are, and then we can have an actual debate.
Okay, women are torn between 2 options. They can either be rad trad traditional wives with fake masculine men at their helm, or they can be whores who get used by liberal men who may or may not have blue hair and, a sad face right now. So,
Okay. We can build on.
you can forget Zoomer guys altogether. They're all addicted to porn. They're sweethearts, but they have no idea how to deal with women. So, women who are contingent on men don't have any men who can provide them with stability and security. That's why.
All right, we got an argument. Let the debate begin.
I don't know where we're at.
What?
I don't remember. I don't remember where we're at.
Well,
Okay,
Grace,
Grace thinks it's all men. Destiny and I are basically saying I don't know if the happiness thing is exclusively gendered, and I think I'm sorry, it's been so long. I literally can't remember your argument.
I actually don't blame you. I honestly don't blame you for once.
He's
For
quite
once.
forgettable, yeah.
All right, so why don't we let Andrew repeat his argument really quickly?
Oh, I said I think that the primary reason for the decline in happiness, while I would concede that yes, it is across both sexes, that the reason that it's heightened for women in a general sense is because of the change in dynamic of family. So I think it's a change in dynamic at family and the amount of children being born less, and I think that the kind of primary function of women, if you will, or their overwhelming biological need is to have children. I think that's hardwired into them, and that when they have children, they tend to be happier.
Okay, there we go. I think Destiny and Kyla can definitely work with that.
Go, Kyle. I already talked.
Fuck, sorry, I was distracted partway through by Nick, guys.
Wow.
I'm sorry. He was just asking me a question about some chore stuff. Okay.
Did you send him back to do the dishes? There you go,
I
little
did.
boy. Make sure
did,
you do
but-
what mommy told you to.
Well,
get
it's
your
race
treat.
play. It's race play, actually. So I'd prefer if you don't like shame it.
What race is he? He's white.
No, he's not.
If families made women more happy, they've got the opportunity to choose families right now. Why wouldn't they just do that? Do you think that like every woman in society? Because in order for the conservative theory to be true here, two huge sets of women are making mistakes. One, all moms are making mistakes because it's oftentimes moms that are pushing the daughters to go get school, to go get an education, to go get a career, so that they don't have to live like the same lives that they did. And then two, all the women that are being pushed are making the mistakes of doing it as well. If it was like so much better to just be a mom, why wouldn't women just be like, "Fuck it, let's go settle down and have kids"?
Well, because overwhelmingly they're kind of trained to want these goal markers, which is security based. Things like a college education, you see them going after higher education far more often than men, for instance. You see them kind of going for those markers more and more and more. And so it's societally reinforced, in other words, and has been for a while. We've been kind of moving towards starting families later and later and later when people are more financially secure. So women are waiting longer and longer. That's one of the primary reasons that there's a decline in the birth rates to begin with, is because women are waiting until later to have families. So when they even do have children, they don't have as many as they would have had if they had started when they were younger, because there's a kind of a time stopgap on this.
Well, even that's not necessarily true, right? Like, it's not like women tend to limit the amount of kids they have by how long they can have kids, right?
I
Like, the
mean,
average
that
woman probably
necessarily
wants, like,
that
1 to 4
necessarily
kids at the most.
that necessarily follows that
No, it
women
doesn't.
women are more fertile when they're younger. Of course
It
they
doesn't matter
are.
if you're more. You can easily have kids up to probably 40.
You can, that's true, but the amount of defects and other risks which are associated with it greatly increase past X age. So
Yeah, but X
if you're
age is
looking,
35, but again, even at 40, if you really want to have kids, you can still have kids.
you
That's no
can,
problem.
but you're going to have less probably than if you started having them in your 20s.
Yeah, but how many people started in their 20s or started in their 30s? If you start when you're 30 years old, you could easily have 10 kids.
You can,
But it's not like we see other people like, God, I only
but
have
it's
10 kids.
but
I
it's
got
far
20.
more. You can, but it's far more risky. And generally speaking, if you look at the
At
trends,
30?
yeah, it is riskier to have a child even at 30 than it is to have them when you're
I think
24,
the risk
25.
increase is really minimal until basically 35. where we
I
start
didn't
seeing, like,
give
pretty
you a
big jumps.
percentile of how
Yeah,
much
but,
the risk
like,
is. I'm just
a small jump in risk
Kyla, who
isn't, like-
cares? I'm just
Well, you're
expressing there
making
is a
causal
distinction.
claim
I'm
that the
making
increase of
a
risk is, like,
distinction,
impacting the
Kyla.
happiness,
Calm
right?
down, Kyla. Let me finish my argument. So what I'm saying to you is that when women begin to have children younger, they do generally tend to have more children. If you look at like religious trends, for instance, you're going to find this same type of thing. Oftentimes, religious people get married when they're younger. Oftentimes, they have more children. It just kind of follows. And it makes sense almost intuitively, not just with the data, but intuitively it makes sense that if you start having children when you're younger, you're probably going to have more of them. Now, it might not be for every woman who exists, but, you know, I think that it's, as far as a commonality, true.
So is your claim basically that women are going to be happier if they can have more children?
Well, or any children. I think even any children is better. So I think
Sure,
that.
but we all agree that you can have more. You can have children at 30. So are you? I'm trying to
yeah, you
understand. Are you trying to
can.
relate happiness index to number of children?
Well, so couples, if you have, well, I mean, that is tied in though. That if you look at that,
I'm just asking.
yeah.
I'm literally just trying.
Yeah,
to
so I am saying that I think that women, generally speaking, if they're married and have families, they generally report that they're higher on the happiness index than women who do not and are single. There's flux in that data, and you have to add other things into it, like religion, things like that. You're right when you guys say it's complex and there's more than one issue involved, but I do think the family dynamic is one of the primary reasons.
Like, do you think women would be happier with 3 children instead of 2, or 4 children instead of 2?
I don't know specifically, but I think more than one, you would
You'd
start
expect it to go
find
up, like,
find some
consistently,
kind
right?
of
You'd expect it
some
correlated.
find some kind of correlatory. I do think that women who have larger families probably do say that they're happier on the index.
So the research that I can find on this says that the first and second children do seem to provide both parents
Mm-hmm.
a boost in happiness, but the third does not, and the fourth distinctly does not.
Well,
So it
maybe-
seems like 1 and 2 kids seems to make people like happier on average, but beyond that, so
Well,
like
link the
if
re-
we're talking
link-
about
link the
women having 1 to
research
2
for me.
kids, sure.
And then tell me where you're finding this.
But wouldn't you have to ask why women don't want to have children?
Yeah, but I mean,
We
right
could
now we're
talk
just
about
kind
that
of
as well, but we're
we're
trying to
just kind of
correlate
setting the
children to
groundwork for
happiness.
whether or not it's even problematic, right? Like we're just starting by laying the groundwork, Grace.
Well, obviously people are having less kids. What do we need stats for? Everybody knows that.
Yeah, we're not. That's not really what we're arguing. Like, Why don't you understand? Why can't
What are
you
you
follow
trying to
the
determine?
argument?
If the third and fourth kids make you less happy than the second and
Oh my God, forget
first
it.
and
Just
second?
forget it. Just like who even? Why even
Well,
have
what
the
the fuck are you
fucking
guys
debate?
talking
Why even
about?
have the debate?
I
That's
don't
the first
understand. What are
intelligent
you
question
guys
that you've
talking
asked all
about?
night. What the fuck are you guys talking about? That's the very
What are
first
we? What are
intelligent
the
thing you've
statistics
said.
for? There's no conversation.
Oh, you mean
here.
the
You
what?
guys are just
The
trying to-
statistics we were just about to go over?
Why don't we talk about the bigger question? Why don't people want to have as many kids? That's obviously true. People have way less kids now and have them later in life.
Because I don't think we would disagree necessarily about the reasons that they're having less kids later. I don't think that was the point of the contention, Grace.
It's about whether or not having less kids is making them unhappy, right?
Yeah.
So you can give your input on that, Grace, whether you agree or disagree with that.
Yeah, Grace, 20-year-old lady, please tell us what you think about having kids and how that influences the happiness.
And how many should women have before they'll be the most happy, Grace?
Well, obviously, I mean, people are made to have children. We're made to reproduce. So I think you should have kids naturally, of course. Everybody wants to have sex, and obviously sex ends in kids. So kids do make people happy. That's true. Families make people happy. The problem is people have fucked up families. Everybody sucks nowadays, so nobody wants to have kids. Haven't you ever heard people say, "I don't want to bring kids into this world"? That's the problem. Everybody sucks.
So we're back to because people bad.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. So what would make people good?
Do you think people look at any of you three on the panel and think, "Yeah, that makes me want to be
Yeah,
like
but
them"?
aside from
I wanna
us,
have
what would
kids
make
in a
what
world
would
with
make
them.
people good?
I don't know, if they were nicer, if they weren't ageist, if they weren't sexist, like
Okay.
you fucks.
Yeah. So the isms. So all that we need to do is get rid of the isms, and then
they
society
were
will
honest.
be perfect. This big
Yeah,
brain
maybe
stuff,
if people
Grace.
were honest. Maybe if people didn't make fun of people for having sexual problems. Maybe if people didn't do this bullshit like you did with Nick Fuentes, didn't you, Andrew? They're all pedophiles, and now you're buddies with him again, right? Because you obviously clearly don't give a shit about anything you say. People like you are role models. People like Destiny. You guys say things all the time that you clearly don't give a shit about. If nobody gives a shit, why should you have kids?
What-
If you think somebody's a pedophile and then the next day you're buddies with them, or you think they're facilitating pedophilia, who the fuck should listen to you? You clearly don't care about anything. except
I should
grifting.
just endlessly get swatted for the rest of my life and have my family threatened, Grace. That's what should happen.
I think you should kill yourself. I think that would probably
Okay.
Whoa,
There we go.
come on.
And everybody.
Big
No,
brain
no,
stuffed.
no.
Big
take
brain
it.
stuff.
Don't take it there. Don't take it there.
I'm just saying, that's my personal opinion.
No. Don't go there. Don't go there.
The world would be a better place.
No, it's cool. Let her get your channel banned, Alex.
Well, it's not gonna get my channel banned. Just kind of distasteful. All right. Anyway, let's get this back on track. So I believe Kyla and Destiny were disagreeing with Andrew about whether having children is.
Yeah. Hey,
thing
by
that's-
the way, is that what a good person says? Does a good person ask another person to kill themselves?
I wasn't asking.
Is that
you
like
to.
what good people do?
I'm begging you to. Please,
Right. Is that what
please,
good? Is that what
end
good
it
people do?
as soon as possible?
Would
as
you?
soon as possible.
Would you like categorize
We
that
can
as
all be
what a
relieved.
good person does?
We can all be relieved. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah.
If it would make everybody happier, then yes. Yes. I beg you, Andrew, please.
All right. All right.
Should they let
No,
50-year-olds dance around them while they
Take-
lick their panties? Does that make women happier, Grace?
Take all those guns you have. Take all those guns you
Chill
have.
out.
You clean
Hang
your
on.
barrels
This is a warning.
meticulously every
This is a
day.
warning. Wait, stop. This is a warning for everyone on the panel, but mainly you, Grace. Let's not talk about the kill yourself shit anymore. You can make fun of Andrew if you want or whatever, but don't do the death shit.
Okay.
All right. Anyway, it's okay. I forgive you. All right. Let's get back on track. So where the fuck were we?
I don't know.
This is the most I've ever had to babysit a panel. Usually on these things, I'm just like not talking for half an hour at a time. I feel like I've had to take like a very active role in this discussion to moderate this. Okay, so do you think? Okay, let me flip the question like this: besides kids, do you think there's anything else that makes women less happy, Andrew?
Yeah, I mean, all sorts of things are correlated into this. So one thing is loneliness. That's a big one, especially later in life. That can be a big one. But there's all sorts of correlatories. But I think that family function, family dynamics, I think that that's a big one. I think that women, when they're raised by single moms, just like with men, they have, they're less likely to be happy overall in life. I think that two parents in a stable household generally does better for men and women. So yeah, I think that there's a lot of different correlations which go into this, but definitely the family dynamic is important.
All right, so Kyle and Destiny, would you disagree with that? Would you agree with that?
That the family dynamic is important.
For happiness, I mean, of course, the family dynamic is happy. It is like essential for happiness. But you'd have to supply evidence that like people are experiencing like family relations at like a significantly less rate, and that's like directly contributed for unhappiness. Because again, like when I look at like happiness facts, for example, it seems to be the case that like there's certain trends that affect both genders. Like men's happiness took a massive hit in the 70s because most of the manufacturing jobs got outsourced, so they were jobless, right? And being out of job is pretty awful for your happiness. So I don't know. I just don't know if all these things are gendered.
Yeah, but I mean, you would agree right now that women definitely suffer from greater rates of unhappiness than men do.
No, that doesn't actually seem obvious to me based on the varied research. The one stat that Alex cites claims that, but when you look at like 2022 data from like Gallup, or when you like compare different things, it seems mixed. What we do see is like greater levels of like specifically like anxiety, depression in women specifically. That does seem to be true.
Yeah,
which
why?
we can definitely talk about.
Why do you think that is?
I think the like easiest thing to point at that seems to be decently causally linked is social media, and it seems to be particularly hard for women on social media.
Why?
I don't know if the reason why social media is hard. There's been some conversations about like upward comparisons and like beauty standards that are super unattainable for women. So it's not super clear why.
So should women
specifically
get off
social
the
media is making
internet?
people sad.
Should women get off the internet for their own good? That seems like that's what you're arguing, right? It's like women should get off the fucking internet and then they'd be happier.
Nope. There's like multiple solutions to a problem like this, right? It's possible that if we could figure out what specifically in social media is making, because it also makes men unhappy, just at a lesser rate, we could maybe just change that so that men and women can stay on the internet and not be made sad.
What do you mean, change that? How would you change that?
Well, if we could figure out what specifically is causing the rise of unhappiness in relation to social media, we could, whatever that is, we might be able to
Yeah,
change
but you
it
just
through a
said that it's
policy
for
or a
women,
platform.
it's because of beauty standards which are unattainable and these other standards which are unattainable,
I
right?
said that's one of the theorized ideas, but it's definitely not concrete. Like the data isn't clear on like what specifically about social media is making men and women sad.
Yeah, but you would just go with the data that you think is the most clear then, right?
Do you want to get into like predictive models? I don't know how to explain this to you. Not necessarily.
No, not
I would-
necessarily.
So the data that we have is quite robust and does seem to show like quite strongly a causal link between happiness in both men and women, but more so for women in social media use and specifically certain types of social media use.
Like
But
what?
the like actual so it seems to be the case that women who are on like actual like social media, so like Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, seem to be more affected in their happiness than if they're like on like Reddit or like surfing like the web like in a more like kind of like faceless way. Like Reddit, for example, is like men use a lot, of YouTube doesn't seem to have as big of a contribution for making people unhappy.
So like things like Instagram, you said, that would be more correlative.
Instagram, Twitter, TikTok.
So,
more predictive,
and what do you think those things are on Instagram? What types of content do you think they're posting that's making them unhappy?
So I already said one of the theories is upward comparison, so like beauty standards, but that wouldn't explain men necessarily. It could actually be upward comparison for men as well. It's hard to say.
Or it could
But that's
be,
why
or it
this
could be
theory-
then that if the women left the internet and or got off social media altogether, that you might see men's happiness also increase and their happiness. It could be the same exact thing. Maybe what's making the men so unhappy that not so erudite is all the women posting, like half nudes and things like this and creating simp armies. Maybe that's part of it.
I guess you would have to present me data that actually suggests that.
Well, there's
men's
no,
happiness
but
would
according to you,
just
there's no
increase
data,
if they weren't on
right?
social
There's like
media.
no data, so we're just speculating
Well,
here,
if
right?
you were listening, you would know that I didn't say that there's no data. I just said that like there isn't conclusive data to point to precisely.
Yeah, there's not
what
no
specifically
data. There's just
social
not
media-
conclusive data. So I mean, we're
One
speculating.
question that you're asking,
think,
yes.
I think simp armies are actually pretty good for society as a whole. I think like, because simping for somebody is kind of a complicated relationship. If you like them, if you're funny, it does actually give you some meaning and purpose, especially for these guys, but also the women enjoy it. I think people in general have forgotten that relationships are what people are really all about. Deep relationships. And yeah, sure, we're all very disconnected, but like simping for somebody, messing around in chat, getting to know people parasocially online is better than the utter isolation a lot of people face. I think social media on the whole is good.
I think
Because
the problem
people
with
are
social
so
media is like replacing real life interactions. I think that's the big issue.
Yeah, it's like a tool, right? It can be good, but like it also seems to have negative effects as well.
But don't you think real life interactions have like degraded a lot? People have a lot less family, a lot less community. Everybody's so wound up about their boundaries, about their space, about their consent. Don't you think like people in general let loose on the internet a little bit because in real life relationships have sort of like gotten really, really alienated?
I think that sometimes, I don't think that's always true. I don't think letting loose on the internet is necessarily a good thing.
I would probably, I'll just offer this. My theory is I think there's a direct correlation between how much people spend online and how unhappy they are. I think that for people who spend like 10 to 12 hours a day on the internet, they have no friends in real life. Pretty much every single one of them is miserable and depressed. When I do street interviews and I talk to normies, most of them, they don't really believe a lot of this like cringy internet theories. They have normal lives, they have normal friends, they have girlfriends, they live life. I think there's definitely, and those people seem a lot happier than the people I interact with on the internet. But I'll just say this on this topic.
True.
I mean, social media is good for like niche populations. It seems to have been good for like, for example, like autistic people because they can like have a better time finding other like autistic people to be friends with or like neurodivergent groups. But it like seems on whole to like, I would argue it's possible that the community connections are actually disrupted by social media itself. Like,
I think in moderation it's okay. Like in extreme moderation, it's totally fine. It actually can be beneficial because you can meet people you have never met in real life. Like when people overdo it, just like with anything, it just becomes like it just gets you. You just become antisocial. You spend all day on your computer. You don't have any real relationships. You don't have any real friends. People who you're friends with are people you've never actually met in real life. They're probably like some fat dude in India who you think is like a hot girl. So yeah, there's all kinds of issues with that. All right, that's as much as I'm going to get engaged in a debate. Do you guys have anything more to add to this topic? Do you want to move on to the next one?
You can move on. Like,
All right, cool.
I hardly even know where we were at with this one, to be honest with you, because the whole thing got derailed. So,
all right, well, let's try to keep the next one more on topic. So, the next topic is: should men treat women as equals?
I don't know who you want to start with.
You don't need to make an opening statement. You can just free flow it.
I feel like this is always one of those like bait questions where what we're really asking is what do we mean by equal? I think that's like the
what do
because
we
like
what
like
do we
the
mean here by
same
equal?
probably not, but like equal rights and everything afforded under the law probably right.
I mean,
equal access.
I think we generally agree about this one.
yeah,
But I mean,
I don't know that I don't know that I do. So
Okay, does everyone think that women should be able to vote?
no.
Okay, there we go. That would be our disagreement. Why do you
Yeah.
think that women should not be able to vote?
For the same reason, I don't think most men should be able to vote.
Damn.
Which is?
Which is that they have no stake in the game. And so if you don't have a high enough stake in the game, why should you be able to vote in the game or delineate the direction that the nation should go?
How do women have no stake in the game?
Well, not just women, men too. So this is the big problem. What I would propose.
Don't we all have a stake in the country and how
Yeah.
good
So
the
what
country
I
goes?
would propose would be some sort of limited democracy, which is what we started with in the Republic anyway. Was a limited democracy where only 5% of people could vote anyhow. And I mean, our entire electorate system has changed drastically in comparison to the early parts of the nation. And I do think that stakeholder democracy is far better. What my proposal would be is service guarantees citizenship. So some sort of elongated unpaid service to the state. And then from there, you can vote. And that would apply to men and women. I think both of those would be fine. I just think that you would necessarily end up with far more men who would do it.
Isn't the issue here really like are men and women complementary or are they like distinct individuals? Like, do they work together or are they perfectly fine separate from each other? Because I think men and women are complementary. So a lot of the time when people say women should be treated equal to men, what they mean is they should be treated as men, which is sort of prioritizing men and deprioritizing femininity. Really what they are is they work together. Everybody knows that, right? I mean, if you say men are better leaders and women are better supporters, that's obviously true. No, they're different, but they have equal dignity.
I think everyone on this panel would agree that men and women work better together. I think the crux of the topic is when it comes to like, let's just say dating, Should you, act differently around girls that you're trying to pick up than like your male friends, right? What are those differences? How substantial are they?
Well, I don't think
right?
it's
Like,
just in dating. I mean, when you're asking kind of
family,
this fundamental question of should men and women be equal, Destiny asked probably the very first good grounding question, which is what do we mean by equal? So they're kind of making the distinction, or I think they're trying to, that of course men and women from an ontological standpoint are different, right? But that doesn't mean that they should necessarily be treated different in society. Is that what you guys are saying?
I think it's about like access
I
to
think they
certain
should
like
be-
opportunities and protections, right? Like we're not saying that they can't be treated different, because what does that mean? We mean like at a legal like governmental level, yeah, both should be given like access of opportunities. They should have like the certain rights. Assault on a woman is the same as assault on a man.
Yeah, but I mean, the problem with this argument, though, is that due to the ontological differences in men and women, when this is applied, we actually see it become very unequal. So men get longer sentences, for instance, than women do for the same types of crimes, especially violent crimes. Same thing with sex crimes. They get much lighter sentences when it comes to that as well. So it might sound good to say that we can apply these things equally to both, but they don't seem to be being applied equally to both. And this might have something to do with the difference in men being men and women being women, that there's more fundamental differences there than just this kind of idea that we can treat everybody equally.
So
Well-
you believe that the reason that men are getting longer sentences is because of an ontological difference between men and women?
Yeah, I think that men, generally speaking, hand out and dole out lighter sentences to women than women would to women. And yes, there is data to support that, by the way. If you'd like to see it, I can pull that up and send it to you. But I don't even think that that's really in dispute. There is a massive amount of lighter sentencing which happens across the sexes. And it's
Right,
because
but I'm
men
asking if
and
it's
women view each other
ontological.
very... Yeah, well, I think that the necessity of when you're talking about being, that men are different, not just physiologically, but I think that there's an ontological difference between them too, yes. Of course I do.
Well,
Would
Kyla,
you agree
can I
that
ask you
women
as a
should get
woman-
less of a charge than a man? Like, would you agree with this? Like, if women are fundamentally different than men in most ways, and the law is therefore punishing them a little bit less, wouldn't that just be society responding correctly to
No,
the difference between them? If
because
they're fundamental?
because each society has a different sequence of systems which that society operates in for their codified laws. So that might only be a symptom of a democratic system and democratic law. Whereas if you had a monarchy, for instance, or you had some type of government authority which had a distinction, you might not see such unequal things applied. In fact, I remember we were kind of discussing this on an earlier panel about witches, for instance, and how, they would burn them at the stake, right? They would burn them at the stake. So what I'm saying is they seem to have not so much of a problem doling out equally harsh punishment. It just depends on the system that you're in. So no, I don't think that it's playing out how it's necessarily supposed to. I think it plays out maybe how you would think it would play out depending on the system you're in.
But
Okay, so
Kyla,
you feel
Kyla,
like
Kyla,
in
as a-
monarchy or
men
in
and women are
communism,
different, though.
they actually
But
treat them
Kyla,
differently.
Kyla,
So that's not
as a
about a
woman-
fundamental ontological
Kyla,
difference.
as
between
Kyla,
men.
as a
Well, yes,
woman,
it
as
is.
a
It's
woman,
their
wouldn't you-
nature playing out in a system differently. Yes, it would be an
Wait,
ontological
Grace has
difference.
been a good girl.
It
Let's
would
let her
be
get her
the
point.
nature of a thing differently
Thank you, Alex.
applied to a different
You got her
environment.
I
Yeah.
want to say something to Kyla. I want to say that women and men are different, and women, we say we want something publicly, but in reality, we want something very different. And you know this personally. Like, the top best-selling book of all time, apart from the Bible, is 50 Shades of Grey, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so like women, like we like to say like, yeah, I'd like to be treated equally. Yeah, blah, 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 blah. I'm the same as a man. I want equal respect. But in reality, we want to be fucking degraded, don't we? Like, that's why we eat up that book. We want to project ourselves as somebody who's like has a lot of dignity and everything. But in reality, like, yes, we have dignity. But what we really want from men is something we find shameful. Don't we just need to be honest about that?
Just because somebody's into some sort of sexual play doesn't mean that there's anything actually degrading to the person about it. There's a level of mutual respect in that play as well.
But sexual play about being degraded speaks to something in you that you
No,
want
because
to
it's
be
sexual play.
dominated and
It's the difference
not
between playing a video
necessarily.
game where you kill people and actually killing people.
Forget degraded. What about dominated? Okay, obviously that also affects your life. If you want to get dominated by a man sexually, you also want to get dominated by a man in every other way.
That is not true at all.
Yeah, I would just agree with
That's
that, too.
absolutely true. Sex is like the key to your like soul. It reveals like your true self, your sexual instincts, your sexual kinks. It reveals like things about your childhood. It's absolutely true. It's deeply connected.
Every single girl
Women
I've
want
ever
to be
dated-
dominated.
I'll just say this: every single girl I've ever dated has been super sexually submissive, but when it comes to like day-to-day life, like if I was trying to like dominate them, they would fucking hate that. Like
Yeah,
absolutely.
but that's because we're liars. That's because we want to seem
Oh
like
my
we're
God.
not like we're
do
like
you,
fancy.
do you think like women don't actually
Because we're
like, we
liars.
say we want the vote, but we're like lying about it? Like we don't actually
Yeah,
want the vote.
absolutely. Do women like confident men, or do we like men who like want to treat us as equals? No, we like. Why does
Why can't
every
those
girl
be
want
the
to hop
same
on
thing?
John
Why is a
Zerka's dick?
confident
Because
guy-
he treats them like shit, right? It's like the typical hockey player. The guy who treats a girl like shit is the guy who gets all the girls, right? Because we don't want to say what we want is to be dominated. We just want to be dominated. So yeah, in debates like this, all the girls are going to say, "Yeah, I want to be treated equally." But in reality, we all know we want to get pushed around and told what to do. And we like that. It makes us happy.
So, Grace, are you
Like,
saying
yeah.
are you saying all women are whores, Grace?
No, that doesn't make you a whore. It makes you a good woman that you want to be dominated. Very
Okay.
Catholic.
Okay, got it. Just want to make sure that we're clear
I
on
guess-
this.
I'd be curious to know, Grace, why do you think that like women's rating of happiness increases when they get access to rights like voting? And in fact, one of the best predictors of whether or not you see women's happiness in a country is like their access to women's rights. Like, why do you think that these things are so correlated?
Is that actually like statistically true,
Well,
Tyler?
don't we have more rights now? And isn't Alex's whole point that women's happiness is going down?
Well, the
So-
issue is that we're contending a little bit with the point, which is that like women's happiness is going down a little bit, but men's happiness is actually tanking more than women's right now. Like it's not just this
Okay.
clear cut like, yeah, women are just less happy on average. It's like that's not really true. Like women have more mental health on average, but actually men's happiness is like massively tanking compared.
I don't know.
I mean, I was-
That's true. I think the female
Yeah.
happiness in the last 20 years has been going downhill a bit more than male happiness. But if you have like some data, I would change my position. But
Yeah, I mean, if you look through like Gallup polls and stuff, like I said, it is contentious. Like the issue in part is like the way that we're measuring things like happiness. But on average, it seems like there are certain areas that like cause like tanking. For example, like if you have like access to rights, but the societal norms don't like update, that can create like issues of unhappiness where like kind of politically we're ahead of where we are like socially, which can create like this disparity that leads to like women's unhappiness. But it seems to be the case that actually like women's happiness bounced back quite a bit in about the 70s and started like popping back up. And right now what we're actually seeing is a massive decline in men's happiness. That's why there's like concerns about like the male loneliness epidemic. We're not talking about like the woman's loneliness epidemic or the woman's sadness epidemic. We're talking about male loneliness.
But Kyla, can you just answer my question as a woman? That all like me and you both like. I'm not saying degrade. I was trolling a little bit before, but like I'm not saying degraded. I'm not saying it's like disgusting or dirty or whorish.
Well, why
I'm
don't
just
you
saying
stop trolling and start
dominated.
debating?
Dominated, like in a dignified way, but just one person is the leader. Do all women kind of want to be dominated? We find that the most attractive.
I don't know if that's true, right? Like there is this sexual thing that you're talking about, but the idea that like women just want to be dominated broadband across a relationship doesn't seem to be true. For example, in some of the most like domineering relationships that exist, like very, very like very traditional kind of like harmful relationships that are high authoritarian, we actually see that women's happiness is like particularly low. Like in the cases of like abusive relationships where the man is
Yeah,
like, being
but she
controlling
asked
and
you
whatnot.
specifically
Yep, she's
about
unhappy.
sexual relations. That's what she said.
Yep, no, but the issue is she's generally.
No, I'm
like,
saying all. I'm saying all
Yeah,
around.
he's talking
Right,
about
It applies to
Nice try.
all. It applies to all. Well, Kyla, what's the height thing? Why do girls like guys who are taller than them, bigger than them, right?
Because they
generally
like
smarter
markers of
and older than
masculinity.
them. Why?
I don't know.
Why?
If they
Why
care
do they
about
want them
smarter
to
than them.
dominate them in all those
Well, they want
groups? It
markers
doesn't
of
mean. It
masculinity.
doesn't mean. Yes, but what is masculinity? What is like? What are the markers? What is that
One
pointing out?
marker of masculinity
the
is
same?
like bigger body. So they tend to
Mhm,
like
so
men
that
with
they
bigger
can
bodies.
what other men and women? So that they can what? What's the word?
I reject this idea that like the reason that women are picking men with bigger bodies is because like, man, he can just destroy me in the bed. You know, he could, if he wanted to, he could murder me tonight. Like,
Well, then why are they
I'm
doing it?
aware
He's
of
a
that
part of
reality.
Well, then what are they doing it for?
Wait,
Come on, that's part of it.
So
It's also like he's just bigger, so like you trust him, and also like he could hurt somebody for you, protect you, right? It's all of those things,
yeah, but,
obviously.
like this is like basically now you're trying to create like because he's taller, women just like want to be dominated. That doesn't like map on at all. There's like there's no
Grab me a
connection
drink,
here.
would you? I need one.
Women like the idea of men being taller than them, being over them, dominating them. I'm not saying it's abusive.
You're just
I'm saying-
adding in dominating. I'm rejecting that. I'm just saying no. I disagree with that.
Oh, come on, Kyla.
Well,
You're not
they
happier
just so
if you're being-
Kyla, they just want them so that they can reach the tall part of the shelf. Is that what they want them
they want-
for? Is that what
no,
they want
they
the big
obviously-
tall men for, Kyla?
Do you think that men want girls with big titties and asses because they're like, man, big titties and asses make them so submissive and easy to dominate? No, they're
No,
just
but that's-
markers of
That's
like
part of it, that
masculinity
they're
and
more
femininity.
feminine, and the feminine is submissive.
It is. It
part
is
of
showing. Yeah, she's right. I mean, it is showing features that are feminine, and so you associate it with woman, and so you associate certain characteristics with that, of course.
Right, and I'm rejecting that the main reason that women are selecting tall men is because they want to be dominated by
What
them.
are they doing it for? So that
Because
they can
they are
reach the top
markers of
of the
masculinity.
shelf?
No, it's really mundane and boring. They look masculine. Which they're
Yeah, and why do
attracted
they
to
want
because they're
to-
straight women.
Okay.
Why do they want them to look masculine? What is sexually appealing about that? Or just personally appealing? What is it about that?
Sorry.
It has a
because-
meaning.
Because they're straight?
Yeah,
No,
but what
just
is
because,
it about
hold on,
being tall
just
that they're
because you're trying to
attracted
apply some like Freudian meaning that like behind all of this doesn't mean that that's actually existent. You would need to provide evidence that the main reason women find height attractive is specifically because they feel that they will be dominated by the
Okay,
size.
well,
in
here.
fact, it seems to be the case that one of the major reasons
I
that women
mean-
are nervous of men with large size is because they're afraid of the violence risk, right?
Yeah, but that's also what makes them hot. Like, why are girls so against dating a guy who's equal height to them or shorter? Because that shows that the man, even though he might be a great guy, with them, it makes the man look weak, right? I mean, it's common. What about like Beauty and the Beast? It's not about like Beauty and the wimp, Beauty and the loser. It's Beauty and the Beast, right? It's about a girl coming into contact with masculinity and learning how to like somewhat tame it, but also get to know it and like it.
I'm just
It's
rejecting
that
your like
is-
Freudian application to all of this. I think it's a lot more simple, which is that straight people are going to be attracted to markers of masculinity or femininity depending on like what their gender is.
Okay, so
It's as simple
this
as that.
from
and one of the marker of masculinities is a larger body. It's
California.
higher
You
testosterone.
can pull this up because it'd be easier for me than sending it. But California State University, Fullerton.
I'll pull it up.
There was no nuance in their results at all. Out of 0 out of 160 women surveyed showed a statistical preference for weaker men. 0 out of 160 surveyed.
Yeah. it
Well-
doesn't-
Okay, sorry, hold
it
on.
Doesn't do anything.
Why do you? But I mean,
Okay,
why do you?
hold on,
Why
wait,
would you
wait,
think
let's-
that would be? What do you think their answers were?
Sorry. None of this has anything. I'm fully granting that women tend to be attracted to markers of masculinity. What I'm doing is rejecting your weird psychoanalytic narrative that the reason that they're specifically attracted to his physical size is because there's a sneaky part of them that's being like, oh, god damn, I'm really excited for when he dominates me.
But
Like
what-
that, especially globally, right? Because what Grace is saying.
Well, she
is-
didn't just say that. She also said it's because of markers of protection
Sexually.
and being able to
Sure,
protect you and all that
hold
stuff.
on, hold on. What she's saying is that because there's a sexual desire to be dominated in women, which is common, and I've already granted that, that generalizes to all parts of women's life, and it implies that in
Yes,
like the
obviously.
day-to-day interaction.
It's
No,
obviously
Let's
you're
let Destiny get
basically- hold on.
rewarded. Destiny hasn't talked in like 20 minutes.
If you want to be dominated by somebody sexually, you also want to be dominated by them in your life.
That's
clearly,
ridiculous.
obviously.
No, that might be your experience, but that is not the average experience.
If that's your relationship with a man sexually, it would also be your relationship with him outside of the bedroom as
Yeah,
well.
well, I don't know. That's where I got to
absolutely
delineate.
not true.
That's where I have to
Okay,
delineate
wait,
too.
wait,
Alex,
wait,
Alex,
okay,
Alex, Alex, Alex,
okay,
Alex,
here's-
Alex,
here's-
Alex, what is your number
Come
one?
on, okay.
Let Destiny talk. He hasn't talked in like 20
Yeah,
minutes.
okay. There chances are we are a sexually dimorphic species. There's some traits that men have, there's some traits that women have. Just because somebody has a preference for a trait doesn't mean that you can ascribe some causal link for why they have that preference. If it was the case that men grew fucking horns and women didn't, women would probably be attracted to nice horns. Not because men could wrestle with them or stab things with them, but just because that's going to be a difference between men versus women. Why do men have a preference for short women? Is there some advantage for us for women being short? There's not. But being short seems to be like a cool thing because you're like, oh, cool, because it's a feminine thing, because it's a way that we're different.
but
just
Destiny,
because we're
that
different
means
in
that you
some
can
ways.
dominate them if they're
Sure,
small.
just because we're different in some ways doesn't mean that there's like a function to why we want that certain difference. It's just a highlight for the ways that we're different from one another. Why do men like women with nice asses? You don't feed kids with your butt. It doesn't actually do anything. There's no function to it.
Yeah, but-
so no, just because there's a preference for a difference on a thing doesn't mean that you can go ahead
Yeah.
and load that and ascribe that to a whole bunch of different reasons for why
But
you might
there's,
have a
but
preference
don't you
for
think
that.
that there's a
reason there is-
distinction in preference if people who are surveyed about what their reasons are, and in the survey, you have like 160 women and they all say they prefer this trait versus kind of the mixed bag of some women saying or some men saying I like shorter women.
Most women are going to prefer taller men. Most men are probably going to prefer shorter women.
Destiny, but that's ridiculous. You're just saying they prefer taller men because they prefer taller men. That's not an argument.
Yes.
Why do they like them being tall?
Yeah, you're the one that's
Ridiculous.
Unfortunately, you're trapped into
What
a
is
world
it
where
that
you're
women
loading.
like about looking up at a guy? What is it?
It might just be that you just like the fact that the guy is taller. That it literally.
You're just hoping so hard. You know.
Why
the
do you
answer.
think
Never mind.
female mooses are super into like mooses with big antlers? Do you think that's because when they look at the male moose with big antlers, she's like, oh God, this male moose can dominate me? No, it's because the antlers have been sexually evolved to cue masculinity and testosterone levels, and which she's selecting for like strong partners to like lead to good offspring. The idea of like applying all this extra Freudian shit is just your stuff. This is like the whole problem with EvoPsych. So we just try to imbue a whole bunch of stuff into it when it's like, because it evolved, because they evolved as different markers. We prefer tall men.
But you're the
because
one
it
using
marks
EvoPsych.
masculinity.
What do you mean? You're the one using EvoPsych. So the thing is like, if we're talking about surveys, if we're talking about talking about surveys, well, it's always easy with you, Erudite. But if we're talking about surveys, a moose can't tell you why. A moose can't tell you why they prefer the moose with big antlers. But men and women can tell you why they prefer these things. That's the distinction.
Okay. Hold on. My bad. Then I completely concede the point. I didn't know that. Can you show me the survey you have where women said that they prefer tall men because they want to get dominated? I'll wait for that. Once you, because that's it. You win the argument.
Oh my God,
Yeah,
you
every
guys
aspect
survey.
of
This
their
is
life.
why you guys suck so much.
Oh,
You
so
talk
now
about-
the survey doesn't
No,
matter.
you don't.
Now the
You don't
data
need a
doesn't matter.
survey. Ask any woman. Ask
Okay.
anyone.
Look, when the
Oh,
data agrees
now
with
the
me,
data
it's
doesn't matter.
very valid, and you science boys should like
so
it. But now when it
ridiculous. We have
doesn't
to look
agree
at
with
data.
me,
Why do women like
science is a
Gotcha.
joke.
My bad. Okay. I
Why
thought you were
do
making
men
an
like
argument.
breasts? Do you need a study on why men like breasts, Destiny? Why do men like breasts?
I don't know. You tell me.
I
What's
actually
attractive about them?
I don't probably because again it's a difference in species between it's a sexually dimorphic difference between men and
What
women.
is the
So
difference that it signals? What is the difference between a
it
man's
literally
chest
does
and a
not
woman's
single.
chest?
It does not single anything.
It signals. Wait, all
Yeah,
it
you would
signals
think
is
that because you're fucking
female.
gay.
Wait,
The
all it
problem
signals
Destiny,
is
Great.
female.
Hold on. Wait,
Grace.
Grace, what do you think, Grace?
breast
What do you
signal
think?
Nurturing, literal feeding of children,
No,
femininity,
so Destiny, the
softness.
number one reason given in these surveys is because they feel more protected by them.
Grace, that's
not
great.
the
That's
same
not
thing as
dominating
domination.
somebody. Grace, do you think that
It
having bigger boobs
absolutely
means you
is.
can feed your
No,
kid better?
it's not.
No, I don't think bigger boobs has a sign of breastfeeding, but it's obviously a sign that somebody has is extremely feminine. Your body does reflect your soul,
Hold
your
on.
personality.
I agree, Grace.
But I'm
I
talking
agree
about
with you.
breasts in
Grace,
general.
Grace,
Breasts in
Grace,
general.
Grace, I agree with what you're saying. You just made my whole argument. You said that it's because they're feminine. Yes, it's the difference between a male and a
Yes.
female trait. Yes.
You can't just say feminine and get away with it. Feminine means submissive.
That's what you just said. You said more feminine.
Submissive.
That is correct. No,
Okay,
feminine
so
doesn't necessarily mean any of those things.
Yes, it does. That's why you like that. The boobs also signify that they're weaker, right? And nobody's gonna take a girl in armor seriously, right? Because they've got this
No, you're
boobs
just
and
talking
ass
about your
flailing
retarded
around,
stuff.
right? They're
The
weak
Problem
physically.
with this whole panel
You should.
Okay.
You don't have
is
to
I
talk about
can't
it in
make
dominating.
arguments
You can
because they
say-
get conflated
can-
with Grace's
You can talk
arguments.
about it in terms of just guidance.
So it's actually
If
better for
somebody's
me
going
to
to
not
protect
say
you,
anything
you're also going to
because
rely on
otherwise
them
my
for
arguments will
guidance.
just get conflated with her
If somebody is
arguments.
going to feed your children, it's not like they're necessarily weaker, but they will nurture what you're bringing into the world. They're softer, they're feminine. That's what's appealing about
You're
them.
right.
Does
and
big
long
boobs make you
hair.
more female?
I also
more
think
feminine?
that
Is that-
protection and domination are
More
different.
I mean,
but
and
it
more
differs,
we're
different,
making
but
two
it
different
does on
arguments,
some
which are
levels.
being
Yeah, it does.
conflated
It
as
does.
the same argument.
Women are softer, warmer, and nurturing.
I don't know if
and
you guys
like
knew
to
this.
be
Long
guided
hair
by
in
men.
women actually cues evolutionarily that the woman is like
Which
closer
sucks,
to
by the way.
Earth and therefore like more grounded, and that actually cues to men that she's like going to be easier to dominate and a better mate because the long hair, obviously cues all these psychological factors about her, and that's
Alex,
why we're attracted to long hair in women.
Alex, let me ask you a question. What is your number one piece of advice for men who are trying to pick up women? What's your number one piece of advice? What's the number one trait they should have?
I would say be masculine as possible, as confident as possible.
Confident. Yes, exactly. Confident. So
That's
that you
one of it.
can
Socially intuitive. Yeah. I mean, it's a bunch of things.
Do you think
you
women can be
guide the
confident?
conversation, you dominate the woman, you lead, right?
I
All of
think,
those things.
I think
right?
leadership is good. I mean, it depends on how you define dominant. I think being sexually dominant is great. Yeah, like most women are very sexually submissive. I would say like 99.9. But like being domineering in a relationship, I feel like can work for some girls. It's not. It's going to piss off other girls. So that's a double-edged sword.
Well, you could say domineering, that has a negative connotation, but what I'm saying is just like guidance, like he's in charge. He's going to make the decisions. Isn't that what you would you wouldn't say ask a girl where she wants to eat, right? You'd say set a time and a date and tell her you're going to pick her up at this time, right?
Well, I mean, like with my girlfriend, it's not like I'm like, all right, we're gonna get sushi Saturday 8 o'clock. Like, oh, I don't want sushi, babe. Too bad. It's like, hey, what are you in the mood for? Oh, I'm in the mood for fucking, I don't know, like a steak. Oh, cool, me too. Let's go get that. So, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I would say like in the early stages,
honestly
setting up
just
a date,
boring
you
to me
wanna
because
kinda
it's
take
just
the lead,
prattle.
take the initiative, and be like, all right, we should get
You know what
together
I mean?
sometime this
I'm here
weekend.
to debate.
But you don't want to
She's
be
just
like
prattling.
taking it overboard where you're like on a first date and you're like, all right, she's gonna get the hamburger. I'm actually a vegetarian. Don't listen to her. She'll take the meat. Like, I don't
Well,
know.
yeah, obviously. But I'm not saying be a douchebag. I'm just saying be like
Prattle,
fatherly,
prattle,
like
prattle.
guiding, like
More
you
prattle.
are the leader.
Can you
Obviously,
not say
that's true.
fatherly, please?
Women are attracted to
It's a
confident
little too
men.
close to home.
I just,
I
Kyla,
think you guys all
you
agree
have
on
to
that.
admit this. You have
Stop
to
trying to
admit
appeal
as
to
a
me.
woman.
No.
As
Even
a woman,
if you try to
you
appeal
like,
to me
like
as my
Kyla, you
ovaries
like
would
confident men?
demand.
You like confident men? Do you like
Yeah.
confident men?
There's actually
also
no
like confident
reason
women, in
to get
fairness.
involved
No,
in
that's not
this
answering
because
the
I don't
question.
agree
Do you
with
like
every
Grace's
single person,
assessment.
I think
Yeah,
every
like
single person on this
confident.
panel will
Yeah,
agree
of
that
course.
Are you
women
I
are
attracted
literally
attracted
can't
to
agree with her
confident men.
assessment, so I can't come in and defend
Are
her
you
attracted
because
to
otherwise my
confident men?
arguments get conflated with her
course.
arguments.
I could ask, hey, Destiny, are you attracted to confident women?
Yes.
So we basically just let her get destroyed.
Are you attracted to men who take the lead? Or are you attracted to men who ask you whatever you want to do first?
To
Alex,
be
I'm
honest,
sorry. That's loserville to sit there saying like, "Oh, what do you want to eat?"
wait,
You don't think
no,
every girl finds
I'm
it
not
attractive
attracted
if a
to
guy's
men
like,
who like
"I'm
tell
gonna
me
tell
where
you
I'm
where to
going and
go"?
order my food.
Well,
No,
it's just
Yeah,
absolutely
I know.
not.
That's literally what people
it's
say.
kind of cringy
No, I'm
for
just
me
not
to be
into it.
like
I don't know
with
what
my girlfriend being like, all right, we're gonna get sushi at 8 o'clock. Oh, I'm really not in the mood for sushi. Too bad, bitch. You're gonna eat that fucking salmon roll.
No,
Like,
but you keep
it's just
overdoing
not
it. You
like
keep
really.
explaining it as a douchebag. All I'm saying is he makes the decisions, not that like he's a douche to you.
But there's nothing wrong with like getting your girlfriend's input on where to go out to eat, like what she's in the mood for. Like I don't see that as like a sign of
Yes, that's
weakness.
true, but women don't like to be asked what to do. Have you ever
get to
like
watch
you've
Grace take another
those are
massive
ridiculous.
L.
Like,
Why
people
are
say,
you
like,
saying? Why are you saying in a panel with me and Alex? Have you ever? Have you ever? You're the one in here that has never. Why do you keep asking us? Yeah. What do you
That's
mean?
common sense. It's common sense.
No,
I
it's
mean,
not.
Then why are you saying have you ever? But it's just common sense. Don't appeal to our personal experiences because obviously me and him both disagree with you. Women don't like that overly macho, like blah, 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 blah. There are ways you can be cute and romantic with it, but like
you keep saying overly macho. I'm not saying overly macho. I'm just saying
you
that
saying
men are the
women
leaders
don't like
and
to
women.
make decisions. What the fuck does that even
They
mean?
don't
That's
like being
retarded.
asked what they want. Are you kidding
I mean,
me?
you can get our input, but like we're very indecisive,
Just
right?
let the
That's
bitch
the
Yeah,
whole
sure.
thing.
Yeah.
Everybody's
Ask the girl where
Let
to
the
eat, and she
bitch
goes,
suffer.
"Oh, I don't know," right?
Yeah, sure. There's definitely a lot of times where you want to be the leader in a relationship, and that can be attractive to women. But again, it's all about like kind of the line that you walk. Like it is still good if you're just seems like you're constantly just being demanding and domineering. That's going to turn a lot of girls off. But if you're like kind of a leader, but at the same time you like get her input and like she feels like her needs are being taken care of, that's kind of where the magic is in terms of being the most attractive to a partner.
True.
I have lots of social experience and family experience. You don't need to be a whore to talk.
We know you
about
got
these.
lots
We
of
know.
family experience. we know.
I knew you were gonna say
Yeah,
that.
I do.
Fuck's sakes.
I do. You've seen it firsthand, and you laugh at it.
I
Just
have.
to
You're a
clear.
mom, a wife, a girlfriend, like all at the same time. You got more experience probably than anybody
I
here.
wish I could be. I wish I could be those things someday. Hopefully.
Okay. I'm
All
not
right.
going to put my personal dating experiences on you, and I prefer if you don't put it on everyone else. I would say lots of women do like to be led in dating relationships, absolutely, but they also like further input. Like, for example, hey, I'm deciding between these options. Which type of food do you like? Italian, and they'll list a bunch of cuisine. They like a man who's like maybe willing to put in a plan in action. Marcus of like stability, and he got his shit together. But absolutely, women want to be asked their opinion. I feel like that's like a common thing women talk about is it's really annoying if they sit down and a guy goes, you're getting this, I'm ordering you this. I mean, that would be like a super, super big red flag for me.
Not yet.
But don't you think the problem is
I'll
that
bring it
like,
around
if you
soon.
talk about should men and women be treated equal, don't you think the overall problem is that women say two opposite things when they're asked that question?
Just wait.
In
I
reality,
think, like girls do, yeah, immature women do, but
This
I
will
think
end on
mature
a note with Grace getting fucking wrecked.
what
And
they
then I'll
like
pop
and they
in.
say that, and I think it's an issue that we like infantilize women and don't encourage women to do this. But I think women who are mature adults do say what they want, and young girls
at the moment, it's
tend to
just
be like a
dumbass
little bit
prattle.
more confused, like most young people are.
But my
And
dad
optically,
set
I'll
up.
get
My
lumped in
dad
with
set
this
up.
chick.
He had a streaming idea called the House of Wayward Hoes. We had a girl come over, and she was going to be his first wayward hoe that he was going to reform.
Oh,
She
God.
said she was into it. She called him daddy. She wanted to be reformed. Then she came over here, and he tugged on her hair to get physical intimacy, and he told her that she would have to slap him to like establish a physical bond. She freaked out, called her daddy, act like a princess, and ran away. This is the problem. This is the
The
problem.
problem is that your dad doesn't know how to set appropriate boundaries with women, especially
He
with
set
new
the
partners.
boundaries. He set the
No.
boundaries. She said she was
No.
okay with it.
Setting a boundary, if you're a mature adult, first of all, who's feedbacking so hard right now? Holy shit.
I don't know. I
It's
hear
fine.
it from somebody else.
It's fine on my end, but we can do if it's bad.
Setting an appropriate boundary is not just having one conversation. It requires a continuous check-in. It requires a knowledge of what the other person's comfortable with. If you're pushing a physical boundary, especially like
Mute yourself,
slapping or
Alex.
purpling
Mute
that
yourself
quickly,
real quick.
then I mean, like that's on your dad. Sorry, that's like a thing you should learn as you mature.
He was a perfect gentleman to her.
He obviously
an
wasn't if she
absolute
was that
gentleman.
uncomfortable that she freaked the fuck out
No,
and
no,
ran
no.
away.
See, that's the problem. That's the problem. It was simply her interaction with masculinity that freaked her out. She
Alex,
says she
have you
can
ever had
handle
an
men.
issue where a woman ran away from you after some shit like this?
I've never had a girl like physically run away from me now. There were, with the possible exception of one really crazy girl in Poland, but eventually she came back. But yeah, that's it. We don't talk about that.
This feels like a your dad issue than like a women don't know the truth, right? You're just like taking
But
like,
Alex,
this one
didn't you
institution
know-
and be like, my dad has to be the perfect picture of masculinity and health. Therefore, the only reason this woman possibly could have run away from my creepy father is because she was terrified
It
of
doesn't matter.
masculinity.
Just
because
bide
your
my
time.
dad
Yeah.
is inappropriate with women. She thought she was signing up
And
for
then
one
I'll bring
thing
it
with
back
him, and then
after
she got there.
they're all
and it was
done
a whole
spurging
different
about
ballgame
Grace's
because
dad
he
and
was
her
super
family
fucking weird.
dynamic, which I don't care
Yeah,
about
she
at
thought
all.
she was signing. She thought she was signing up for
literally
a
don't
guy
care
who was
about
going to
this at
treat
all.
her like a princess, even though she's a whore who sits on dick, like basically on stream. She thought that was what she was saying. Alex, didn't you have a story about a guy who went on a date with this girl and she was super into like kinky stuff, crazy stuff, right? And then she did all that stuff with
Yeah,
him,
I
and
get
then
it.
she
You have to
accused
hear
him
her
of
talk
rape.
suffer. Destiny's in the same
No,
boat.
Didn't
He's
you tell a
totally
story
fucking
like
bored
that?
by this shit.
No, I have a story where there was a girl that I
It
was
is fucking
playing on.
boring.
This is when I was in Poland, who was like super like talking a big game over text. Like she's into like grape and like grape role play and like all that shit, and she wants to be dominated. And then she came over and she was like super fucking awkward and shy. And she like every time I touched her, she was on the verge of having a panic attack. But we never hooked up. Like she was just like too uncomfortable with the idea. So yeah, sometimes girls talk a big game, but that's like fairly uncommon. That's the only story I have like that.
Well, yeah, maybe I'm confusing it. But
Let's wait
Kyla,
a
nobody
second.
do women envy your relationship with Nick? Does anybody envy your relationship
Yes,
with Nick? Where
I
he literally
have
comes
women all the
into
time telling me I won the gold lottery ticket. Yes, all the
because
time,
they want
constantly.
a man to do the dishes for them, to come in with dishwashing gloves and
No,
ask
'cause
them
they
about
want a
chores.
guy. No, because Nick is a type of guy who, like, in many ways, like, exhibits lots of masculine traits, so lots of heterosexual women, but he's also, like, super kind and, like, actually cares about what we're thinking and saying, right? Like, when I say, like, this thing makes me uncomfortable, he fucking listens, right? Most women that I talk to about my relationship with Nick are like, oh my God, that's amazing. Like, I'm so
I don't care
jealous.
about any of
Yes,
this either.
Absolutely. You just don't have a good conception of my relationship with Nick, which is fine.
No, it's probably not that. It's that she doesn't have a good concept of what a healthy relationship looks like. That's the
That's
issue.
also probably true.
I don't think a healthy relationship looks like your husband doing the dishes. No. I
Why
don't
can't
think that
men
looks
do
like a healthy
chores? Just
relationship.
because your dad is too lazy to actually help around
It's
the house
obviously
doesn't mean that
he
every
okay.
single-
So Kyla, he fucking listens to you when you tell him what you're uncomfortable with, and that's a
No, in
healthy
fact,
and
I'm
female
pretty.
relationship.
So I'm
He
doing
fucking
a
listens
bulk
to
of the
me?
work. No, Nick literally said, since you're doing a lot of the working right now, and I'm like stalemated with our website generation, I'm gonna pick up and doing more of the chores so that you're just freed up to do more school, because I'm doing school at the same time, so that I'm freed up to do school and work at the same time. He's
Right.
offered.
So
I
you're
didn't
the
tell
man
him
of
to
the
do
house, and
dishes.
he's supporting you. Do you think most women want that from a man?
Honestly, yeah, I think a lot of women would be super happy with a guy who's willing to contribute a lot.
With a guy who's submissive, who does the chores and
You're
listens
not
when you
submissive,
tell
you're just
them that you're
implying
uncomfortable.
that into my You're just implying a bunch of
You
weird
said
stuff
he
into my
fucking
relationship.
listens to you. You said
I
he
did say
Listening to
that.
somebody doesn't
You
make you
said that.
submissive.
No,
And
you
that's
said
not even
when I tell
necessarily
him
a
I'm
submissive
you
thing.
said when I
He
tell him
listens
I'm
to my
uncomfortable.
feelings? Wait,
You said when
yeah.
I tell him I'm uncomfortable with something, he fucking listens. You
Yeah,
dominate
because
him.
he's healthy and normal.
Also,
Yes.
I'm sorry. Hold on. I'm sorry,
No.
God, because no. Everything you're saying is so stupid. Part of being dominant, part of the most
This is
important,
where
especially
Grace gets ended
sexually,
right
is
this
listening.
second.
How fucking stupid are you that you think that, like, especially
this
even
second.
BDSM relationships where there's a sub-dom relationship, listening is the most important thing that you do as a dominant person.
There you go.
What do you
when
envision
she
these
says
are?
listen, she means follows
She's
orders.
done.
She dominates him. They're partners, right? He's not the man in charge of her.
You're just
Right?
assuming that about my
Yeah,
relationship.
she
You
doesn't
have
know
no idea about
But
anything
you just
about
said that.
Don't
You
get
just said
upset.
he
Grace,
listens to
I'm
you
sorry.
and
I
he
don't wanna
does
keep
the
getting into this.
chores.
Okay, you're
How
putting
is
me in a
that?
really-
How is
I'm
that
gonna
a
be serious
dominant
for you for a
man?
second. Alex, can you turn up my mic? Apparently, I'm really, really soft and everyone else. Is
I
like,
can
can't
turn you
hear
up.
my
Yeah,
mic.
you're already actually up mostly all the way, but yeah, you're actually up
Yeah,
100%.
I'm always really soft on StreamYards. I don't want to go too much into your stuff, Grace, but just to be clear, me and Nick have a really healthy, happy marriage and relationship. It's totally fine if it's not the one that you want. I wouldn't put it on anyone.
Well, then why did you
necessarily.
open it up?
Wait, hold on. Grace opened it up by attacking our relationship like 15 different
That's
times.
not what I
Oh,
asked,
he's trying to
Destiny.
imply
No,
that we've
he's
opened
saying-
our relationship. We didn't open our relationship.
Well, I mean, yeah, you said you did, and then you closed it back up after experimenting
No.
with it. Yeah, that's what you said.
No, we said we were opening it up in a way that like super Christian monogamous people would feel that it's open.
Really? In what way was that?
Yeah, that we're like open to like flirting and like flirting. around
That's
with
a
people.
Christian principle to flirt with other women?
Yeah, it's totally fine. Flirting is
Flirt.
like handshakes. It's
And
not a
so
big
in,
deal.
in
Flirting
part,
is
just
sexually?
because you're
hang
hold
on.
just because you're
Let's back
sexually
up. Let's back up. Let's back
uncomfortable
up. Let's back up.
That's
I
like
want to make
every-
sure. I want to make sure I get this right. So
Okay,
your ground
yes,
rules.
Let's put my marriage on.
So your hang on. So your
full
ground
blast. Go
rules.
for it.
Your ground rules were not that you were able to have like a sexual profile of yourself out there on a website at all. You weren't advertising
Yeah, no,
yourself
was
that
totally
way.
fine.
Why,
Yeah.
that was totally fine. That was
Yeah,
that
in
was
our
Christian.
relationship.
That was Christian values, not so erudite. Tell me how that's a Christian value. I want to hear.
Because I don't view God in this like weird Eastern Orthodox repressive way where I
Yeah.
just make up
What
my own
what
theology and try to
Protestant would
pretend that
agree
I have
with
a
this? What
patriarchy.
Catholic would agree with this?
I don't
What
care.
Christian denomination would agree with this?
Oh, I don't care. You chain smoke and drug and drink all day.
Yeah,
What Christian
yeah.
would agree with any of those?
The
things?
Orthodox would be fine with it. The Catholics would be fine with it. The Protestants
No,
would
they
be
wouldn't.
fine
They
with
never
alcohol and
wouldn't.
smoking. None of them are
No,
upset
they're
about
not.
it.
No, they're not.
Tell me which
They're
ones
literally
aren't.
not.
Tell me which ones aren't.
Protestants, Catholics, and Eastern.
No, they're
Orthodox do
fine.
not screw
Eastern
up
Orthodox
things.
drink and smoke
No.
constantly. Catholics drink and smoke constantly. Protestants drink and smoke constantly. You have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. Tell me
Just
which one
because
of their
they have to
values.
sin.
Now tell me
Okay,
which
so
one of
because
their
they have to
values
sin.
for ethics, though,
Drinking isn't a sin.
support you putting yourself out there on a private site and saying you have an open relationship. You're experimenting with an open relationship. Can you give me any form of Christian ethics which would ever support that ever?
Yeah, if you look up in the book of Exodus, there's a whole passage about, opening your relationship. Song of Solomon was super into it as well.
Yeah, send it to me
You
so
have
that
a
we can take a
totally
look. I
healthy-
want to hear.
I will.
Hang on. What is this? Tell me where it is.
Exodus and Song of Solomon, go look for it.
Exodus what?
Just go look for it.
Yeah, go look for it. So you don't have a
Yeah.
single argument for how Christian ethics would support you opening up your
Oh,
relationship
so-
and claiming you're a Christian.
Okay, Andrew. So you don't actually want to be teamed with Grace unless you can get some sort of weird optical dunk on me or Destiny. Then you're going to hit your wagon right to the 20-year-old. I don't know what all the fucking weird.
You're
shit
not
you
gonna
do.
be able to
now You're
divert.
hitching your wagon.
No,
You're not going to be
fucking
able
now
to
she's
divert.
wasting off.
You're
Yeah,
just
you're
trying to
disagree with
divert.
me on
Answer the
certain
fucking
things.
question.
Yeah,
I don't need to
yeah,
answer
that
any
deflecting.
questions about my marriage or relationship in a basic.
But you
Oh,
were
you were
just you were
talking
happy
about me
doing
the
it
whole
5 seconds
time.
ago. You were happy
Yeah,
doing it
come
5 seconds
on!
ago.
Just because I'm
And
going
you
to
also
answer
said
some
I have
questions
no
doesn't
right
mean
to
that I'm
talk
gonna-
about things because I've never had a relationship. So come on, sister.
Oh,
You
no,
can't
to
play the
be fair,
princess
okay,
now.
hang on, hang
You were
Acting like-
talking about
acting
him.
like-
You were talking about him.
Wait, let me interject.
And that's how it's
I
done,
think each
ladies and
person on the
gentlemen.
debate panel has
That's
the right
how
to
you
talk
do it.
as much or as little as they want about their personal relationship. You can talk
You
about
bide
as
your
little as
time,
want,
you
can talk about as
wait,
much
and
as
then
you
you
want when it
jump
comes to
in.
personal things. If anyone can draw the line wherever they want. So
That's bullshit. If we're talking about relationships and she brings up her relationship,
Well, look,
as
I
an
just-
example
You
of it,
brought
as a
up my
healthy
relationship.
We're
You brought
allowed
up
to
my
talk about it as much as
relationship.
we want.
Grace,
If
you
you
brought
say
my
it's an example
relationship
of a
up.
healthy relationship, we're allowed to
Well,
talk
can you
about it
just
as much
answer
as
this
we
one
want.
question?
You
I'll
brought
let it
up
go.
my
I'll let it
relationship. No,
go.
Andrew. No, Andrew.
You wanna
I can't
answer it?
Any of your weird questions about my relationship? We don't want
That you were talking about for 20 minutes before I finally
You're
asked the
right.
question?
You psychoanalyze
Because you
my
asked an
family for like
unrelated
5
question about my
hours on
religion.
stream. We can talk about each other's families. Don't do this. You don't have the right.
You
you
guys
said
can
your
keep
relationship
loudly
is an
saying the
example
same thing.
of a
It
healthy
doesn't make
relationship.
I
any
just
of
want to
this
know
narrative
how
true.
Christian ethics supports this. That's all.
It doesn't.
It
I will say
doesn't.
I got a
Okay,
Bible verse in the
thank
chat
you.
that says, "And do not get drunk with wine, for that is debauchery, but be filled with the Spirit."
Where was this?
Ephesians 5.
In
chapter 5.
Ephesians?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll pull up
Chapter 5,
Ephesians.
verse 18.
Yeah, we'll pull up Ephesians. It's talking about drunkenness, though, but I'll pull it up. Ephesians what?
as
Chapter
long as you get
5,
your tolerance up
verse
high enough,
18.
chat, it's okay to drug and drink as much as you like. Base. Okay. Glad we've got our Christian ethics figured out.
Also, I just wanted to give a little bit more background because Grace was apparently lying about the situation with her father and the other person. Apparently, Grace's dad made it seem like what they were doing was just content, but your dad was doing things to that girl off stream. After she communicated that she wasn't comfortable with that continue to happen. So that is not being a gentleman. That's not being dominant. And that's not probably a healthy way to establish boundaries with somebody. And then apparently your dad said afterwards, your dad told her to leave. Your dad told her to leave if she didn't like it. Also, apparently that girl initially came to see you, not your dad, and your dad forced his way into it. Like I've been reported actually with tons of girls that he's done with almost every interaction with another girl that's shown up at her house.
I just want to let you
I've
know
had multiple people tell me this.
that
Some friends,
Ephesians 5:18 is referencing drunkenness, which leads to
Get
debauchery.
ready for him to stretch the Bible. Let's go, boys. Look, drunkenness is a sin. Addiction is a sin. Smoking a cigarette every
It
now
was
and
his
then is fine,
example.
but chain
That was his
smoking,
example.
being addicted to
That was his
cigarettes
example,
is a
idiot.
sin.
It was his example. Do you realize that that was his example? Do you get that now? Now back to what I asked. I asked about Christian ethics. Can you explain how it's within the Christian ethical purview for any denomination anywhere to open up your marriage?
Okay, first of all, it said in the verse that drunkenness, right, specifically.
Answer my question.
is
Stop pivoting.
debauchery.
No, it says don't get drunk on wine, which leads to debauchery. That's a distinctly different statement.
No.
Yes.
Okay.
Now answer my question.
About my open relationship?
Yeah, well, I mean, you guys, since you
Yeah, I
guys
would
are
agree.
sparring
Most
about it, and you're
Christians
going to
would
rip.
disagree with
I
me.
think it's fair if you're going to
Sure.
rip on Grace about
Okay,
her
all right,
dynamic. It's
Andrew,
fine to rip on you.
I understand you're really,
I
really
agree, thank
invested
you.
and interested in my sexual dynamic with my husband.
You're fine
Sure.
ripping on
I
her
can-
about it. Why
as
can't
a
I rip
good-
on you about it?
Yeah,
Wait,
Ari,
Kyle, wait, hang on.
Hold on.
Let me interject for a second, Kyle. I think that what Andrew's asking, not so much about like your your relationship situation, but more about how that would be grounded in Christian ethics. I think that's what his question is in regards
Yeah,
to.
that is. I want to know.
Sure. Okay. So I already said that a lot of Christians would view it as bad in an open relationship.
Which
However,
Christians would view it as good?
Well, the issue is my openness was flirting and going on dates.
Yeah,
with
which
no
Christians
sex
would
or kissing.
endorse
Wait,
their
Andrew,
wives
let her
flirting?
finish. Let her finish.
Do you
Okay.
want me to finish responding to anything? Or do you
Yeah,
want me to just
but I
keep
have
spinning your
follow-ups, so
narrative desperately?
I have
Or are you gonna
follow-ups.
just
You
keep
can
Go
have
ahead.
follow-ups.
Go ahead.
Okay, let's establish a couple of things for the narrative because it seems to be the case that we need to say things so that people believe it. So just so it's clear, the person who brought up any of the relationship originally was Grace Thorpe's fucking opening. The second person who brought up my marriage was Grace Thorpe again later on. In the
And you
case of
ripped
my
into me
marriage-
about my relationship with my dad
no.
multiple
Let her
times,
finish,
so
let
it's
her
fair
finish.
game. It's fucking fair game,
Yes,
bitch.
you're right.
Grace, stop.
Jesus Christ.
Go ahead.
Okay. In the case of my relationship, I would agree that lots of Christians wouldn't like it, but here's the problem. I reject a lot of the ways that Christians engage with the Bible. I reject things like biblical deconstructivism, which means all of the presets that you have about like what good Christians do, I don't really give a fuck what you think, Andrew. You're clearly living in sin. I'm not interested in your planks. Get your fucking finger out of mine.
So just to be clear, can you give me any Christian sect that you can think of who would be okay with their wives flirting outside of their marriage? Just one.
Probably United Church would be super fine with it.
What,
They'd probably
and,
serve
and
friends
what
and-
denomination is United Church?
United is the denomination.
Yeah,
Andrew.
okay. And what do they believe? They
It's
believe,
Protestant. It's Protestant.
and they believe that flirting outside of your marriage is okay?
There's probably many United churches that are totally fine with that. Yes.
Okay. And can you give me any examples of that at all?
Sorry, of specific churches? What are you
Yeah,
asking
that's my
for?
question that I asked you. I asked you how it's in the
Okay,
purview of
no.
Christian ethics. You said it is, and then you gave me an example. So
I
I
didn't
want.
say that it is. Hold on. I didn't say that it is.
So it's
I said
not.
that
So it
most-
wasn't Christian. And what you did there, when you claimed that you have your own form of Christianity that you made up, where you're able to open your relationship
Do
and
you
still
wanna keep
claim
spinning
you're
your narrative, or
Christian,
do you want me to
is
respond to you?
nonsense,
Because All
right?
you're actually doing is talking over me instead of letting me answer.
I
the
let you
questions,
finish and then
because
responded.
This is what you do.
I
when
literally
you try to,
let you
build a
finish.
narrative,
I
what
let you
do is when
finish.
people are talking, then you frame another question.
You're still
with a certain type
deflecting.
of
You're
implied
just
question,
deflecting.
And then
All
you
right,
build a
wait,
narrative.
let's-
I'm
let's
not
let
deflective. I'm doing a meta conversation. Andrew, you don't know what Christianity is because you're a fucking heretic Eastern Orthodox loser.
How
I don't
would-
fuck
how
what
would
you
you
think about
know?
my faith.
How would you
I don't give a
know?
fuck what you think about my religion.
How would you know?
I looked into Eastern
Very true.
Orthodox.
Yeah.
And you're LARPing, lying.
You think that
Protestants.
flirting
Like
outside your
Catholics.
marriage and opening it up is
Remember,
okay?
you have been
Can we establish what flirting
multiple
means?
times because Muslims were ass raping you for hundreds of years, and you're the only dying religion on the fucking planet because Catholics and Protestants still
don't have to bail you out. You're a pathetic loser of a religion.
Who
Nobody
cares?
gives a fuck what you have to
Erudite,
say.
erudite,
I don't
wait,
care
why
anything
does-
about your theological interpretations of fucking anything. Go take it up with your Trinity. I don't care.
So
Why
can
does
you
anybody
so
care
can you
if
give
you
me an
think
example
Christian?
of
You're not
any
Christian. What
Christian
is this?
of any prominent
Doesn't
Christian
have to
group anywhere who would say
I
that
literally
opening?
just said United Church. Did I come within my back pocket a specific church with a specific pastor who's agreed with me? No, because I didn't expect to come to this thing and have you tag teaming with apparently a 20-year-old debaucher that you hate to like put my relationship
She's
on
so
blast.
triggered.
Wait. Of course I am.
You can't
guys
handle
are-
anybody agreeing with me, bitch. Listen, can we get to
Yes,
like
that's
what do you
the
mean
problem,
by
Grace. I'm
what do
so
you mean
upset
by
I'm looking at
flirt?
United. I'm
What
looking at
do you
United
mean
Church.
by
There's
flirt?
many of them, but I can't find anything on the doctrine of marriage saying that it's okay for you to open your marriage up and flirt outside of it. Erudite, can you show me
Do you think I
anything
get,
that
like,
supports
flying
that at
fuck?
all?
What a
She's
heretic
not
It's your
rhetoric.
example. It's your example. It's
Do you
your
want me to
example.
respond to you? Do you want me to
You
respond to you?
lunatic.
Do you want me to respond to you?
Yes.
Do you want me to respond to you? Do
Yeah.
you keep interrupting me and building a narrative? Okay.
Because the
I don't
narrative's
give a
true.
fuck. Do you want me to respond to you? or
Let's
do you want me to-
let Kyla respond. Go ahead.
Okay. I don't give a fuck what a random heretic in a made-up church is saying anything about my religion.
It was
You're
your
living in
example.
sin. At best, you're a Pharisee.
It's
At
your
best.
example.
At worst, I'm a Sadducee. I don't give a fuck. I'd rather be a Sadducee than a Pharisee every single fucking day.
So-
your interpretation
okay.
of the Bible is pathetic.
But
Your
erudite, who
interpretation
cares?
of the
Erudite.
Bible, shut the fuck up, Grace. Your interpretation of the Bible makes you justify doing things like absolutely hating people, chain smoking, and like living in abject hatred and mocking other people.
Yeah.
I reject any part of your religion. I don't
So,
want to
so
touch
okay, I
That
get
means
it. I get it. Eastern
fuck off
Orthodoxy
with it.
bad, fine. I'll whatever you say there.
Yes.
But I got to ask you again. Can you show me
Can I get a
anywhere that the
specific
United
pastor at
Church?
United Church who is personally
It's
signed
your
off on the
example. Hang on,
relationship?
hang on.
Oh,
It's
Here's
your
the bigger
example.
this whiskey's good. Do you have any examples?
Your
of a specific
example.
pastor? No, I don't have a specific.
That was
pastor.
your example for why it was okay.
But it doesn't
United
matter
Church-
whether
It was
yeah,
your
it doesn't
example.
matter whether it's Christian.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be Christian. Kyla, you agree that marriage is about exclusivity, right? I'm going to be exclusive with this person. So what do you mean by flirting and going on dates with other people? Like, literally,
don't
what does that
actually
mean?
wholly agree with that. When it comes to the marriage doctrine of the Bible, go through the Bible.
I'm not saying the
There are
Bible, I'm just
multiple
saying generally
variations
understood.
of it. The idea that there's like this.
I'm not
clear
arguing
dogma
from a Christian
is just
point of
like
view.
Protestant Catholic bullshit that they like made up afterwards.
Let's let Destiny get in on this because he also has a
Kyla,
we
what were
talk
the
about my
vows?
relationship
has an unusual
What
relationship.
does
I
flirting
think he
mean?
can also get
What
on
does
this.
that mean with other
Think
people
about it,
if you're in a
Grace.
marriage?
Think
If you're in a
about it.
marriage, emotional intimacy with somebody else, sharing.
Every time I see Destiny,
Yeah,
he rolls
what I
up with a
said.
new girl. So
Emotionally?
you can speak
Well,
on
then
this
what does
topic.
flirting
Like
mean?
I
You said
said,
it's not sexual.
ladies and gentlemen, always
or it
bide
doesn't
your
lead to
time and
sex
wait.
or kissing or anything
Do you
like
know
that.
Do you,
It cost me
what
nothing
flirting
to let
means?
Grace
So
take all the
maybe you're
bullets,
young,
wait
you
for
haven't
my
had many
opportunity
relationships,
to
you don't know.
strike.
Flirting
Takes me
is
n-
when two people
it's
who are
like,
somewhat attracted to each
it
other
couldn't
will
be
have some
better
sort of like
in a
witty,
way.
playful banter back
Sexual.
and forth. That
Couldn't
has-
be better for me in a way.
Typically, if you're a good flirter, you don't just say sexual stuff all the time. That would make you a bad flirter.
No, I'm
In
saying they're
fact,
sexually interested in
most
each other. You just said
No, a lot of times people flirt with people
By the
but
way,
they're not sexually
I did
interested in
trigger
because
not so
flirting is
erudite, which
fun.
I always
People
have
flirt
done.
with
I've
Okay,
done
I
it on
get that.
every
time,
panel I've been
that
on
just
with her.
build a little bit of tension, and then they move on with their life, just like you flirt with people all the
But
time.
you are
It's
talking
totally
about
fine.
sexual flirting, right? Because otherwise you'd say we can have friends, but you're talking about something different than friends. You're saying flirting and going on dates with people, right? That
Yeah,
that's
flirting
obviously
and
is
going on dates with
implying
people.
sexuality. You're not going out
Well,
with your
no,
friends.
she's like
you're
the worst debate
flirting with
partner
someone.
ever, but
Yeah,
I'll
that's
use
what
her for
flirting
what she's
is.
good
So you're
for.
looking for
Making it sound-
I'll use her
emotional
for what she's good for.
So you're looking
now
for
you're
emotional
adding a whole
intimacy
other
outside
thing.
of your marriage.
Okay,
And
if
now
you
we
think
wait
that
again.
flirting
Now we
leads
just
to
wait
emotional
again.
Intimacy again, it might just be because you're
It
young,
absolutely
but there
does.
are lots of
Just
people
trust
who
me,
flirt
bide
with
your
each other
time.
who
I'll get
don't
her to
become
get triggered
emotionally
again.
connected.
Wait,
Okay,
Grace,
then
how do
why
you,
are
how do
you-
you,
well,
Grace,
then
how do
why
you
are you
reconcile with the
doing
fact
it?
that you flirt with everybody?
Why are you doing it then? No, I agree. I agreed with her that it's not always sexual, but I'm saying what she's doing is implying sexual interest. But why do you do it then if you don't want
We
emotional
don't do
intimacy?
it anymore. We don't do it
But
anymore.
why did you? Why did you?
Because we
was
figured
the-
that it was worth trying to figure out what we were comfortable with. Nick went on one date. We decided that we weren't super comfortable with it, and then we ended it. We were like, you know
what
what?
is a
It's gonna
date?
be
What is
really-
a date to you guys in an open relationship? What does a
A
date mean?
A date means to us what it means to everyone else, but there were strict
Mm-hmm.
rules of no kissing and sex.
So just to talk with somebody. So there's no sex involved. It's just emotionally getting to know somebody else.
No, more like just flirting with each other. I don't think they like sat down and they're like, here are my biggest insecurities. Like it was a first date. I don't know if you've been on many first dates. It's pretty surface level.
Did you go on any
But then
dates,
what did
Erudite?
you want out of that?
I did not.
What did you want out of that?
We wanted to see how we would feel about it.
how would you feel about what? What does a date?
By the
and
way, whose
flirting
idea?
imply?
Whose idea was
Going
it to
on a
open
date.
that
Sexual
relationship?
interest
By
in
the
somebody
way,
else.
whose
Both
idea
of
was
us, we
it?
talked about it together.
And
Both
so
of us,
and
we
so
talked
he
about it
went
together.
he went on a date with a chick. And then how many dates? Just one?
Just one.
Just one. And then while he was on this date, were you on a dating website yourself?
At that point, I was still experimenting.
So yes.
Oh, Kyle, you're freezing a little bit.
Oh, Michelle, she's good. Okay, can you repeat that for me?
Uh,
I was asking if you were on a dating website yourself.
Yeah, I was on Tinder for a little bit.
You're on Tinder, right? So you opened up your marriage, your husband went on dates, and you went on Tinder, and you think that I'm heretical because I think that that's against Christian ethics. I just want you to say that out loud.
No, I think you're heretical because you're an Eastern Orthodox slimy fuck who
Yeah.
chain smokes. Is
Yeah,
hateful and is
I
drunk
get
all
it.
the time.
I get it.
That's
but
why I think you're heretical.
Yeah, so then is what you
Hold on.
did is what
I'm
you
going
did
to brand.
appropriate
Hold
to
on.
Christian ethics or
Yes,
not?
Andrew, hold on. I'm going to branch. It is possible that what we
Mm-hmm.
did was considered a sin. That's why we prayed about it, experimented, and then we later decided to stop it. The issue is, Andrew, in
Yeah.
my case, we were prayerful, we were cautious, we went into it, and we immediately stopped it. In your case, you chain smoke and drink constantly.
Tell me why
and then
chain
pointed
smoking is a
everyone
sin.
else's plank.
Yeah, tell me why chain smoking is a sin,
Why, if you
idiot.
had a healthy
Okay,
marriage,
I
would
will
you
just
want?
open
Why
the
would you
Bible.
want?
Tell me,
By
tell me,
sexual
dumbass.
and
Tell me.
multiple
Give me an
stories.
argument. Give me a
Why would
fucking
you
argument. I
express
just gave
drinking
you.
sex-
I gave you many. Give me a
Why
single argument.
is smoking sinful?
Yeah, Google it.
Quickly.
Google it. Give me anything.
You're polluting
Erudite,
the
if
temple,
you
which
had
is
a healthy-
sanctified by
if you
their
had a
sexual
healthy-
Oh, you're a
rights.
Mormon now? Are you a
In
Mormon now?
Orthodox
You're a
various
Mormon,
derogatory
Erudite?
terms have developed in Orthodoxy, various derogatory terms have developed to describe smoking, such as the incense of Satan. Are you putting out the
You mean
incense
like
of
the
Satan,
incense that are
Andrew?
used in the church? This is a conflation, by the way.
Is the incense of Satan what you're
The
using in
official
Orthodox
stance on
Church?
from
That makes
the,
so
the
much
official
sense.
chance the official stance of the single Orthodox Church is not that smoking is sinful, Erudite. Sorry to be
Well,
the one
having
to.
an addiction-
Sorry to be
having an
bearer of
addiction
bad
means
news.
that you're serving your addiction, not your God.
No, that's not
Should it
even
be
what that
considered
means.
sinful?
That's not even
Yes,
what
it
that
is.
means. No,
Are
it's
you saying
not.
you don't have an addiction to nicotine, Andrew?
Even if I did or I
you have an
didn't, that
addiction to
doesn't
nicotine,
necessarily
Andrew, or
mean
are
it's
you
sinful.
weaseling
Tell me
away?
why
Wait,
it would be a
Andrew,
sin.
hold on. Do you have an addiction
Tell
to
me, yeah,
nicotine, Andrew?
yes. Tell me why that's a
Okay,
sin.
so you
Tell me
do
why
have
it's a
an
sin.
addiction.
Tell me why it's a
Because if
sin.
you have an addiction, that means that you're not serving God. You're serving an addiction. That means that there's a great
Where? Show me anywhere inside of your fucking crazy interpretation of the Bible where having an
The
addiction.
golden calf is a great example where you're not supposed to. There's multiple.
Okay, hold on. I
conversations.
Wait,
feel
the
like if
golden
if
calf?
Any of us was using a reasonable interpretation of the Bible, having addictions to bad substances that put your health in poor standing is probably always going to be a bad thing. Or Andrew, do you think smoking weed is okay?
Yeah, for the most part, I don't have
Do
any
you think
issues
doing
with
heroin
it.
is okay?
Heroin.
No, I think heroin is different.
Okay, can you tell me what is the difference between heroin and smoking cigarettes or marijuana?
Yeah, so when you're talking about nicotine specifically, especially, which is the addictive quality of cigarettes, it's not even really
Hold on. No,
No, hold on,
No, wait,
nothing.
no, wait,
Yeah, I'll let you
wait,
ask.
wait,
I'll
wait,
let you
wait,
finish, but let me finish.
Wait, you're answering a question no one's asking. No one here is asking a question about nicotine. I don't think
Yeah.
anybody brought up nicotine ever. We're
Yeah.
talking about smoking cigarettes. That's what you do. You don't take a pill. You don't have a patch. You smoke a cigarette.
Mm-hmm.
So what's the difference between like smoking a cigarette and doing heroin, like biblically? And I'm not asking for passages, just in terms of general understanding of how God would want us to live our lives.
So when you're talking about the distinction, you're talking about the distinction of mind-altering devices, which would open you up to what's called the
This is
legis.
the Christian copium coming
It's
out.
not only the cope, but this is why they say that getting drunk on wine is the debauchery.
You
It
guys
has.
heard it here. Addiction isn't a sin.
Stop
We're good to
talking,
go.
so I can answer the question,
Oh, I'm
Erudite.
so worried.
Yeah, I know. Just
Wallahi.
you know what?
Wallahi.
Hey, go get yourself another dating website. You know, go put
Oh, you
yourself on
gotta-
Tinder again. Genius. That's the
Please
Christian
explain
way.
to
But
us how
anyway,
your addiction
back
isn't
to this.
sin,
When
but
you're talking
heroin
about
addictions are.
when you're
I want
talking
to
about mind-altering devices like psychedelics or like overt drunkenness or heroin or things like this, which are it becomes a dependency, and you begin to focus on the mind-altering portion of this. You open yourself up to what's called the logisme and demonic influence. There's a distinct. Sin is a process, just like redemption is a process. These are processes. Being saved is a process. It's not just an action.
Well, I don't understand how that answered anything at all. But
It's nothing. He's literally just.
What
doing
what were you
Eastern
confused? Tell me
Orthodox.
Carlo,
tell me
Carlo,
what you were
Carlo.
confused about, and
Okay,
I'll
Catholic.
elucidate it.
Catholic, would you
when
agree
we
with
say,
this?
when we say mind altering, there's a lot of things in life that are altering the mind. If we talk about like a psychoactive or a psychedelic substance, right? Alcohol, nicotine,
Caffeine.
yeah, caffeine. These are like psychoactive substances. They have an impact on the mind. I don't know how coffee or nicotine doesn't open you up for the demonic influences, but like
This is such a stupid
marijuana
argument.
and also
yeah, it is a
Destiny,
bad argument.
You
I'll
do,
tell
you
you
do
what.
MDMA to look cool to your fans. Okay, nobody's gonna listen.
Wait,
Please,
no,
Tyler, I want to ask you a
let
question.
Grace-
Why,
matter, Grace?
let
It
him
doesn't
finish.
matter.
why did
Wait,
you and Nick decide that dating
stop,
wasn't a good
stop,
idea?
Stop.
Why
Wait,
did you
Grace-
decide that dating
wait,
your dad
Destiny
was a good
hasn't
idea?
talked-
You can
wait, Destiny
that's
hasn't
where
talked
that's in the
about
well,
Bible.
he
Bible.
made that decision for her, to be fair.
Let's let him finish his chain of questions, and then you can go. Okay, go ahead, Destiny.
Yeah, I'm just curious how we decide that some mind altering things, and if you want to say, well, psychoactive things like nicotine and caffeine and alcohol, that's different than psychedelic things, like like LSD or mushrooms, which is fine. They are different. But then what about things like opioids? My understanding is I don't believe you hallucinate when you do like an opiate.
It's not about
I don't think you
hallucination. It's not about hallucination at all. It's about a pattern of behavior with mind-altering substances, which would make you distinctly open to the presence of the demonic. So if you're asking, for instance, let's say you had two guys and they both drank coffee, right? One of them drank it, and the caffeine made their mind a little bit sharper, or it helped them wake up. So all it did was enhance what was ordinarily there, okay, in a slight variation. But you had another guy who drank caffeine and coffee, and instead they like saw shit when they drank it for whatever reason. They had like some caffeine allergy or some bizarre shit. Then we would say that the caffeine in this particular instance for the one individual, and this is all denominations everywhere, would be bad and is probably opening you up to something bad, whereas everybody else who drinks it, who doesn't have that reaction, we can normatively say it's not problematic.
So God's
That's,
utilitarian.
I guess that's
Very
interesting.
brave
I've
of
never,
you, Andrew.
usually when it comes to just for my barely whatever as a Catholic, the idea that like a individual person would
Catholics
themselves
believe this
decide
too.
if the thing they were, well, I've never in my life have I ever heard a Catholic justification for smoking or drinking. Even the drinking one was one that our preachers usually had to talk around because you consume wine.
Well, what did they say about fast food?
Of Christ.
What did they say
Catholic
about fast food?
justification?
Hang on.
Alcoholism.
What did the
Alcohol-
Catholics?
he asked me
Grace,
Catholic
let me
justification.
finish my exchange.
2 seconds,
I've
2
let you
seconds.
talk plenty. Give me a second. What did they say about fast
This is
food,
so
Destiny?
boring.
I imagine that they would also say you probably have some kind of obligation to take care of your health as well.
Yeah, but what did they say to you specifically about fast food? Did they tell you if you got McDonald's, it was a mortal sin?
Probably not,
Yeah,
but probably
probably
because
not.
there's like a moderating way that you can consume foods that aren't optimal. For your
Right.
health.
So then the teachings are in line. They're saying that if you were a person, let's say, who went every day and ate McDonald's for lunch, do you think that the Catholic priests would tell you that you're engaging in sinful behavior?
Probably not, but
Probably
McDonald's
not.
food is a kind of thing, which is food that you eat, which is okay.
Yeah, and
Cigarettes
this
are
is a kind of thing which you smoke
yeah,
and
that
has
you should
nicotine in
abstain
it.
from probably completely.
Why?
There's no compelling reason. Because it's a substance that you're using to cope with your body.
Yeah,
because
but you're
unable to
eating
have a good
poisonous
relationship with
food.
God, you're unable to meditate on life. You're unable to focus on your
How-
problems.
You're
like-
not unable to do any of those
No,
things.
no, no,
Destiny,
no, no.
you're
You
not
can-
unable
it's a
to
mild
do any of those
stimulant.
things.
It's a mild
I like how they're
stimulant.
fighting this while they're chain smoking their cigarettes.
You're not
It's fine. It's not necessarily.
I
You
don't
are
have
not
a problem. I don't
unable
have a
to do
problem
any
with
of
you
the
guys
things
having
that Destiny just said you're unable
Just
to
be
do when you
clear,
smoke. That's ridiculous.
Just so you guys know, as a good Christian, you guys get to go on your journey. You guys can do whatever you would like. It's between you and God at the end of the day. I'm not interested in pointing to the
Yeah.
speck in your eye because I'm more concerned with the plank in mine. If you guys want to go off and do some like heretical shit of fixating on your brother's sins and fixating on pointing out all of their flaws while taking care of none of yours, you're welcome to do that. But that's you.
Yeah, I
walking
know. We
not
get
in
the
line
cope,
with
but I
Christ.
wanna
You're
get
the
back
one
to
who
this
said you had-
discussion.
No. But you made a claim that you had a great, healthy relationship, and then
I
Andrew
do.
pointed out that you considered an open marriage with
And
flirting
then
and
we
dating.
stopped. Yeah.
Okay,
To be
why did
clear,
you stop?
initially, hold
Why
on.
did
Also,
you
to be
stop?
clear, wait,
Why did you
just to be
stop?
clear, you can grill all you want. But I don't believe she claimed that she had a great healthy relationship. I believe the initial question was, do you think people would want the relationship that you have? That was the initial
She said
question
Nick
you
and I
asked.
have an amazing, healthy relationship.
In
She
response to what
absolutely
you
said
just
that.
yes, in response to what you just said, right? So I'm just saying that was the context for this. It wasn't like brought up out of nowhere. It was because you asked, do you think anybody would want your relationship? And to my
Okay, yeah,
understanding,
and that was
they've
her
been together
response.
for
So
quite a
her
while.
relationship.
They've done decently. Like I think most people would be okay with their relationship. I don't think that's that far of a stretch given the average state of relationships as they exist today in the world. But
I don't think most people would be okay with somebody in their marriage, which is exclusive,
And this
suggesting
is
that they
successfully
date and
diverted
flirt
again.
with other people.
If
I
Grace
think
was
most
smart,
people,
she would
I
shut
You
the
see
fuck
marriage
up
as an
when we
exclusive
have them
which everybody
pinned
does.
upon
Most
hitting.
people- yeah, sees
But
marriage as an
instead, she
exclusive
actually
thing.
comes
Meanwhile,
in
the
and
divorce rate is
diverts it.
50%,
She
good one
diverts
for
Well,
the
I know
topic.
you
Your family is
don't,
the
but
She
I mean,
diverts
come
the
on,
conversation.
that's not
Your family is
Even when
hey,
she has him on the
listen,
rope,
at the very
she
least,
diverts
I'll
it.
never have a
It's
daughter
fucking
and replace
crazy.
my wife with her. Okay, but
Fucking
thanks, all right?
crazy.
The problem is you're talking about
Sometimes
who
she
would
needs to
prefer
know when
what
to
style
shut
of
up.
relationship. Chances are, if you ask somebody, would you prefer a relationship where you can have a type of conversation about potentially changing the structure of your relationship with somebody you've been in a
You'll
relationship
never
for a
have
long
a
time?
daughter at all. You
People are
have
going
one
to
kid.
prefer,
You said he was a
people are going to
mistake.
prefer Grace. Cockroaches have children. It's not impressive to have kids. I know that you think
Yeah.
so because
You
you're
won't have
one of
another
like
one because you
12.
hate
Now
life.
she's
Because
done.
you had one son and you said he was a mistake.
Let's not bring
That's a great
bring
relationship.
children into it. Hang on. Look, I got
Not
you
bring
all
children.
out.
We already
He
brought one
brought
into the
me in as a
conversation. What do you
child.
mean?
He brought my father-daughter
Alex,
relationship
you brought her in
It's-
as a child.
It's
She's
fair
here.
game.
No. Let's
It's
not
fair
let's
game.
not bring Destiny's kid is very young. Let's not bring him into it.
That's fine. Listen, he's closer to age than she is to me. So, I mean, it's basically the same shit. She might as well be 12 years old.
Like, we had them good,
Yeah, I
and
don't care.
then
It's-
she
it's-
fucking
yeah.
diverted it again.
Okay,
Um,
so Kyla claims to have a great relationship, even though they considered
Could've
opening
really
it and then
hammered him
closed
on
it.
this,
And it's
too.
Destiny has an open relationship. They're both married.
But now,
Yeah,
one
so
of them
my
is-
now she's
relationship
going to make
is a
another
great
bad
example of
argument.
where two people who are mature can negotiate
While I
and
sit
talk
here
about something
and let
that
her
they
get
think might
destroyed
be,
again
like,
and
possible
wait for
to
my
keep the
opportunity
relationship,
again.
And then later realize that it's not something that we like, and then later close it. It actually shows excellent communication and trusting each other. Whereas in the case of lots of Christian relationships, they just make as many restrictive rules as possible, and they fucking hope that by the time they're 25, they don't fucking hate
Yeah, I
each
know. It's
other.
like their
So yeah,
religion
I
means
prefer
something.
my relationship,
Marriage
but
is inherently a restriction.
I also said, you don't have to have my relationship.
Who
if you
cares
don't
what it
want
was
to, but I
originally
think-
about? Whatever it was originally about, that's
You're
not what we're
clearly
talking
not.
about
Look at
now.
yourself.
Ooh.
Proved it.
Is Destiny's relationship a healthy relationship?
Me and
then?
Erudite are the only two people here not chain smoking their way through their fucking life right now. You're literally.
You
Oh,
missed a
God.
debate.
Guys,
Hang
have
on,
any
hang on,
other
hang on.
content?
Hang
Do you
on.
have
Grace,
any
Grace,
other
Grace,
material?
Grace, stop.
Well,
I don't know how you claim
Destiny.
that aren't
Andrew's
right
got to
now.
Hang on.
pontificate and be like,
Hang on.
guys, isn't this a debate?
Destiny.
Are we really here
Destiny,
to talk about
you
my chain
stopped.
smoking? Are we here to
That's
talk
banana.
about
Yeah, keep
religion?
freaking out,
I don't
Erudite.
smoke either.
Keep freaking out. But Destiny, you missed a debate with a prominent person because you were too busy staying up late smoking methamphetamine. How in the fucking world could you say anything about us smoking cigarettes, dude? You missed
Yeah,
a debate
because-
because you were smoking meth.
Number
Like,
one,
what are you
hold on.
talking about,
Number one.
dude?
Slope
Yeah,
is
number one. Yeah,
insane.
number one. Okay, I didn't smoke meth. I ate it. Okay, big difference. Number two.
What was I
I
thinking?
missed one. Yeah, true. I missed one conversation because I got the wrong drug.
You know how
You're
many
gonna die-
conversations
you're gonna
I've missed
die
from
15
cigarettes?
years early. Bro, how many family members have you lost to lung cancer?
Bro,
Because
do you
I've
know
lost
that the
3.
oldest person on
I've
planet
lost
Earth smokes?
3.
The
It's
oldest
pretty
person on
desperate.
planet Earth
Oh,
smokes.
You're
that's
not the
true.
oldest
All
person
medical
on planet
science
Earth.
is garbage.
You know
Thank
what?
you,
How old
Andrew.
is the oldest person on planet Earth? Because I bet he's done a lot of fucking cocaine and meth as well. If you want to go there, if you want to
Prove
go find his
it.
drug history.
Prove it, bro.
Okay.
Prove it. Prove that the
Yeah,
older
let me go
person
find
on
the guy and
Earth has
quiz
done
him. Let me go
methamphetamine.
find the dude and quiz him.
Yeah,
Okay?
so
The
I
fact
mean,
that you
just
think that
saying.
doing meth one time is worse for your body than huffing in fucking disgusting tar that not only destroys your own body, it leaves every single article of clothing and the walls of your house
Oh,
looking and
look
smelling
at
like
this.
shit.
Everyone around
Also
you.
has a negative impact on everyone else
Gives
around
kids
you.
ear infections.
Ah.
Andrew with 5 children gives kids notorious
Oh,
ear
secondhand smoke.
infections and
Secondhand
damages
smoke
their
is
ears.
way overrated. Way overrated.
Oh,
Leslie,
you know what?
you
You're right. The
do
medical
hard
profession
Got him
is
drugs
triggered
saying
too.
you will die to your viewers.
Got Destiny
okay?
triggered
Me and
too.
Andrew smoking doesn't have any. You have no foot to stand on.
I have 2 feet to stand on,
Andrew's really
actually. And also,
talking about what
listen,
Is this
I
a
do
debate
drugs.
about smoking? Is this a
I
debate
do
about
drugs.
smoking?
Oh,
I
now we're worried about the content.
I
of the
thought we were
debate.
talking
Yep,
about what healthy
true.
relationships
Listen, I do
are.
drugs because I think drugs
We
are
have two
fun.
married
You do
people
drugs
here
because you're
who have
trying to be the
open
perfect like
relationships.
doppelganger for your dad. Okay, there's a difference between you and me. Thank you. Don't
Also, I'm
project your
sorry.
insecurities on me.
You keep
Bro,
bringing up my dad.
Grace,
I smoke because I'm stressed.
Grace, are you Catholic?
And let her take the beating.
Yes.
Is Destiny Catholic?
No.
Oh,
Thank
then
God.
maybe you should probably not put your religious predilections on other people. In fact, I'm pretty sure the Pope talks about that. And
It
that's
has
why
nothing to do with
I actually don't
religion,
blame
Tyler.
Destiny
Stop
for taking that
thinking.
big
You're not
drink.
gonna mommy me. It has
Do you wanna
nothing to
interrupt
do with
me? Do you wanna
fucking
interrupt
religion.
me? Do you wanna
It
interrupt
has
me?
nothing to do with
Can I
religion.
go, Alex, or do I just get cut off?
Yeah, go
Okay.
ahead, Kyle. Go ahead. You can finish.
The issue
You're
is
saying I'm making a religious
the Pope has
point?
been- Yes, you are making a
Grace,
religious
let
point.
her
No,
finish,
I'm
and then you
not.
can respond, and I'll give you uninterrupted time. Okay, go ahead, Kyle.
Okay, the Pope has been pretty clear, actually, that it's really important to not put your religious predilections onto secular people. In fact, that's like largely condemned within the Bible regularly.
Yeah, I'm having a
Don't put
blast
your
now.
religious prescriptions on other people.
I just had to
Now, I
figure out how to
know
use
you
Grace
guys are in this
correctly.
weird copium
It's
level
actually
where you're
really important.
pretending-
It's really important in
Wait,
the
just
Bible that
wait,
Pope
hang on,
said
hang
that
on.
You're gonna have to mute her. I don't know if she
Stop,
can
Stop.
control herself.
You gotta let her finish.
talk
and then you-
normally.
I'll give you uninterrupted time. to
But
respond. Just
remember,
let her
I was
finish.
wrong. Destiny ate the
Sorry, yeah,
methamphetamine.
I'll
He
try
didn't
to-
smoke
I'll
it.
chain smoke instead,
What
so
was
that
I
you can
thinking?
always get the next word going on. All right.
right. I'll talk
No,
deeper
just
for
don't
you.
use your mommy voice.
If I use my daddy voice, will that be better for you?
No, just use your regular voice. Why do you have to
Okay.
pretend?
Didn't want to answer that one, hey?
Sorry.
Okay. Well,
Inappropriate.
No, I answered no.
Okay,
the
okay, go.
difference is
Is there anything
You
want
guys
to say?
agreed that meth and heroin would be not Christian, and you're going at Destiny for taking meth. It doesn't matter. He's not fucking Christian. It literally doesn't matter at all.
I didn't want to have a fucking debate about Christianity, Kyla. I'm
Well-
asking you about relationships. I'm not arguing from a religious perspective. I'm saying
Actually, that
you
argument
and
makes no
Destiny
sense,
both
but
considered
I
opening
can't pin
your
Kyla
marriages.
on
You're
it
both
because this
married. You
bitch
think
won't shut
marriage
the
has
fuck
some
up.
value because you chose to do that with another person. You both considered
Doesn't
opening
know
it.
when to shut
Destiny
up.
has an open marriage and you don't. So obviously
Correct.
you disagree on something. So what was the difference?
What an
Well,
idiot.
You
I'm-
can't just say,
I
well,
think
all
that could-
subjective relationships
Well,
are different for different people.
I'm
Give me a
married.
break.
Yeah, I'm married to Nick, and he's married to Kyla, whereas Steven is married to Melina, and Melina's married to Steven. So the dynamics between these relationships look a little bit differently as a result of it. I'm not Swedish.
So you two claim like you know way more about relationships than me, right? You've got it all fucking together. Where meanwhile,
Uh-oh.
your relationship with your husband is
Grace
so
about to fucking lose it again.
Like it leaves you
Now
lacking
she's
so much.
struggling.
You're going on dates with other men
In
to
fact,
like
he
flirt
actually
with
went
them
on a
to get
date with
emotional
somebody else.
intimacy.
I didn't go on a date with anybody.
Okay,
Okay.
so you're such
Try
a
again.
poor wife
Yeah,
that
she
he
just
wants
let
to
her
date
husband
other
go on a
women.
date with
Meanwhile,
another
Destiny's
person.
down here
That's
getting cuffed
true.
every other
Nick
night.
isn't
You
getting,
two are like you've got it
I
together.
don't know. I
This is
don't know.
marriage.
I'll
What the fuck are you fucking talking
Wait,
about?
I'll
We
just
can't
quickly.
decide. Nick
I'll
is
just
both
quickly-
a
So there are
beta
no rules.
and an alpha.
There's no rules. Then who are you
Amazing.
to say what's a good relationship and what's not? You said you have a healthy relationship. Apparently, that should be based on some objective factors. No,
Damn.
and now everything's subjective. There
gosh.
are no objective factors.
So all
I
three
just want to
people
say,
triggered
as
so
a
far,
guy,
except
if you fuck
me.
other girls, doesn't mean that you don't love your girlfriend.
Optical win for
You
me.
have to say that, Alex. Okay, your girlfriend's listening.
She probably is listening. She's a fan of like at least 50% of the people on this panel, so she's very much listening. But she knows it's the truth. Anyway, keep going.
Oh, sorry, Grace. Yes, continue to tell me about my marriage.
Kyla, you
I
talk about
wrapped
relationships all the
attention.
time. You said that you have a great relationship, and the relationship is marriage between you and Nick. So, are there objective factors that determine whether something is a great, healthy
Make sure to
relationship,
send in those
or are there
donos.
not? Because you talk
Send in
about
those
relationships
donos.
all the time. You say that my relationship
me.
with people in my family, which
I'll
is
get in
not
there
marriage,
again and fuck
okay,
these
but it's a
people up
similar
more.
thing.
That's
You
true,
say
it's not marriage.
right. So you don't have to make your snarky little fucking jokes, but you say
But
that they
Grace
are
is
unhealthy.
really
You have
not
objective
helpful
factors
here.
that you say my relationships don't hold up to. So why can't I ask you about you? But when I ask you, you say, well, everybody's relationship with everybody else is subjective, and there's no morality. How dare you judge me on my marriage? It has to be
Kyla,
one or the other.
would you
Miss
agree?
Therapist, Miss, I have a degree.
Wait, Grace,
you can't,
I'm
you can't keep
not-
up with
Grace,
basic
I'm-
consistency
Grace,
I
there.
have a degree in
I'm going to help you
sociology.
communicate your point a little bit. So, Kyla, would you agree there are some factors which are objective and some factors? that
Oh,
are
hey, that's a good
subjective when it comes
question.
to
I will
relationships?
ask that question if she opened
Okay,
it
so
up
maybe-
after
Markers of health
Destiny went and visited her.
So maybe you can
if you
expand
send
on
in
the
a
ones that you think
sizable
are
super chat.
objective.
Sure. So I think some markers of health in a relationship is that when you guys have disagreements and fights, you can resolve it pretty quickly. I also think that overall relationships should be causing both people to trend towards happiness. They should be able to attend work better, right? You shouldn't see that the relationship is directly contributing to like negative mental health outcomes. I would say by and large, my relationship has been fantastic for positive health outcomes. I think other markers of like relationship success would
This
be
is not
things like,
saying
for
anything.
example, how well we can maintain outside relationships with friends and have like a support network. Nick and I have a very, very large support network. We maintain friendships very well with friends, and we have a whole friends and family network that supports our marriage
Even
as
date
well.
the friends.
But these are,
other
but Kyla, these are all things that would also apply to just regular friendships. There's a difference here, which is sexual exclusivity. That's what marriage is all about.
Sex
You
life
don't
as
mention
well.
that
I
at
would say a
all.
healthy
No wonder
relationship.
Nick wanted to flirt with other women. You see marriage as asexual.
Yeah, you're welcome,
apparently.
Jesse.
You
Take
don't
care,
mention
bro.
it once. That's literally the whole.
How did I
fucking-
not
Just chilling.
think of that? Oh my! I'm
You
gonna
say,
go
"Oh,
tell
we have
Nick
great
right
Wait,
now
Grace,
that I
to be
solved
fair,
our
to be fair,
marriage.
she just started talking. She just made one point. I think she was going to make multiple points. Let her finish
Sure,
making
sex
a point.
life I think is another
let her
good
make her
marker, right?
points.
In general, you want to be having sex. I would say a healthy relationship on average should have like 3 to 4 times sex per week, but again, that's going to flex a fair bit based on like the varying libidos of the couple. I would also
Grace is
say
always
there's kind of
spiraling.
that Gottman principle of ratio. You want like 5 positive.
That's why I
interactions
opened it with
for every
this is
2
not a team
negative.
debate.
Also, a healthy relationship, when a partner does a bid, you tend to have a response.
I don't really
it.
have to
think
do
we
that
see
much
bids in
here. Just
response.
wait.
That's another marker of a healthy relationship. Another healthy marker of a relationship is that you don't eye roll or like condemn or like undercut your partner. That doesn't tend to happen in our relationship. We're very like empathetic towards each other. So there's a whole bunch of things that you can look at as a marker of healthy relationship. Here's another great stat for why my relationship is healthy. Most relationships that go through a separation end about 80%. My relationship actually came back together and is healthier than ever before. So you could actually argue based on that stat.
because now he
I'm-
listens to you.
I'm fucking top performing, okay? We had
Now
a
he listens to
separation,
you and
we
does the
came back
dishes.
together. Well, you can assume that about my relationship, but you have no idea. You're
Okay,
just
would you
making
agree that
stuff up.
the vast majority of people would see two people who are married opening up their relationship as a huge
Can I
marker
reinforce
for
this
a
isn't a
marriage
team
that's in
debate?
crisis?
I went
Sure,
over
yeah.
it ad
I just
nauseum right
would
in the
say
beginning.
In this case, it's not.
Right in the beginning.
But you don't think there's any underlying factors in your marriage that would say like there's a problem here?
No, we expressly talked about that. And we wanted to make sure that there was only like the drive of like interest in like improving our relationship and nothing about like compensatory. So that was expressly talked about. So I
How
agree.
would flirting and dating with other
Yeah,
people
there's
help
not.
a
You're
sexually
right
exclusive
about
relationship?
that basically trying to get involved.
A whole bunch of ways. It gives you like greater access to like masculine and feminine energy. You get access to like parts of life that you don't really get in married life.
No,
which is,
but
like,
you
the-
can get access
the
to
fun and
masculine and
enjoyment
feminine
of, like,
energy.
They're
flirting.
clearly
from,
on
like,
a
being
team.
friends with people.
Okay, so
What was the impetus to date?
could
Why
you
would
answer a
you?
question for me, Grace? I'm super
Sure.
curious. How is
Sure.
Nick both a beta cuck doing the dishes and an alpha Chad who convinced me into a one-sided open relationship? How are both of these things happening at the same
Well,
time?
it sounds to me like you're a cold, asexual mommy type. He got sick of it. He wanted to find somebody else who was a little bit more sexual,
just
right?
don't
He was
wanna answer
interested
the
sexually.
question.
Then you
Okay.
guys separated. Then you dommed him. Now you're his mommy. He does the dishes for you,
Oh,
and he
God.
fucking listens to you when you
So
tell
fucking
him.
low
That's what
tier.
it sounds
So,
like happened. He
just so you
gave
know,
up.
It's all
the
low
opening
tier,
happened
ad
after
hom
we came
bullshit.
back together. So when he came back, he was the.
I mean,
That's
if we're gonna
even
do blood
crazier.
sports,
dishes
we're
for
doing
me,
blood
But then
sports.
also
so.
was the Giga Chad who could convince me into a one-sided open relationship.
Well, Kyle, it's because he discovered my channel. That's the big.
Ah, that's what it is. He just got the tools to manipulate women. I
He
was
took-
manipulated, but I caught it. Whew.
He took the PWF pill. I think this is actually an interesting thought experiment that I think is going to add to this conversation. As Kyle or Destiny, they think Len and the Plug's relationship with Adam 2 is an example of healthy or unhealthy on first glance.
They seem happy to me, but this is an extraordinary relationship. You're talking about two people that do pornography professionally and live their whole lives in the public eye. Like, that's a rough one. That relationship, that's always, even a perfectly monogamous Christian couple living that public a relationship is going to be really difficult. So I don't know. It's a hard one. I don't know either of them well enough to say.
What about you, Kyle?
I think that's a pretty good like interpretation in general. Like, would that be something I recommend for the average couple? No, but most couples aren't like famous podcasters who do porn professionally, so it's not something in general that would generalize well to the public. But yeah, I would say in general, if that was like a non-professional porn, that might be an issue. But hard
You
to
don't
say.
feel though
Now,
that
Kyla,
like,
I gotta ask you.
Oh, okay. Andrew.
Within your Christian ethics, is it okay that they do
My
public
Christian ethics,
pornography?
Well, are they Christian?
I'm asking you if you think it's
are
ethical.
they Christian? Yeah, I'm asking you. I don't know. Maybe I don't know something about Adam. and
I
Eve.
don't-
Are they
I don't-
devout
They're not
religious?
I don't think so.
Oh, then I don't give a fuck what religious people do. I don't require them to follow my precepts.
Okay, so just so there's no
I try to follow the book.
so there's
I
no
try to do what Jesus does.
so there's no criteria for you, or like can you say that
I
that's
don't
immoral?
put religious predilections.
Yeah, can you say
on
that that's
non-religious
immoral or not?
Yeah, this is the problem. Every
No,
time
it's
you
not
ask
immoral?
Christians about- Yeah.
people. Not for that,
Okay.
no.
Is anything
Wait,
immoral?
For you,
Hang on,
what about
Kyla.
for
Is
you?
anything immoral?
I'm not.
Wait, I have a different. I
Is
have a different
anything
question.
immoral, Kyla?
Actually,
Shut up, Grace. I haven't talked at all. Kyla, is anything immoral? Anything? What? What is immoral? What?
Things that utilitarian-wise, everyone would agree are.
So
immoral.
so your
For example,
entire
murdering people,
ethical
doing
system
harm.
has nothing to do with Christianity. It has to do with secular
Bro,
utilitarian ethics.
You already admitted that God is a utilitarian, so you agree.
It's never happened.
You did.
Tell me when.
In this conversation. you
When?
agreed that God is
Well, you just
utilitarian.
made
said
that up in your crazy
you said that
brain.
it's all about extents and stretches, and that like as things like change over time, like when it comes to
That this never
drug
occurred.
use, that it changes.
Literally
Yeah, like
never
drug
occurred.
Use, reflects and subjects.
You just
God is
made the whole thing
utilitarian.
up in your brain. I've never said anything about God being a utilitarian. That's one. Two, I want to ask you,
implied it, of course.
are you saying that
And
you
you
don't
did. You just
derive
did.
your morality from Christianity? You derive it from utilitarian ethics, secular ethics?
For society, for other people, for the most part, for myself, I believe that Christians committing sin is immoral. But if you're not a Christian, I
Then you
still
can't
think you
do
can
any
immoral
wrong?
things. No. Do you want me to answer? Do you want me to
Yes.
keep building your
I
narrative?
do
Oh,
want you to answer
Do you want
yes.
to listen? Okay.
I'm
Do you want
listening.
me to use my daddy voice for you too?
Yeah,
I can
use whatever voice you think that can answer the question.
the daddy voice. So the answer to the question
It's more
is
butch.
yes, it is more butch. That's true. Good job.
Basically, what I said is that drugs are fine, sex is fine. In the case of society, I tend to use a utilitarian frame model because for Christians, there's a different code of ethics that they're required to live by than non-religious people. This is very standard in most religious practices. You don't put your religious predilections on other people. I'm not a fucking Muslim. I don't need to have a political system based out of my religion.
Fair enough. So from your perspective, though, as a Christian, is what they're doing immoral?
They're not Christian.
That's not my question. From your perspective as a Christian, following the ethics you do, you still know what's moral and immoral, informed by your Christianity. Is what they're doing immoral?
No, of course not.
It's not. It's not immoral that they're porn stars on the internet.
It's
What
not
is
From a
immoral for
Christian.
Christians?
What the fuck?
For Christians,
I've never heard
it is
anything
immoral.
that insane, literally, in my whole life ever.
Okay, as long as you say it loud enough. Do you want to say that you've won too, Andrew?
I have one. That was the
Christian
stupidest
moral
thing I've
teaching.
ever
There you go.
heard.
Got it.
Teaching.
We did
If
the
an
full
atheist,
bingo
if
with
an
debating
atheist
Andrew.
kills, if an atheist kills somebody, does that make
What?
it not immoral because they
It's
don't
not
believe in
immoral
God?
from a Christian, from
No,
her
I would say
standpoint.
that atheists killing people is immoral. I already said that there
From
are
what?
Okay,
things
but
From-
they
that
don't
be
believe in the
broadly moral and
Christian.
immoral.
Wait.
What are you talking
Okay, hold on.
about?
I
What?
slow down for the class. You guys can keep up. I believe in you. I do. I have already explicitly said there are certain presets that I would say for Christians are different than for secular people. There are obviously things that secular people can do.
Which
that
is
are
why we're asking
immoral.
from your purview, from
Right.
your
From my
ethical
purview.
system, from your ethic, from
my
not so
ethical system.
erudites ethical system.
Yes.
Yes.
I would say that if you're not a Christian, I wouldn't say that you're doing something immoral by doing Christian sin because you're not a Christian.
So why is murder
Basically, the
wrong?
plug and Adam.
So why is murder wrong from a secular standpoint then, erudite?
Because, okay, if you want to go into utilitarianism, because in
Yeah.
a society where murder is okay, it leads to harm for everyone. It seems to lead to a society that is worse if everyone thinks that murder is just okay. A society is better and reduces harm when you prohibit murder and you punish it.
So you hold two separate ethical value structures, one for yourself and one for society. How do you know which one is wrong?
Because Gentiles don't have to appeal to Christian morals.
Okay, I'm not asking what Gentiles must do. I'm asking you as a Christian, how do you know Gentiles are incorrect and immoral if they're doing these things? How do you know that?
Use
What
a
would
utilitarian
inform you?
framework.
What would inform? Why would why would you? And why would utilitarianism? Why would utilitarianism be correct?
Sure, we can get into the fundamental axiom. My fundamental axiom.
You
is
can't hold two
utilitarianism
contrary
society.
sets of beliefs. That's insane.
They aren't contrary sets.
They
of
are
beliefs.
contrary
They
sets
solely
of
will
beliefs.
represent each other. They're not contrary. I understand that you can't keep up and comprehend this, but they are not complementary.
Does
In the
utilitarian?
case-
If they're not contrary, then answer
the
this
case of
question.
religious
Answer this
people-
question if they're not contrary. From
No,
a
actually, I'm going to
utilitarian
continue answering
standpoint,
the previous question
from
rather than just
utilitarian
Rolodexing out
standpoint,
questions.
from
I will
util-
just keep talking.
I just want to finish this
till-
point and I'll
I
let
will
you
just
talk.
Keep talking. I'm not going to.
I
because
just
still
want you to
haven't
answer
answered your
one
previous
question, and then I'll let you
No,
talk as
I'm
much
going
you
to
want.
answer your previous
Okay,
question.
fine. I
Then
won't
you can
forget.
ask future
I'm not going to
future
forget, but go ahead.
questions.
I won't forget.
Okay.
Go ahead.
My Christian ethics
Mm-hmm.
are over my national contractual ethics for myself. However, part of my Christian ethics personally is to not hold secular people to my Christian ethics because they are not Christian. So if society imposed some sort of demand on me that was against my Christian ethics, I would disobey society. If society made it a law that I had to do something that I thought was heretical to my faith, I would disobey society. Do you understand this?
So let me ask you.
Tracking.
Okay, got it. So let me ask you this question: can secular ethics and your ethics, at the same exact time, if secular ethics claims that pornography is moral, and your ethics claim that pornography is immoral, are those compatible ethical systems?
I don't. First of all, you're assuming a bunch about my claims about ethics around pornography.
Just answer my question.
Well, I can't answer your
You
question.
can't answer it
You-
because you know what the
No,
answer
hold on,
is.
hold on. I'm not letting you do this.
Answer the
reason I
fucking
can't
question.
Answer it. No, the reason I can't answer this question specifically, Andrew, is because you're doing what you always do in every debate.
Yeah,
which is
winning.
use Bad faith.
Winning.
You're begging the
Yeah,
question.
everybody who
I
wins
added
debates
into
bad
the-
faith, I know.
Are you going to let me talk, Andrew? Or you're just going to keep
Answer
saying,
the
"I'm
question."
winning," until
Wait,
people
stop.
believe you.
Let's let Kala finish, and then you. Can
Unbelievable.
It's, these two things are compatible because it is fine for me, for thee, and not for me. That is compatible. Different people can have different ethical systems within utilitarian. They can have different things that are okay and not okay, and still work within my framework. I would say it is okay for thee, but not for me.
For example, one thing that's not okay for me is like watching a whole bunch of like true crime and shit like that because it makes me super distrustful of other people. I would say in
But
general.
you're talking about preference,
Oh,
not
wait, Grace,
morality.
Grace, no. Let her finish, and then it's Andrew's turn to respond, and then Sue. Okay, go ahead.
In the case of all sorts of stuff, as you would probably agree, even you said it here. You already said this, Andrew. You said in the case of, for example, Christians, you can chain smoke because it doesn't make you go crazy. But if you had a psychotic break and it led to you doing a whole bunch of bad stuff, that would be bad for them. So that's you saying, oh, it's fine for me, but not for thee in this case. I'm just doing the inverse of saying there are some things that I think are fine for other people that are not okay for me. That all works together.
Now I'm going to ask you this question again. Only one set of these moral preferences can be true. Only one of them can be true. So are your Christian ethics true, or are utilitarianism, if utilitarianism conflicts with your Christian ethics, knowing only one can be true by the laws of logic, which one's true?
I reject your premise and the way that you
Well, okay, then to show me the contradiction from which you reject my premise.
You're begging the question by again saying
There's
that
no
the two
question
systems-
begging.
Your question that you are begging is saying
That's
how
not
do you hold
question
two
begging, you
contradictory-
idiot.
Yes, it is.
Well, tell me what
Yes,
question
it
begging is. You don't even know. Tell me what it
You
is.
tell me.
Wait, hang on. Let's let her
Oh, I
respond.
tell you what it is. You accused me of it. Tell me what it is. Tell me what question begging is. Tell me what it
You wanna
is.
just-
Wait, just let her respond. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
she's not going to answer that question either. Tell me what it is.
Bro, you do
You're
this
not gonna
thing
do it.
in every fucking
Not
thing
gonna
where
do
you
it.
ask 60, hold on, you ask 60,000 questions. You pivot and weasel away from
No, I
everything.
just ask you
Notice how
straight questions you
weaseled
won't
away?
answer.
Notice how you weaseled away from the conversation about your
Happy to have that
cigarette.
conversation too, but you accused me of
You
question
asked
begging.
90 are you going to let me answer?
You
Keep
accused me.
interrupting me and building your narrative. Are you going to keep interrupting
You
me? and
can't
building your
accuse me of a
narrative?
fallacy, then not tell me
Alex,
the
I have an
fallacy.
actual relationship.
Tell me
Okay,
the
I think-
fallacy.
Okay, guys, go ahead.
Okay. Can I take a stab at this? Okay. You can absolutely hold two different quote unquote set of ethics. You're not holding contrary sets of ethics, though. What you can understand is you can have a system of morals that stands in contradiction to the law. For instance, a Catholic might believe that it's immoral to consume pornography, but that doesn't necessarily mean that a Catholic would prescribe that it changes the law in the country that they're in, right? In a way, you could read
That's
this
not
as
the
a
argument.
render unto Caesar. What?
That's
Hold on.
not the
No.
argument.
It doesn't seem to be the argument because you're conflating the law
It
and the
doesn't seem to
morality.
be
So
because
you
it's
ask
not.
somebody, when you ask somebody, do you consider it a sin when somebody does something else? Generally, what is or isn't a sin is something that you're concerned with, and you're concerned with other people in your faith. Personally, I've never been in the business of, or seen other Christians at least, maybe for Muslims it's different, maybe for Jews it's different, maybe for other people it's different, is trying to evaluate. I'd never in my life, I took 4 years of fucking Catholic high school, 8 years of Catholic grade school. Never once did we have a class we went through, what do Muslims do that's sinful? What do Jewish people do that's sinful? We've never done that before. We're concerned with what are sins in our society, the Christian church, the Catholic Church specifically. What does the Catechism say? What does your preacher say?
Okay,
And
that's
then
great,
where it starts
but
and
repeat
stops.
my
So the
argument
question- hold on,
back
hold
to
on, hold
me.
on. Let me hold on.
You're arguing against a straw man.
No. You've traveled like 20,000 different.
I haven't
acres
traveled
of arguments.
anywhere.
Well, you-
Repeat
you
my
have covered
argument
so
back
long
to
as
me.
You say it, it's true.
And then
Okay,
argue
okay,
against
okay,
that.
sorry.
I just want a good faith debate. Tell me my
I'm trying
argument.
to answer.
Then
You don't
tell
wanna
me
debate,
my
you're trying to zero
argument.
questions. I can talk just as much as you want, okay? I'm just trying to lay
Tell
down
me
some
my
basic-
argument, Destiny.
It sounds like your argument was it is impossible for a person to have one set of ethics and not condemn another person in
No,
society.
that's
for an
not my
action that would be
argument.
con-
My
Okay,
argu-
Hold on.
Right.
Hold on. I'm going to leave. Alex, make him shut the fuck up for 2 seconds, okay?
Yeah,
Holy shit.
or else he's
Let me
gonna
finish.
run.
Okay, this was your argument, unless you're having an episode, in which case go get some antipsychotics. Your argument, because your questions to Kyla were, how can you believe that this thing is okay in society, but you personally don't believe it? It seems to be a contradiction that you're saying
not
society
my
can have one
argument.
set of ethics. Shut the fuck up, you retarded
Then
fuck. Let me finish
fucking
my
tell me
fucking
my
statement.
argument, you
I'm
dumb
not
blue-haired
finished. I can't
gremlin.
even finish a fucking
What are you gonna do,
sentence.
run?
Wait,
What are you gonna do,
I'm
run?
literally restating.
I'm gonna mute all of you guys. Okay, let's just go one at a time. Let's let Destiny finish his point, then you can respond to it, Andrew.
Keep Andrew muted because he cannot
I mean,
stop
just,
doing
Jesus
this bad
Christ, I can't even finish a single fucking statement. Okay,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
so
Destiny.
Andrew's line of questioning was trying to expose that Kyla had an inability to condemn anybody for sin because it seemed like she held the double standard that society could have one set of ethics and she can have a personal one, which is why Andrew was asking questions like, oh, well, do you think that this lifestyle is sinful? And then Kyla would say, well, no, I don't think so for me. Well, what about for other people? I don't judge Christians. That's why he went down the line of questioning of, is murder wrong? Is anything wrong? Because it seems like under your current system of whatever you do, you're unable to fundamentally say any particular action is wrong. And then Kyla tried to say something about utilitarianism, and he said, well, how do you hold contrary sets of ethics? That was what the entire argument was. In my opinion, I think the reason why you're running into such a difficult to answer question here is because you're conflating what is the law or what is legally permissible with what is ethical. No, the Andrew's going to say, no, I was talking about ethics the whole time. But that's not truly what we're talking about, because the
Yes, it
idea,
is.
now this is where I go into my personal opinion, the idea that as a Christian,
He's gonna
you could
speed
condemn
talk, but I'm
somebody
not gonna let him
else
get off the
for
hook.
not following your Christian ethics, that's just a
He can
very
spur
bizarre
talk all
statement
he
to me.
wants,
In my
but
personal
watch.
opinion,
One question.
from how I learned Christianity or Catholicism, usually when you're criticizing other people's
This diversion
inability
doesn't
to hold
work
to the
with
Ten
me.
Commandments, the
I've seen
Beatitudes,
this like
whatever
100
set of ethics we're
times.
talking about in terms of Christianity,
100
you're saying
times.
things like God
I'm gonna
commands
pin him
us to
down
do this,
right away.
God commands you to do that. These are the Beatitudes, these are the commandments, these are what the priest says, blah 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 blah. So usually compelling somebody within a faith. So it's a very difficult question to ask from a religious point of view: is how do you condemn somebody else's morals that is outside of your faith? All you can do at that point is appeal to the law, and your ethics probably don't have to be exactly matching with what the law is. For example, in the case of smoking cigarettes or pornography. That's my thing.
Okay,
Okay,
great.
now-
Now, to address my argument was really simple. I asked Kyla a simple question. I asked
Wait,
you the
hello?
same thing.
Andrew.
What just happened?
Oh.
So,
Alex-
so hang on,
Oh, okay.
right? Because Alex muted me again. But that wasn't my question. It wasn't my argument, which is why I asked you in good faith to repeat my argument back to me. That way we could have the productive conversation. But what I asked specifically is, can you hold two different sets of moral values, and both of them can be true at the same exact time if they conflict with each other? Meaning, if
He
and
just
Kyla's
restated what I just
stop
said.
because you didn't answer this
Wait,
question.
Destiny, let
You
him
didn't
finish.
answer. You spurred and talked a lot, but you actually didn't answer this question. The question is, if one conflicting moral value structure says that it's okay to murder and another one does not, and you're a Christian, say it's not okay to murder, and you're, let's say, a utilitarian who does, only one of those can be true. Yes or no, Destiny?
Yes.
Yes.
Problem,
Thank
as
you.
I restated, the problem was you're not holding, when we talk about murder, right? We're not really interested
That's it.
societally in the moral
That's the
condemnation
debate.
of murder. What we're really looking for is what is
That's
the
the
law.
debate.
Christians don't compel people to not murder necessarily, societally speaking, another person
Yes,
because
they
it's
do.
what God commands.
Yes, they
you
do.
say it's
They
because
do it
this is
all the time.
illegal. When we're talking about what the law is going to be different than your particular moral thing. Now, there's going to be a lot in Christianity where your morals
But the law
actually
is a
map
reflection of
onto the
society's
law.
morality.
Your morals in Christianity are going to map onto things that are very similar to the law. For instance,
Yeah,
don't
so it could be
steal,
overlap. I agree.
Don't steal.
Yeah,
don't
there can be
steal,
overlap. Yep.
Don't steal and don't kill. Those
Yeah.
are two things. However, it's also a Christian commandment not to be adulterous. That's actually not something that's illegal in the United States.
That's right.
Now, just because it's not illegal in the U.S. and just because it is illegal in the Christian world, is that a conflicting set of morals or
Yes.
ethics? No.
How is it not? Tell me how it's not.
Because
I
in
he's
society,
too
what we're
stupid for
talking
that.
about
In
is
what
the
world is it
law.
not a conflict? Dude?
I don't know. I can't.
Bro,
do it.
you're-
He's
you're-
answering
No,
the
you
question.
can, and I am. I've been
yeah,
more
I need
good
to
faith
figure
in
it.
this debate than
And
either of
you're-
you.
you're-
I'm gonna go out drinking tonight. I need some friends here. I need
All right.
to
Oh yeah, I know. No, answer my question,
Destiny.
Destiny. How's it not a conflict?
I just told you, because what you're analyzing societally is the law. We don't have a societal set of ethics that we compel people to follow using some kind of like third-party punishment. We don't do that.
That
We
still
have the
wouldn't.
law.
That still wouldn't
It just
mean
means,
that there's
Andrew,
no
you've already
performative
said this.
con.
You've already said this.
Stop.
You've already said this.
Stop,
You've already
Erudite.
agreed to this. You've already agreed to
Stop,
this.
Erudite. I know you want to
spur.
spurg, but here's the thing. That really has nothing to do with whether or not these are contradictory or contradictions to each other. The ethical systems, whether or not secularism legalizes X behavior and Christians don't believe it, only one of those systems can be true. So when I ask you, if you're a Christian, do you follow Christian ethics? And you say yes, this means that you follow this format for an ethical system based on your religion. What secularists believe is going to necessarily, if it conflicts with that, be immoral. Tell me how that's not true.
Because a secular society is the society itself is not generally in the business. The state is not in the business of what's determining what is moral or immoral.
I'm asked a
It's
truth
just determining
claim.
legality.
Truth.
The state is agnostic on the truth. It doesn't make a statement about the truth there.
That has nothing to do with anything, Destiny. It doesn't matter if the state's
Hold on.
agnostic.
Hold on. Wait. You didn't respond to what I said. You just said
Because
that
it's
doesn't do
irrelevant. It's
anything.
erroneous. It
I
doesn't
agree,
mean
your
anything. It has
question
nothing
is
to do with my
irrelevant.
question.
Your question is irrelevant.
What is
You're
going on?
asking.
How's my
you're-
question
you're trying to-
irrelevant? It's the only
because
question.
You're trying to ask. You're trying to pretend that there are two conflicting set of ethics. The reason
There
why you're
are.
confused is because there's not. There's a set of ethics, and then there's the law. These things will conflict sometimes. It's
But-
not illegal to
The
lie
law
to
is a
somebody.
reflection
But hang
of
on, but
ethics.
Destiny,
It's a
Grace,
reflection
let me
of
finish.
society's
Grace,
ethics.
Grace, let me
Grace,
finish.
please
But
sit down.
Destiny,
No,
but Destiny,
no, it's not.
you said
No,
only
it's not.
one.
Based on.
Grace, shut up.
Grace.
You said only one can be true. That's what you.
No.
Yeah, no, you
I
said that,
if there-
Destiny.
I said if there are two conflicting sets of ethics, generally one can be true.
Only
But
one
in
can be true.
society, It's not a set of ethics. It's the law.
No, it's not just the law. Law doesn't even necessarily have anything to do with ethics.
I'm sorry. In
What-
society,
what-
where does the government tell me? Where are my list of things that are moral or immoral in the United States of America?
They actually do. They draw on this very heavily, especially from the Bible, which the axiomatic for the entire United States
Jeff, when you finish
Constitution.
this ramble, I'm going to restate the same question. Go ahead.
Okay, well, the entire axiomatic principle of the United States Constitution is that all men are created equal. That is, well, the Declaration of Independence, right? That's axiomatic. So the thing is that if you're gonna state these things and you're gonna say, hey, listen, if you have two conflicting sets of values, they can both have overlap. I would agree, but only one can be true is my point. And so if only one is true and you're a Christian, how can you follow the other one and say it's not immoral? That makes no sense, bro.
Okay, I'm restating the question. Where do I find my set of ethics from the United States government?
The Declaration of Independence.
Declaration of
No,
Independence
that's
is
not where
that's
no,
not even
Grace.
part of it.
No, Grace.
No. That's where
You just ruined it, Grace. You just
No,
ruined it.
natural law. That's where we get our ethics from.
That's not part of our
We
government.
hold.
I'm asking
God,
you,
this
Andrew,
guy.
No,
We
don't mute
hold-
Andrew. Don't mute Andrew. I'm asking you, where do I get my set of ethics from in the United States government? Where do I find it? Just let me look it up
comes from
online.
natural law.
Is
It
it? Do I
comes
go to
from
the Cornell
natural law.
website?
Natural law.
No, it's not natural law.
Is it the dot
Natural
com?
law.
God, shut up,
Hang on,
Grace.
hang on. Let's let Andrew answer the question.
Okay,
Yes,
so
he
from
has-
a
Wait, Alex, to be clear, just this is my question, okay? Very clear.
I'm gonna
We're the
answer
United
it.
States of America. We've got .gov websites. Where do I go to find the set of
in a
ethics that I need to follow in the United
secular
States?
society, the ethics are drawn from whatever the secularists broadly agree the ethics are.
Says who?
How else could it work?
How else does it work? How it works is exactly how it works today. Everybody has their own set of ethics. The only thing that binds us is the law.
That's what I just
That's
said.
it.
But the
bro.
law is
I
based
literally
on a set
just
of
said that.
ethics.
I just said that.
Then that's fine. Then there's no conflict.
There is a
Andrew, we solved
conflict.
everything.
There
No,
is
what
a
the
conflict. So I'm going to
What
tell
is
you
the
The law is
again
based on a set of
because you
ethics.
have diverted. Shut up, Grace. Because you have diverted multiple
No, you guys
times.
can't just keep telling me not
Well,
to
but
talk.
let us finish.
Yeah,
I let you and Erudite go.
You've been going-
I
Why
let
are
you and
dominating?
Erudite
You
go.
want
Let me
them
finish.
To tell you to shut
You
up.
So
love it,
anyway-
Grace. It's turning you on every time he tells
Yeah,
you to shut
so
up. You stupid
anyway-
No,
fucking
because you're
child.
wrong. You're
Anyway,
wrong.
Shit.
back to
You're
this.
lying. You're a lying
You're so
woman.
stupid, Greg. You're so dumb and submissive.
You don't think laws are based in ethics? You don't think American
Grace,
legal
you-
tradition
I think
is
they don't
based in
have to
natural
be.
law?
You
They
We
don't
hold these
have to be
truths to be
based.
self-evident.
You
Listen, you're a
little
Catholic.
breed of
You
a
know-
woman.
Oh
You're
my
so
God.
stupid and
Way to
dumb.
You know
divert
what
it,
natural
Grace.
law is.
You're
You're
a
a Catholic.
dumb
Do you know
fuck.
what natural law
Yes,
is? Do you know what
you're not-
natural law
you're not-
is?
you're
Do
not
you know
going
what
far
natural law
enough.
is?
You guys
Just
go five
diverted
balls
the whole
further.
thing.
I'm not letting you
Of
get
course.
away with saying that laws are not based on a set of ethics
You need
that
to be
comes
in
from
the
natural
Okay,
kitchen
what
cooking
ethic are you
right now.
violating by
You
stopping
guys
at a
all
stop
made the
sign,
mistake.
Grace?
Clip is gonna be
Grace,
so
Grace,
bad, Desmi.
Grace.
I'm gonna weaponize this
What
against you.
Good.
ethics are you violating by not stopping at a stop sign?
That's not a
You're
law.
not violating an ethic there. You're violating traffic
Right,
laws.
you fucking idiot.
Yeah, traffic laws are based on. I'm not talking about this. We're not. Our laws
remember
against
in John
pedophilia.
when Jesus
Our
was
laws.
speeding on
Our
his
laws.
camel?
Listen.
Unreal.
Our laws against pedophilia based on ethics.
Yes.
Our laws against pedophilia based on
Yes,
ethics.
some laws are based
What
on ethics, but they don't
What
have to be.
ethics? What? Yes, they do. They have to be based on
Then
something.
tell me what the
Laws
ethical
against
system for
pedophilia.
stopping at a stop
What is
sign
that
is.
based on?
Grace, stop
What is that
spurging.
based on?
Stop
I'm talking
spurging.
about moral laws. I'm talking about laws
Grace,
that are
you
based
have
on
to
morality.
stop
They come from
spurging.
a set of ethics. You
Grace.
two have been spurging all fucking night. Just
Grace,
because
we
I
were
talk doesn't mean
arguing.
You could just call it spurging.
Grace, we were arguing. You're spurging. You need to calm
no,
down.
you just call people. No, respond to my point.
I'm trying to, but you won't
Laws-
shut up.
Moral laws that are based in morality,
Mm-hmm.
like a law against pedophilia, is based in an ethical reasoning that comes from natural law.
Some laws.
Does it not?
Some laws.
Well, laws that are based around a moral code.
So
right?
some
like something
laws-
is wrong or not.
Repeat back the word some laws. So that I know that you heard what I said.
Okay, yeah, some laws are arbitrary, but there are laws.
Then
that are
your point's
specifically
defeated.
there-
Now just sit there.
No. Laws
Grace,
are
this is
based
the world
on
that
a
you
set
want.
of ethics.
Grace, this is what you want.
What else are laws based on? Just random choice? People
Beating
should
women.
drive
It turns
safely.
out. It turns out.
They
we
can
know
be.
drives at least
They
20
can
Hold on,
be.
wait a minute. Oh,
Okay,
yeah,
so
wait.
people,
Grace is
so
right.
people
Grace is
should
right.
drive
Grace, Grace,
safely.
Grace,
People
Grace,
should
you're right.
respect
Grace,
other people's rights to
yes,
safety.
Grace,
That's
Grace,
a code of
yes,
ethics.
Grace,
Says we
Grace,
should
Grace,
respect
Grace.
other people.
Grace, you are correct, and that law is generally downstream from morality. Okay, that is true, but it's still distinctly different from morality.
Yes.
What is in the code? What is codified
This
in the
is
law
correct, yes.
is not necessarily an ethic or a moral, but it comes from ethics or morals. That is correct, right?
Well, morality is the philosophical sense of it's philosophy, but laws are the practical application.
Practical application,
of
yes. But the
Sometimes.
difference is that
Sometimes.
laws, right? In a society full of people, not everybody has to agree on what's morally right. We do have to agree on the law. That's the difference. So the law is hopefully an abstraction collectively of all the different moralities and ethics that we have in the United States or in your
But
state
actually,
or in your city.
But what is a law that wouldn't reflect some morality? Even the stop sign, it's saying it's wrong to disrespect other people's safety.
Is it
by
saying it's
blowing
wrong?
through this
No,
and
no, no,
not
no, no, no,
stopping
no,
for
no.
other
It's
people.
not so much. It's not so much
It
that the
is
law.
based on an
It's
ethical
not so
code.
much that the law won't reflect any morality. It's that the law won't reflect all morality.
But it
For
doesn't have
instance, all
to.
of
You
us-
can have a law that says headhunting's legal. Does that reflect
great.
morality?
That's great. All of us.
No,
can think
that's
of
my.
things
I'm
that are-
backing your
I don't-
point,
hold on,
Destiny.
I know, but
That's
I'm,
not
hold on.
true.
It is
All-
true.
Point
there are
out a
all
law
things-
that has no
there are
moral
all
background.
No, 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 no,
Access is
stop. I don't know
moral.
why he said that. That's not my point. Okay, hold on. What I'm saying is that all laws can probably be traced back to some moral idea because that's kind of what a law comes from. It's a protection for society.
Sometimes
right?
they can.
However,
Yes.
not all moral ideas lead to laws.
Sometimes
right?
laws
So
are
your
just
pool of
based
morals is
around,
gonna be way bigger than your pool of
basically
laws. For
collectively,
instance,
Yes,
I'm
I
sure we can
agree.
all think of-
collective
we all think of
enforcement for
things
behavior
that's
that
not
you like.
illegal,
It doesn't
that
even
is
have to
very
be moral
immoral.
necessarily.
Calling your mom a cunt or lying to a friend or cheating on a partner. These are all things that we would probably say are immoral. Calling somebody a racial slur. These are all things that are immoral, but we wouldn't necessarily say they're illegal, right? So they're going to be more moral things than they're illegal things. And the reason why, hold on, real quick.
Yeah,
the
of
reason why is
course,
because
of course.
all of us in the United States have tons of different moral systems, but we can only have one legal system. So we all have to come together legally, which means all of us are going to have things morally that we wish could be illegal, but they can't because it might conflict with somebody else's morals. That's how in the United States we can have two conflicting sets of ethics because the law is a collection of the aggregate of our moral feelings, and it
Yeah.
doesn't have to necessarily map on one-to-one with our personal set of ethics.
I
That's
agree,
why
I
there are
agree.
few
Well, hang
things
on,
there's not.
Grace, though.
Okay.
But
I agree,
that
but
wasn't.
there's-
But hang on, Grace. That actually isn't
No,
the
let
point.
me respond.
That's
now. Let
not
me respond.
the
No,
Grace.
No, don't just
you're just
butt
gonna
in. Shut
bury
the fuck
yourself,
up, Andrew.
Grace.
Shut the fuck up.
You're
Let
gonna
me
bury
respond,
yourself. You're too
okay?
stupid for this
No,
conversation.
I'm agreeing with him. What Erudite
You
was
don't even
saying
know what
was
you're
that
talking about.
She was saying you can have a code of ethics.
Here you go.
that
Get
is
destroyed,
different
Grace.
from another code of ethics.
Get destroyed.
And yet you can be the thing that one person is doing is not
What a
immoral.
fucking idiot.
That's not true. If somebody has a Catholic code of ethics and they compare it to the legal system in America, they would not say that if somebody does something illegal, or sorry, legal in America that is
God, this
immoral to
fucking
them,
woman, dude.
that's okay. She
We
was
have
saying
like
that's okay.
I could pin this guy
Her morality
down and
only
destroy
applies to
him on this
herself.
in minutes,
Sure, no,
and
yes,
she
because
won't
the difference
shut
is going
up.
to be is that she's going to have a moral system. Let's say hypothetically she has a moral system that says that eating pork is not okay, right? And by the way, this is how real world people practice their morals, right? Go
By the
talk to
way,
Jewish people, go to
I'll
normal
bet you
people.
like
They
20
might say,
bucks
"I don't
that
eat
Destiny,
pork."
when he puts
They're not
this on
gonna
his
say,
channel,
"I think
he
you're a
puts it
sinner
up as
because you don't
team
eat pork."
debate,
They're just gonna
even
say,
though it's
"I'm
not a
gonna
team
partake
debate.
in your pork eating with you, as long as you're not
Garen
violating
fucking
the
T it.
collective ethics, our law system.
Clip
We can all
this.
have our
Clip
own
this
individual
prediction.
set of ethics. One man might say, "I don't eat pork. I don't partake in masturbation," and another man might say, "I do that." If they're not in the same moral collective sphere, if they don't have the same religious belief, he's not going to say, "Wow, I think you're living a life of sin." He's going to say, like, "Oof, you've lived like you have a totally
But
different
eating
set of
pork,
ethics than me."
the thing about eating pork is not a moral law. That's about like religious cleanliness. That's not a moral
no.
thing.
Okay,
Whereas
hold on, Grace, you're
partaking in
Grace,
pornography is
Grace,
it's a
that's fine, but
religious law.
replace it,
It's a
Grace.
religious
Grace,
law.
you're
So if
missing-
somebody's of a
Yeah,
different
don't blame
religion,
me
of
for
course you
anything
wouldn't expect them
Erudite got to
to-
pass
missing-
on.
you're missing
follow
Grace
your
won't
religious
shut
law.
up.
Then
She
ignore the
literally
pork thing.
cannot
I don't think
shut
you
her
said, but
mouth.
fine. Replace it with literally
If she was
anything. It might
smart,
be
she would shut
treating
the
your
fuck
parents
up, but
disrespectfully.
she's not
But what I'm
smart.
saying is that like somebody might say, "I'm not going to judge them as immoral because they're from a totally different religious system. As long as they follow the law."
I was
that's
destroying the
fine.
gremlin, but this bitch won't shut up. Now, Destiny, back to this though. My point wasn't whether or not you could have a different set of laws between Group A and Group B. But if you're part of Group B's ethical system, then only that ethical system for you can be true. That's the point. So if you have a conflict between Christian ethics and whatever's going on in secular society, only one of those can be true. You already admitted that only one of those can be true. So if that's true, then you have to operate from the true one, right? Or you should.
That's true, but just because there's a conflict there, if part of your beliefs is wait, hold on, real quick. I'm sorry, I'm not done.
Watch
Just because
this.
there's a conflict there
He's not gonna
doesn't mean
say
that
anything.
it needs to be reconciled. For instance,
It doesn't
a
need to be
good
reconciled,
Christian
huh?
probably would say you ought to go to church
Big
every
brain
single
take.
Sunday. That's not mandated by
That's
the
a religious law,
government, right?
not a moral
And
law.
there goes
It's a
Grace.
religious law.
Like, we
No,
just
no,
had him
religious law.
again, and
It's
she
not.
fucked it up.
Let's let Destiny finish. Go
Okay,
ahead.
right. But maybe in the wider government, people aren't mandated to go to church, right? Just because you might feel that way personally doesn't mean you think you need to compel all of society to feel that way. Now, if somebody says, "What's the true rule? What should everybody do?" Well, you wouldn't even say everybody should do this moral thing. What you would say is everybody should believe in the same moral truth that I do, and then
Right.
from there would stem the moral.
Thank
thing,
you.
right?
Okay, so since we've conceded that this is true, then when I ask Kyla which thing is true, pornography as being moral, or your Christian ethics saying that that's immoral, only one can be true, she should answer that her purview for Christianity is true. Right, Destiny?
No, look, you're so fucking stupid. Okay,
I don't even know how you
break this
just
down. I'll break this down
responded
for you.
with
I'll break
that.
this down
This
for
is
you.
great.
Go ahead. Are you gonna just keep whinging
Go
out?
ahead,
Andrew?
go ahead.
Keep whinging out. Okay. If the government said I personally had to make
That's the
pornography,
debate,
there
ladies
would
and
be a
gentlemen.
conflict
Wrecked.
here, because I might be
Wrecked.
personally opposed to it for religious reasons. But it is not opposed to my religious system for the system to say that people can do
Well,
pornography
Destiny just agreed
at
with that.
large. And I don't have to weigh in strongly, but whether pornography for non-Christians is bad or good, this isn't conflicting.
Debate's
because,
done.
as you would agree, there are some religious
Now watch
moral
this,
laws
when
that
she's
will be
all done
true
spurging
for us
eventually.
as religious people
Screaming.
that are not true for other people.
You just conflated religious
Well, hang on. Let me finish, Grace. Let me just finish with a
rejoinder.
rejoinder. I'm almost done. Destiny would disagree with you because he just got done disagreeing with you. He said only one of these ethical systems can be true, and shouldn't you operate off of the true ethical system, Destiny?
But I'm saying that the law is not an ethical system. It's an
That's not what I asked.
abstraction.
Not what I asked. Dude.
You're asking. Your question is nonsense. Then
How is it nonsense?
There is no aggregate ethical system.
You just said
There's
all
not an
laws are
aggregate-
based in ethics.
Wait. I think I understand. I think I can bridge the gap. Andrew's not talking about the law at all. He's talking about your personal system of ethics. And the point he's trying to make is that, like, hey, well, isn't that if you believe as a religious person this is the right way to live, then doesn't that have to apply to people who are non-religious?
No,
It was
that is
easy.
About moral things, yes.
No,
moral laws,
no.
yes,
This
yes.
is expressly anti-biblical. This is not true. There are absolutely
Got her ass
moral
kicked, and so did
requirements
he.
of
They both
Christians
lost bad.
in the Bible that is
Because they're
expressly
working
clear that
against each other's
Gentiles are not
interests.
required to do. This is
No,
Destiny
Hyla,
knows I'm right.
Hyla,
You know what I
moral-
mean?
We're not talking about religious laws.
Look at him, he
Moral
knows I'm
laws
right.
Are valid universally. If it's wrong to do something, what makes it wrong to do something, right? It's because it hurts
Make sure you
somebody.
timestamp that,
If
by
it
the
will-
way.
If something will hurt somebody, that's
Total
how we determine
victory,
ethics.
and it was
if something
easy.
will hurt somebody,
no,
it
it's
doesn't
not.
matter which person of which religion is doing it. It's wrong. The 10 Commandments apply to
And of course,
everyone.
she's fucking everything
There's
up.
a lot of things that are considered
Just
unethical
can't
by
help
religious
herself
people that don't hurt anybody.
'cause she's retarded.
That's part of it, but it's not the whole thing. Right?
Yeah, like I can't, like for instance, like not doing penance for a sin. That's like that would be wrong. But I can't. I never in my life of Christian
That's a
education
religious
have I
law.
ever
No,
heard.
it's a fucking moral law. You're
You
using
stop. I don't know why
sanctifying
you
grace
keep-
as a Catholic, you fucking
Yeah.
insane Catholic woman. Are you kidding me?
I don't know why
Penance
you're
is
saying it's a
fucking
religious
pivotal
law
to
and
religion.
it's not moral. That doesn't make any sense. Our religious laws like are heavily instructive of what our
I
moral
mean, you
things
could
are.
say you should make
No,
it.
no,
This
no,
is
no, no,
sad.
stop,
Penance
not like
to-
no,
You're
no,
gonna
no,
go to hell.
Like,
You're
he's-
not sanctifying grace.
He's
That's your
trying his
belief. That's your
hardest to
fucking
cope
belief,
for her,
Grace.
dude.
I don't know why you keep saying this. It doesn't make any sense.
Okay, I'll give you
What
a
I'm saying,
better
wait, what I'm saying,
example.
what I'm saying is that like
the
I've
most
never heard
hilarious
my
thing
entire
I've ever
Christian saying like,
seen.
"Wow, this person like should be doing like penance," or should be like. Usually, what they're saying, if they're gonna make any moral statement about you, they're saying you should convert. Because the idea that they would fall, like even the idea that you would tell a non-religious person to follow your religious values doesn't make sense. Because why would they? They would say convert.
I'll give you
Okay.
another
Like,
example.
yeah.
Something that's
hang on,
considered-
let me finish. Let me
Whoa,
finish
whoa,
now.
wait,
I just let everybody talk. Let me talk.
He let them
Well,
talk.
I'm the moderator. Just let me get this one word in, and then
All
it's
right.
all you, man.
All right.
All right. So the one example that I would say that's a better example, I think, would add to this discussion is drugs. I think a lot of people would say drugs are immoral, right? But they don't actually hurt anyone. Okay, go ahead, Andrew.
So again,
Sin.
the point is whether or not only one of those can be true, and by the laws of logic, only one can be true, or both are untrue. But if you at least believe one is true, then how can shut up, erudite?
That's
Shut
not
up,
true.
erudite. Let
Drugs
me
can be a
finish,
sin or not a
bro.
sin.
Let me finish. Let me finish my question.
If you
Destiny,
can you
shut
agree
up,
to this
shut
statement?
up,
Can you agree to
shut
this
up.
statement? I
Let
don't
me
wanna-
finish.
We're just gonna loop. You're just looping.
No, I need you to answer. Actually, answer
I
this.
understand that you
Stop freaking
disagree
out,
with
erudite.
this.
Stop
I
freaking out.
understand
Stop
that you
freaking
disagree
out.
with this.
I let all of you
I
talk.
understand that
Let
you-
me talk. Stop
Yeah,
talking.
You're the pinnacle. of
Stop
what
talking,
you do.
erudite.
Can you agree
Okay,
with this
so,
statement, Andrew? Can you agree with this statement? Can you agree that it might be okay for one person morally to do an action and not another? Can you agree that these two things would work within a moral system?
Yes,
one
there could
person
be
can-
overlap. Yes.
Great, we agree.
No, we don't agree on anything.
Wait, hold on, Andrew. Your answer to that question was no. Andrew didn't hear you. He must not have heard you.
I think she does agree.
Kyla was asking, is it possible that a person could do something that is simultaneously moral or immoral? Andrew is literally
No.
appealing to the property of non-contradiction.
Yeah,
Yes.
no,
he's
they-
trying
they
to see, he's
couldn't.
appealing to a proper
Oh.
basic logic law. But the problem is what the argument that Andrew's trying to make, but we're never going to move on from this. Andrew is trying to say that moral law is fact, it's true. There are
No.
true moral statements.
I know.
Please, Andrew, why can't?
Because
nobody
if you
me
can't
of all
restate my
people can't summarize-
position-
I literally give me a second to restate your position. I don't know why you think I can't do it. I'm doing it perfectly.
You're
If
not.
you can't understand that, I don't know why the fuck you even.
I can just do it.
Andrew,
It was my turn.
You
It was my
obviously
turn.
clearly can, and nobody's understanding
It's
you.
my
The
turn. Let
statement-
me put out my
How is it your
position.
turn? You just cut me off in the middle of my sentence.
I was
How do you
starting.
take
You
turn?
cut me off, Destiny. Let me finish.
Stop,
Let me finish my question, and then you can just answer it. You don't even have to guess. I'll just state it.
Hang on. Stop.
I'll
All right,
just
let's
state
go.
it.
Andrew, hang on here. Andrew was about to talk before.
That's
so let's
right.
let Andrew talk. Right after that, it's going to be Destiny, and then whoever else wants to talk after that. But Destiny will have uninterrupted time to talk as soon as Andrew says whatever he wants to say.
So this is always a common tactic of deflection, but I'm not going to move off of it. Destiny is not going to be able to straw man it. I'm going to ask again, since by Destiny's concession, if your belief is only one of them is true, shouldn't you follow the one you believe is true, Destiny?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. So Kyla,
Yes,
then you're a
you
hypocrite,
personally-
Kyla.
Question is
No,
meaningless.
no,
Your question
no.
is meaningless.
Yes.
Let's let Destiny now say what he wants to say. Go ahead.
Easy. Easy
He
win.
the problem is he believes that there is
Such
one
an
moral
easy
truth.
win.
And so if you're
Nope.
doing an action, it
Problem
is
is
either morally
my
acceptable
belief.
or morally unacceptable.
I
It
said
cannot be both at the
if
same
you
time.
believe it.
But the problem
Yes,
is he
it
keeps
can.
conflating the law and an individual like religious sects ethics. But these are two different things. The law is not an
I'm not
ethical
denying.
guideline.
I'm literally not denying
it
that these are
is.
two different things. I'm saying that if you believe one of them is true, you should operate on the one you believe is true, right?
And she
Yeah,
does. She probably
personally-
does.
She doesn't.
Personally, I do.
She
Personally, I
doesn't.
do.
So if Christians in your worldview, then hang on. If that's true and you operate on the one you believe is true, then you should be able to say that this action, which is violation of these ethics, is immoral, right, Erudite?
No.
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 course not.
Destiny, you
Of course
can't
Kyle,
possibly
you're a
back
Christian.
that.
You're a
No.
Christian.
How do you
You're a
think
Christian.
that? How do you
Okay,
think that
so
her
here's an
refusal
example
What the
that
fuck?
applies to most
What?
Christians. Abortion is legal, right? But Kyla,
what?
as a Christian, you would say abortion.
I can't
is the
even
murder
believe
of
that
an
this is
innocent child,
happening.
right? It is
I
immoral.
literally can't
right?
even believe that this is
So you
happening
can't
right
say
now.
just because abortion is legal that it's moral for other people to do, right? That
I would
doesn't
say
make
it's
it moral
morally
for other
neutral
people
for
to do.
non-religious people because
I
there
just
isn't
can't
a
even believe
super
it.
Strong religious, so it's
No,
going to
it
be-
doesn't have to do with religion, though. This is what you don't understand. It's a moral, it's a
we'll let
universal
Grace give him some
moral
easy
law that
dubs.
killing an innocent person is immoral. It doesn't matter what religion you're from.
This is so fucking brutal, dude. I've never even heard
like
anything
that
this
moral
absurd in my
ethics.
life.
I'm not deontological. I am not a.
She's not
moral
deontological, but
universalist.
she's a
You are,
Christian.
so we are never going to reconcile our differences because I reject.
How can you
this-
think that killing, that having abortion is immoral, and yet morally neutral for somebody else?
Stop.
Because I don't believe that the fetus is ensouled at conception. Is one of the biggest ones.
This has got to be the
But
funniest
do
debate
you
I've
think
ever been in
abortion
my
is
life.
immoral?
When
At any point, it's
I
a
answered your
human life
question.
from
I answered-
conception.
So I reject that. I do not believe that the fetus is ensouled at conception. I've already said I reject that.
Okay, so you're not a Christian.
Okay, I guess whatever.
You
would
don't.
like
You
to
don't
believe.
hold. You. Okay, so
I do not
that doesn't
believe
make any
that you're
sense. That's
ensouled
been
at
disproven.
conception.
when do you believe you're ensouled, Kyla?
I would say probably about 15 weeks.
Should
it
you
seems
believe
to
the
me.
ethics
so
you
you
believe
know
are
when
true?
God
Yes.
ensouls
So are the
children,
other
right?
ethics you
You
don't
believe
believe,
in
are they
Nobody
immoral?
knows. Of
No.
course nobody
Okay,
knows.
so
Why,
so
like the
nobody knows.
Catholic
That's a
Church.
literal
so nobody
performative
knows, but you think
contradiction.
it might be
Catholic
okay
history.
to kill a
Okay.
child
Literally a
before
performative
15 weeks
contradiction.
because you're guessing that that's when God ensouls
stop,
children?
Stop. I don't want to turn this into an abortion debate. It's just like so off track. We're going on like almost 2.5 hours. I think we should get into closing statements.
Yeah, I agree.
If you guys want to do like another 5 minutes,
Take
of
the
back and
total
forth, that's
victory
fine.
for me.
But yeah, if we're gonna get into an abortion
So,
debate, this is gonna go
I
for
don't
another.
know if Grace is aware of the history of the Catholic Church, but even the Catholic Church didn't always believe that life.
Again,
began at
$20
conception. In fact,
that this
the
is
whole
put up as a
concept
team
was
debate.
that
And
the
they just
fetus
like
was
put all
ensouled
their
at 40
dubs
days
on
if they were
Grace
a male,
on me.
and at 80 days
Garen
if they were a
fucking T
female.
it.
There's multiple situations where it does not
Yeah.
seem like all forms of abortion are always necessarily immoral.
but-
No, it
but
is
you
done.
have to
But
understand,
I mean, they
didn't
took the L
understand
whether they
so
want to
didn't
take the L or
understand
not.
science
They
behind it.
took the
kind of
fucking
thought
L
that a
pretty
woman
bad
was
on
like a
this one.
garden in which a
It
seed was
It was
planted,
pretty
and then-
bad, I must
And then
admit.
the seed grew, and then like at the quickening, which is like when the baby kicks.
By the way, I
that's
like
when
doing
it,
commentary while I'm
receives
doing the panel.
soul
I think
from
it's
God.
fun.
Okay, so
They
you would
didn't
agree
understand
that
that-
the science matters for informing your religious predilections on morality.
Absolutely,
would
yeah.
agree?
The science
Okay.
100%
Based
says
on the
that life
science-
starts. So the only question is when ensoulment happens, because science
Oh,
says
God,
that life starts.
ensoulment, these
And
fucking
a
people.
unique human life starts at conception. So the
Yeah, I
only
just
question is
reject
when.
that.
$20 in Mexican money. I think
Science
that's
does
fair
not
bet.
back that a unique human life is created at conception.
Ugh,
No,
I
it
don't wanna-
does. It
I don't wanna do
absolutely
this.
100%
I don't want to
does.
do. Yes, you're right.
Human
Unique
life.
Human chromosomes are created at conception.
I don't want to get into the abortion debate. It's going to be going for 5 hours. Let's do this. Let's do closing statements. I'll give everyone 2 or 3 minutes each, and then we'll do a few super chats and we'll wrap up. Sorry, guys. Unfortunately, we don't have enough time for an open panel because I do, as always, have to make it to Whole Foods before they close, and they close at 11. So I'm going to get there like 10:55. As always, the people are going to be pissed off at me, but that's the kind of sacrifice I make for you guys. All right, let's go in order that we did for closing statements. So I'll start off with you, Andrew, Kyla, Destiny, and Grace.
Well, just remember that this is the strongest kind of win, which is that I caught my opponents in an actual performative contradiction. Destiny didn't even need to accept. I don't even know why he accepted it, but it was a performative contradiction. Performative contradiction is simple. If you claim that you believe truth is one set of ethics, and then somebody else is doing something which is a violation of what you believe is truth, you necessarily would have to say that that's immoral. There's no way around that. There's never going to be a way around that. There's no compelling arguments that my opponents have made on this at all. Not a single one. A lot of prattle, a lot of bullshit. Never made a single good argument against this. Not one time. They just say, well, there could be overlap, which nobody disagreed with. Of course there could be overlap. But they never made an actual argument against this. They just kind of conceded it's true, then restated my position, strawmanned it, and I had to restate it 15 times. But Destiny agreed that that is a true statement. So there's no way around the performative contradiction. Grace is fucking stupid. Not my debate partner. Didn't come into this panel with a debate partner. And so don't fucking clip it, Destiny and Erudite, and say that this chick was my debate partner to make yourselves look better. She's not my fucking debate partner. It was
You're just mad I
it
didn't
was
respond to
pandered.
your
It was pandered. It was pandered to me as an open debate panel. I knew it was going to be this way because Erudite and Destiny basically, she's a clone of him, but she's not my fucking debate partner.
Okay, let's go next to Kyla.
Okay, it doesn't take like super high IQ to understand that like any moral system that makes any sense has relativity baked into it, and based on relativity, you can have things that are true for some
This is
individuals.
like
at some times
what she
and not
said
true for
right
other
from her
individuals.
opening
It's just like
has
super
nothing to do
simple.
with my
For example,
argument.
it's
It
wrong
has
to
nothing to
steal,
do with my
but
argument.
most
What a
people would
fucking
agree
idiot.
Contextually, that if you need to steal to like survive and like provide for your family, most people would agree that that's actually fine.
Just
Most
like-
Christians would agree with this.
it has nothing
most
to do
people
with
would agree
anything.
this. I don't know why Andrew's disagreeing with me because he explicitly said that he believes in relativity.
Because
and
it's
that
not my
actually
argument.
He can chain smoke cigarettes.
It has
and have
nothing
an
to do with my
addiction, and it's
argument.
fine.
What a fucking
But
idiot.
For other people, it's
I've
not
never
fine,
seen
which is
anybody
implying necessarily
golden
that
rings
there's
of
a
cope in
relativistic
chat. I've
nature
never
to this.
seen
He's already
cognitive
agreed from the
dissonance like
beginning.
this in my
All I
life.
can guess at this point is that the cigarettes have
Ever.
invited demonic entanglement.
Like,
into
this was
Andrew's
easy.
Old,
This was
fractured
easy.
Mind,
It wasn't
and
even hard.
Beelzebub has entered his lungs and migrated to his brain, and the brain cells are being possessed by a demon. One at a
Total
time,
fucking
and his
cope.
faculties are
Light it
failing,
up with
as his
golden
health does.
cope. Make sure to
Alright,
send in
cool. Let's go
membership so
to,
other people can
Destiny
light
next.
it up with golden
Yeah,
cope.
I don't even know what the fuck we're talking about at the last of this.
Yeah, take the L,
I hope that
Destiny.
Grace stops fucking
Take
her
the
dad.
fucking L.
Okay, let's go to Grace. Closing statements.
Hang on. Grace interrupted my closer, so yeah, base Destiny. That was funny.
Yeah, you guys are all insufferable assholes. I would like to take my closing statement to announce that I am permanently resigning from debating. I think this is one of the things that
Smart.
make women unhappy, pretending to be a man. I don't think women are fit to debate with men. I think Erudite should take a break too. I'm open to cat
Golden
fights or
rings
panel
of cope,
debates, but
ladies and
I
gentlemen.
do not think that I am a man. and
Destiny
I'm not going to
basically
try to
just
be
agreed
anymore.
with me. He knows.
Goodbye.
Well, this was a panel
Goodbye.
debate. I literally said, "Hey, I'm doing a panel debate with Destiny, Kyle, and Andrew." That was funny. Okay, that was some good comedic relief. All right. Anyway, so yeah, let's just go through a few super chats really quickly.
It was
and we'll
1v1
wrap up.
v1.
Okay,
I got all of them
okay,
to
here's
Spurg
one.
and Grace to rage quit.
Andrew, can you quit smoking for 6 months? Show us that you're not addicted to it. I don't know what you.
No,
He said he is addicted to
I'm
it.
most definitely addicted to nicotine.
It's
Yeah,
just
that's
not
what I
a sin
thought.
in his case.
Yeah. Okay, he didn't bring the loss. He was asking, how do you have two contradicting moral quotes in your head? Deflection. So Team Fatty. And I think he super chatted
chats that
this.
can't keep up.
If you have moral contradicting beliefs in your head, you are showing cognitive dissonance. You have to pick one.
Okay, I've already
That's
outlined whether or not
correct.
I'm-
You do. No, hang on. Let me respond to the super chat. They
know you love
do
it.
have to. Well, okay. So
Team
are we
Fatty
are
is
we
your boy,
responding to the super chats or
absolutely.
not?
So you tell me,
Respond to the
Alex.
super chat as well.
Let's quickly respond to the super.
Okay, great. So if we're responding to the super chat, it is cognitive dissonance. I proved it. It's also a performative contradiction. This is very basic, right? I can't even believe she bit the bullet on it, right? I know Destiny understands what's going on. I think he understands what's going on. But yeah, it was a pretty bad bullet to bite, in fact.
Okay.
As long as you say it loudly, this is Andrew's like motif. In fact, I see it in all of your chatters that are in my comment section right now, where you guys just like believe unironically. As long as I just say, I won, I beat everyone. I have
did
the
beat her.
biggest, best words. I have the greatest
do.
words. That just like people will believe you. And
This was
unfortunately for
pretty
your
bad.
low IQ viewers,
This was
that
not
is
good
true.
for
Unfortunately,
Erudite.
It's not compelling to the rest of us.
Yes, it is.
Continuing to say,
There is
I
nobody
won.
who will argue this point with me. There's nobody who will argue this point with
Well,
me.
I'll end
You're
up with
muted,
this.
Mike Andrew. Good job.
I'll
Nobody.
end up on a warm, fuzzy note. I truly appreciate every single one of you. You guys are all good people. I enjoy chatting with all of you. And even though you guys have some radically different beliefs, I think you're all good people. Grace, I'm not as sold on, but, we'll see how that
Well, hang on. Can
story-
I, in the spirit of good charity, also thank my opponents for coming in? I appreciate you
Yeah,
having
sure.
me on the panel. Both Erudite and Destiny, I don't usually ever take conversations like this personally if I can avoid it. It looked like Erudite and Grace were having the exchange, so I got involved. But I don't generally bring up people's personal lives. I don't give a shit about that. I was really just here for the arguments.
Yeah, you
Okay,
just
hold
brought
on,
up
wait.
open
That is
relationship
not
for
true.
funsies,
Andrew, you
fucking
gossip
liar.
so much on Twitter.
Yeah,
What the
you're
fuck?
such a fucking
So do you.
liar. This is
So do you.
insane. He's not saying I don't like to do this. He's not morally pontificating. I'm
You
sure
think
Destiny would agree.
so?
Yeah, I do
So
talk shit
hang
about
on,
people.
hang on, stop. What's wrong with me addressing what's going on in real time or allegations which are made and things like this in real time? That's not even gossip.
Because the allegations and gossip have nothing to do with any of the points or anything that's going on with people. You're like Rolo in this space. You just like
Tell
to
me.
keep up with the gossip.
Tell me which thing specifically.
The obsessing over like me and Lauren's hypothetical aborted child.
Did you
Like, I
fuck?
see you make,
Okay,
like,
okay,
random
hang on. Then let me ask you a question directly. Answer it directly. Did you fuck Lauren Southern?
It's hard to say for sure because
Just
I don't know if a threesome with
answer
her
the
and your mom
question.
at the same
Did
time
you-
counts.
did you
Andrew,
have
you're
sex-
doing the thing right now.
You're just deflecting.
I'm
you're-
not
Just
deflecting.
so
I'm
You're
trying to
deflecting.
illustrate the
I'm not
point that
trying to make like,
You're
personal.
deflecting.
You just said I'm talking about things that are true and important
Relevant
to
and
say,
true.
now you're like obsessed.
They're
over
relevant and
gossip
true.
you've
You
heard.
refuse to actually
What is
answer.
the relevancy? Okay, tell me. Let's say that I say yes or no. What are the different worlds that open
One's a
up
lie
to
and
us?
one's the truth.
Why
No,
do
no,
you
but
care?
you're saying it's relevant. Like, what does it impact?
Well, the relativity is whether or not Lauren Southern's a chronic liar who cheated on her husband and is LARPing as a trad person while she was secretly having sex with you, which
When
is
the
true.
last time- wait.
It's not gossip if I'm asking the source. It's not gossip if I'm asking the source.
Let's say that's true. Okay.
Yeah.
Have you ever interacted with her? Do
Yeah.
you make content about her? Did you like interact with her in the YouTube space? Like,
Yeah, I've
I don't think
interacted
you
with
care
her.
about this at all. No, you don't. It's just
Yes, I
gossip.
do. In fact, she DMs my
Where?
wife all the time. What are you talking about?
Are you and your wife the same person?
What does that have to?
If
We,
she-
we
okay, if she
operate
DMs
on
your-
in the
hold on.
space.
If she DMs your wife all the time, then why not have your wife ask her?
She has.
Oh,
And
then
like
there you,
you,
go. guys
she's
can have that
deflected. And so
conversation.
you bring this up. You say I'm some gossip monger, but when you're directly asked these questions, you directly deflect. You don't actually answer them. So just
saying
how about
I'm
this?
here
How about
to
this?
gossip
Just say
you guys.
no.
I didn't want to make
Just
it
say
personal. I
no.
just wanted to discuss ideas.
Just
also,
say
Destiny,
no.
You fucking Erudite. Also, Erudite.
He brought it
why
up.
Are you a bad Christian
He brought it
having
up.
Open relationship.
He brought it up.
because you asked me.
You're just a
So
head-
answer
asked
no.
me-
Answer no or yes. Did you fuck her
No,
or not?
I don't talk about my personal life
Right.
or anything with other people on the
So then
internet.
don't
That's
say that
the problem with
Rolo's a gossip monger while you deflect from this question. Just answer the question.
That's literally the point of talking about gossip. Deflecting.
No,
You would
he
ask me
brought up
about-
evidence.
if
He
you
brought
asked
up
me-
evidence.
If you really show, where's the evidence?
The evidence is you won't answer the fucking question.
Andrew's like, as long as I say it.
He
God.
brought
Tell
up,
me that.
he said that he has a
Why,
source.
When you action on us, you
He
perform a
said
logical
that he had a
contradiction,
source.
The strongest form of logical. Blah,
He
blah, blah.
claimed
You
that
got
he
it.
had a source, and the source told
Oh,
him.
Well, if he claimed he had a source, well, fuck
And
me.
the source
Another
was her
person said that
husband.
You got railed by 10 dudes in high school,
Bro,
Andrew.
Just answer the question.
No, I don't talk about my personal
Right.
life with anybody. It's
And
a policy
that's-
I have.
but we know,
Just because of gossipy
right?
people like you.
So you
I
won't
don't
answer
do
the
it.
question.
I won't. If you ask me if I fuck anybody, I won't tell you if I fuck Alex or not. No,
Yeah,
I don't
you
answer
talk
those
about
types
the
of
women you
questions.
fuck constantly. Would you like a list?
If
Wait,
they,
let's-
Do you want a list, bro?
If another person,
Destiny and I did
if
not
another
fuck.
person,
When
I want
people
to
bring
question.
this up-
I'm not saying this. Andrew, do you
Yeah.
understand the difference? If a person wants to be public about a relationship that we've had, or if a person wants to come out and make statements about it, then sure, then I'll do that. That's fine. But that's a lot different than speculating on have you fucked this person, have you fucked that person, have you fucked
Why
that
did
person?
you ask BX Bullet who she
Thing.
fucked? You asked BX Bullet if she fucked John Zerka.
I didn't ask her. If
You
she-
did.
she was
I have the
for her.
DM. You want to see it?
Yeah, because I was fighting with her and John.
Okay, so you did ask her. So you did ask her. So why can't I ask
This
you?
doesn't matter, Andrew. This doesn't
Why
matter.
can't I
That's
ask
not
you,
the
bro?
point you're making.
Andrew, you can ask me.
Yeah.
When I was asking BX Bullet, it's because I was shit slinging and being gossipy. The difference is I'll admit when I am.
So hang on. So it's not okay for me to do it. It's just okay for you to do it?
No, you
No, no.
stupid
If you
motherfucker.
want- hold
It's
on.
not
Yeah,
okay
keep
for you
spurting,
to
Eric,
intimidate
keep
about
spurting.
not
No. If you want to do it, knock yourself out. That's why I blocked you on Twitter. I don't want to associate with it.
You
But if
didn't block me
wanna
on
do it-
Twitter. I think you're there right now.
Oh, fuck. I thought I did. My bad. If
Yeah.
you want to do it, you can do it. That's fine.
By the
But don't
way,
get mad.
this was
Don't get
only
mad when
brought up.
somebody-
This was
don't
only
get
brought up
mad.
so that
Oh
you
my
understand
God.
in the context
okay.
that Rolo brought it up. So I retweeted it. And then I asked you directly.
No, that's not true. You've obsessively been tweeting about this for like months. I
Show
see
him.
my
Show
Twitter.
it. Show it.
I don't have every tweet you've done
You
on my
go over
computer
your
right now.
tweets on your show
You would've
constantly.
$1,000 that you've tweeted about this at least 10 times this year. $1,000 on that.
I don't think I've tweeted about it 10 times.
Will you bet
People link me your
$10,000 on it?
tweets all the not 10,000. Jesus.
10,000. I
People
mean, 10,000
link
would
me
be
your
nice.
tweets all the time about this shit. It's not just because Rolo. And even if Rolo does bring it up, then just admit it. Be like, oh, I was just being.
He
gossipy.
brought it up.
Sometimes-
I asked you. You still won't answer.
Sometimes I got.
It's relevant to my political party, whether
it's
or not
relevant.
it
at
is
all.
relevant.
It has no relevancy whatsoever.
It does.
Even if me and Lauren had 50 secret children, it wouldn't be relevant at
It
all.
would
to
be.
anything.
It would be relevant in this entire space. As this woman is
really wouldn't
LARPing
be. It
as
would
a
have no
bear
impact on
killing
literally
trad girl.
anything.
Do you want to let me talk? She's
Oh yeah,
she's
you're
gonna.
obsessed about Brittany from PP
She-
as well.
yeah,
That's true. I
keep
see you
on
tweet about her a
going.
lot as well. True, you
Yeah,
do.
keep
You're a
on
gossip.
going.
You're a
You're-
gossip.
anything
But just
you
own
can
it. If you
do-
own it-
anything
if
you
own
can
it,
do
that's
to
fine. Be like,
divert.
yeah, I do gossip. That's
But
fine.
just
We all do
remember,
a
you
little bit.
haven't answered the question.
Correct. I don't. I
admit
don't
it.
answer those
Right.
types of
You
questions.
haven't answered the question.
Wait, just admit that you're a gossip then, Andrew.
It's not gossip
What's wrong with
to
it?
talk about things that are relevant going on in the space I'm in.
So relevant.
It is relevant, and I can explain
My
how.
dick is I guess Hunter's dick, my dick. How many dicks do you follow in the political?
How many
movement?
dicks do you
dick.
follow?
Follow
Jesus.
Nick's
Like,
too,
you think
apparently.
that people who espouse my beliefs, my ideology, and my ethical system, who are engaging in things counter to that, that's not relevant to me? That's bullshit. That's bullshit. You call that out yourself all the time. All the time for your side.
Relevant things. but I
That,
don't
yeah,
sit
this
here
is a
and, like-
relevant thing.
Okay. All right.
How is Hunter Avalon's dick relevant?
Because Hunter Avalon, who's long been considered a grifter inside of the space, he had a massive scandal which went on as he's going on Twitter and all these places, calling out conservatives and saying, no, I'm the trad guy because I have a nice wife and kids and blah, 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 who actually his wife was secretly setting up gangbangs in the background. That's what was really going on. And it's a bunch of bullshit. You guys can
Well,
claim that this isn't
my
relevant to the
gossip
space,
is legitimate.
that the largest creators...
It's
that the
fine that
it's
you
bullshit.
gossip, Andrew. It's fine that you're a gossip girl. We all are. The problem is when you try to say that you're not. That's it. You just
It's
try to
relevant
pontificate and
to
be
my
like,
political
"None
system."
Of this is personal.
It's relevant
I just am
to the
bringing up
political
relevant
system.
discussions. I apologize. You know,
They
I
are
didn't want to have to
relevant.
bring up these personal things.
Mhm.
You're just lying.
No, I'm not lying. I didn't bring any
You
of
should
this
use
up in the
pronoun
debate.
she,
Other
her, 'cause
people
apparently
did.
You're lying as often as women do about what
So
you
so
think.
because I go to a debate, I agree that I'm not going to bring up any personal attacks. This equates to my Twitter somehow because I retweet or engage in things which are relevant to the space that I'm in. That's absurd.
As long as you say it loudly, I'm sure somebody out there will believe you.
Well, I mean,
Alright,
give me an
here we go.
argument. Can't wait to hear it.
Is there anything you want to say? Anyone? We'll wrap up. All right, there we go. Thank you, Destiny, for putting on using me as an example. Now, the 1% of cringy autistic people are going to use it as an example. They're, oh, Alex is gay. Look, Destiny called it out. But yeah, anyway, it was fun. It was fun having this discussion. I enjoyed it. I think the internet enjoyed it very much too. Yeah, I stand by what I said. You guys are all good people. I appreciate all of you. And yeah, if you guys want to really quickly plug your channels, feel free. We'll start off with you, Andrew.
My name is Andrew Wilson, host of The Crucible. I guess soon to be blocked by Destiny. But you can find me on The Crucible. And, you know, we also operate as a debate channel, and we have some of the finest debates on the internet. I appreciate both of my opponents' time. I do think these are relevant things to my space and what's going on politically, whether they want to believe that they're political figures or not.
Okay, cool. Kyla?
My name is Not So Erudite. Andrew and I are actually starting a new podcast together. It's called Gossip Girl, and in it we talk about relevant political discourse, and we outline, relevant, important gossip about other people. And you know what? I am here for BPF to be on his Mean Girl arc. Okay, I stan you, Slay Queen.
I mean,
Okay, I'm looking
she already
forward
got
to
destroyed. So.
watching that. And Destiny?
YouTube.com/Destiny, Kick.com/Destiny, Instagram.com/Destiny. You know how it goes.
Sweet. All right, appreciate y'all. Have a good night, guys. Take it easy. We'll see you next time. Peace.
Love you. Bye.
Thanks, Alex.
All right. That's the debate. Wasn't expecting it to go that way, but it went that way. By the way, I don't know if you know this or not, but Destiny essentially conceded that he had sex with Lauren. So I don't know how else to take. Does anybody doubt at this point that this dude was banging this broad? Right? Does anybody have any doubt now? Anybody have any fucking doubt at all? A single person getting blown out in the debate, they bring that up, and it still didn't help them. Still was not helpful to them whatsoever. Anyway, hang on a second. I got to pull up the dono side, guys. I want to get through your super chats. I appreciate all the mega support tonight. It's very helpful to me. All right. Destiny's like, wait, I got you blocked on Twitter. I'm not blocked on his Twitter. He just like made that up too. $5 comes in from the Commonwealth. He says, for the whiskey fund, good Lord knows you need it after this cognitive abortion of a debate. Yeah, it was pretty bad. $10 comes in from Wilhelm Bones. Well done, good sir. Appreciate that. $10 comes in from Not So Marine Biologist. My studies show that fish that let nicotine smoke and beer along with water pass into their gills decreases the risk of mortality by 27%. That's pretty funny. $4 comes in from Circle G. It says it's great that in the beginning, Destiny asserted that the internet gave autists a subculture, and then he, Grace, and Erudite proceeded to behave acoustically. That's actually pretty hilarious. Let me go over to the YouTube side. I'm going to start reading these donations off. By the way, guys, it's rare that we can get a panel like that together, and it's all done via your support. So I'd appreciate it if you guys were generous tonight. I feel like it's not that often that you see Destiny, Erudite, and Grace all get blown out in the same fucking stream, and it can only be done here on the Crucible by one man, me. Talk all the shit that you want. They lost that one. Bad. Wasn't even close. But to be fair to Destiny, I do actually think he's a good debater. But I think he kind of had to cover for Erudite quite a bit. So let's go back through. We'll get to the super chats here, guys. Cope. No, there's no cope tonight. Sorry. No cope going on here tonight. This was a pretty easy one. By the way, thanks for the guy who donated all of those members. Really appreciate it. It's very helpful to us. Super chat from Joshua Projects. Let me pull this up here. He says, I want to support Andrew's drinking habits. We appreciate that very much. The Smoking Patriot sends in a super chat. He says, from one nicotine lover to another, it sharpens the brain. That's true. Petrogard says, the Thorpes are the Great Value brand version of the Trailer Park Boys. Dad, 2P3 says, Grace, the daddy lover, sure likes she nag. Not the best, well-structured super chat I've ever seen, but fair enough. I love how Destiny viewers are saying Andrew's mansplaining what makes women happy. But if Rachel said the exact same thing, they'd call her pick me, shaking my head, liberals and their non-points. Well, I mean, we got into much worse points for those people tonight. Super chat comes in from RV, says, isn't agreeableness correlated with femininity and disagreeableness with masculinity, and dominance is proportional to disagreeableness? I think societally, I would say that might be true, depending on the society you're in, for sure. Maybe not even then. I'd have to think about the question, but I appreciate the super chat. Reverend Coffin's other son says, I love it when atheists think they know the Bible better than Christians. They fail all the time at this, every single time it's tried, bro. Every time. Super chat comes in from FB, longtime Crucible supporter, says, not so bright. Indeed.
Couldn't agree with you more. Fresh Palmini says, boys, that was clear evidence of demonic possession, virulently spewing madness in response to the truth. Yeah, that was not a great one for them at all. It was not good for them at all. Erudite's cognitive dissonance was off the chart. So it is true. I did use Grace once I realized she was on the panel to like take the blunt of most of the blows, and then I just bided my time. But that's debate strategy. You know what I mean? Super chat comes in from Supreme Awesome, who says that meltdown was perfect. It was pretty good, I must admit. Got to add that to the Erudite song. The Smoking Patriot says, some coin for making tonight a great night. You're very welcome, Smoking Patriot. Appreciate that very much. FB says, not so bright's doing the devil's work. I've never heard cognitive dissonance like that in my entire life. Thank you to all the new subscribers. Super chat comes in from Kokta, I don't know, some Russian fucking name. Says, probably disagree with you on most things, but wanted to throw you some cash for destroying Erudite. She's a way too full of herself. LOL. Yeah, she's pretty full of shit, I must admit. The Unconventional Man says, Andrew, respect for triggering Destiny. I love it. I do too. Right. And notice, right, like I'll just ask the questions, right? Everybody wants to pretend that this is gossip and then it's not relevant when grifters pretend like they're not living a life alternative to the values that they espouse and that's not even relevant. Like, who even cares? Like, shut the fuck up, dude. Shut up with your bullshit. We know better, and we've always known better, you know? Super chat comes in from RV. You were not talking about the law. You asked Erudite if she believes porn is harmful to Christians and I know. They know exactly what the points are. You know what I mean? They knew the points. They tried to straw man it 15 times. That doesn't work with me. I'll just wait, and then I'll just re-ask the question until they answer the fucking thing. Like, that doesn't work. You know how many fucking debates I've watched, hosted, or otherwise participated in? Andrew Starr says adultery is illegal. It's grounds for termination of a contract. It isn't criminal, however. I don't know what that really has to do with exactly, Andrew Starr. I'm sorry. I'm not really sure. How does this channel not have more views, subscribers is just unethical, says the Unconventional Man. Well, the thing is that we've been blacklisted everywhere by everybody because that's what happens to them. Not kidding. Blacklisted all over the place. Erudite ran a smear campaign. It's one of the reasons we had a falling out. She ran a smear campaign behind the scenes to different creators to tell them never to platform me under any circumstances. It's fucking bullshit. And then she's like, well, but be nice to me. It's like, fuck you. How about fuck you? How's that sound, you fucking bastard? Super chat comes in from Isaiah. Says, towards destroying these weetards. Dan510 sends in a super chat. Doesn't say anything. He just wants to show support for the channel. Man, I really appreciate that. I really do. Hang on a second. Super chat comes in from Gourdzilla37. Love Gourdzilla. Again, longtime supporter of the Crucible channel. He says, folded like an origami. Well done, sir. Appreciate that very much. Super chat comes in from Raziel0300. Says, if this isn't the last days, imagine how bad the days of Noah must have been. It's actually kind of funny, I must admit. Raziel wins. He's winning it so far in the super chat domain. Not your everyday Ashley. By the way, thanks for being a supporter of the channel. Sorry that you got banned. I had no idea, but second I knew, I took care of it. Says, Andrew smokes Beelzebub. It's true. The worst of the worst of the worst, because Marlboro Reds. The Unconventional Man says, Andrew's just killing it tonight. Unbelievable. It was bad. This was bad. It was a bad showing on their part. And I'm exhausted tonight, too. It's bizarre. It's literally bizarre. Alex says, masterful use of the Socratic method. I think using questions and answers is the best way to deal with these gish-galloping moral subjectivists. They are like sophists in antiquity. Yeah, that's true. Petrogard says, you crushed them. They were driven before you, and we all heard the lamentations of their women. Great show. Appreciate that very much. Harvey sends in a super chat, says, Erudite's trying to argue that porn might be good for some people, as long as they believe it's not a sin. Shout out, have pressed her, or would have pressed her more on that one. There's only so much I could do because fucking Grace just doesn't know how to shut up. If she was smart, she would have followed my lead, and we could have done a lot even better than what happened. But you know, she's Grace. Dangerfield Henley sends in a super chat and says, "Smokes, appreciate that very much." Marshall Forward, always a longtime supporter of the super chat, or longtime supporter of the Crucible, sends in a super chat for $20. Just wanted to show support. Uh-oh. What happened? What happened? I can't see the chat anymore. Did we go down? We must have fucking gone down. I wonder what happened. I wonder what happened here. Looks like we're still up, but there's some weird shit going on. I'm looking at it on my cell phone right now, and it looks like it's like breaking up or some shit. Hang on. Yeah, I can still see me too, but I can't see the chat. Something happened with the chat. Suddenly it's not working. I don't know what happened. There was like some bizarre digital hiccup or something that I can't even refresh it, so I can't see it. Yeah, I see that the chat's there on my cell phone, but I mean, I literally cannot see it on my screen. Like, I can't see it. So, yeah, it's on my end, clearly. Which, like, this is a bad time for the chat to go down. You know what I mean? We're doing, like, a post-stream victory lap. We're doing a post-stream victory lap where I wrecked all these fucking degens, including King Coomer. You know what I mean? And what do I fucking get? I get the YouTube chat going down on my end. That's some bullshit. I literally have to read it from my cell phone. So I want to be able to answer like whatever questions you guys have. Yeah, I am using my phone. Hopefully the chat will come back up on the YouTube side. So switch top and live chat. Let me try that. We'll see if that works. Yeah, I have no idea. No idea what's going on with that. It's super strange. Anyway, I'll just read it from the phone. But what do you guys got? Whatever questions you have, I'm happy to field them. Destiny's like, oh, I already blocked you. He never blocked me on Twitter, which shows you just how little I've actually discussed the guy. I've retweeted a couple of his tweets, but I tweet a lot. You know what I mean? But on the Southern thing, never did believe any of that. I never believed their story. It always sounded like a deflection. They never actually answered whether or not it was true. Neither of them ever actually answered whether it was true. You know what I mean? They think it's clever. Like, oh, we're super clever. We just won't actually answer the question. We just aren't going to do that. And it's like, okay. Well, that kind of answers the question then, doesn't it? Why would he block you? Because I'm one of the few people on the planet Earth with the balls to just ask. Just like, did X happen? You know, did X happen? I'm told Erudite. Wait a second. Erudite's getting blown out right now on Destiny's channel. That's what my intel is saying. Hang on. We'll go over there. We'll do a little post-debate viewing. We'll see if she's getting wrecked on ethics. I can't wait to watch. I hope she is. Hang on.
On others. That's like a really strict part of my moral system. So that's why like the universalism is tricky, because there's a lot of things that I apply to myself that I don't actually apply to non-religious people, like necessarily.
Can I ask why?
I think it's very anti-biblical and anti like what my religion teaches. I think like
what
I know a lot
religion?
of Christians would disagree with me on here, but I would say like Jesus was like literally part of why he was killed is because he like refused to be a major political actor. I think, like, necessarily.
This is
there's
bad.
This clear line that is made in the Bible over and over again, which is like responsive to the culture around you and not like imposing. This is why like there's a massive fight in Acts about like whether or not the Gentiles had to be like circumcised, because circumcision was like very, very important pre basically like the expansion to the Gentiles. And they essentially decided like, who are we to say what God wants to do? And they don't have to be circumcised. Gentiles don't have to be circumcised. And that to me is like this example of kind of this like, you know,
this changing precept of like what's required, but also like a shifting expectation.
I
of,
can
like,
still
what
see your
God
guys'
requires
chats and
from
super chat. I'm just
people
looking at my
different points
phone
in
here
time.
for
And
it.
So like if somebody doesn't even believe in God, it'd be really weird for us to like say, well, you can't do all these things.
Why
because
would
God
that be
said so.
weird?
And it's like, well, I don't believe in God. It's like, yeah, like it seems pretty biblical to me regularly that he constantly requires people to meet people where they are and not like impose their religion onto other people.
I agree.
Well, he
but
agrees.
Haven't been religious in a very long time, but when I was, my belief, or my understanding rather, was that Jesus believed that through love people would come to God eventually.
Right.
I
and
have
the
never
ultimate
heard
goal was to
anything
get them
this
to
absurd
follow
in my life
a
ever.
Christian lifestyle. Would you disagree with that?
No, I would agree with that, but I guess I would ask you, do you think any Christian is in any way walking in like, I'm going to convert people by love? Like, do you
Oh,
see
man.
that in the church? Because I
By the
don't,
way,
personally,
huge
which is
super
why I'm
chat
very
came in.
rejecting of how the church approaches like
I'm going to mute this for a
evangelicalism
second
and all
just to
that sort of
say,
stuff.
but huge super chat comes in from Joseph for $100. No message entered.
Actions of
Just wanted to show support for the channel. Let me add this to the dono bar.
proclaim themselves
real
to
quick.
be Christians should
All of the
dissuade you
donations that
from
came
the
in.
path that
Because there was almost like,
was preaching.
looks like
right?
So, I
125 on the back end,
Maybe
roughly.
this is a better answer. What I see in the Bible is like, it seems that God is really willing to take varying approaches to people based on like where they are in their
This is
journey
what
of
I see
faith.
in the
And I think,
Bible.
like, that's between you and God.
these
So if you
fucking
wholly
people.
don't believe in God, I don't think God is asking for a lot from you. And I think we see this pretty evidence. For example, it talks a lot about how like with new Christians, you give them like milk and honey, whereas like older, mature Christians, you like give them like meats and potatoes, which essentially to some degree implies like there are certain precepts.
By the way,
that
we're
you
at
expect of, like,
3:14.
a really mature Christian.
I'm gonna
follow
reflect
that
the
are
dono
hard
bar now.
Things to bite that you don't actually ask. and,
3:14
put
for the
on
evening. 500 was
young,
the goal.
New Christians, and so it's like if there's even within the faith this relativistic expectation of like moral conduct.
I
and there's
appreciate all
this
the great
grace,
support.
Essentially,
I do.
how
very
much more would there be for
See if we can hit the goal, but
non-religious
I want to
people?
watch
There's,
the
like,
cope.
this kind of varying window of what is okay.
Yeah, I agree, but I would also say that like Jesus would say prostitution was wrong. That doesn't mean that he necessarily condemns prostitutes themselves, but rather their actions, right?
Right, like
And-
in
So,
the case of
so is prostitution wrong? So is
defends
it
her by
wrong?
saying, "Let ye who
Is it
have not sinned
immoral?
throw the first stone."
Is prostitution immoral,
Yeah.
And then he
erudite?
says to her,
Like
"I
the
don't
sin, not
condemn
the
you."
sinner, right?
Is
Right, yeah. And then
prostitution
he says even
But
to
he
her,
still
"I don't
says
condemn
like
you."
you hate the sin, right?
Right. So is it immoral?
Sure. The issue is that it's going to be really complicated as far as what is sin, right? In the case
It's going to
of,
be
like,
really complicated.
a prostitute, right? When he like talks about like the prostitute, I guess maybe I need to like pull it up, but in the culture specifically, there was a number of reasons why
This is some
prostitution
fucking
was
crazy
explicitly
shit.
wrong, right? And so when we talk about prostitution in like a modern
It's
era,
gonna be really
for
complicated
a
to-
non-religious person, is the precept the same? And I also have a question. I don't know, but I'd also have to ask: was the prostitute that he was defending, was she religious or not? I don't actually know if that's made clear. But that
By
would
the
be,
way,
like,
thanks for the
another question that I
huge
have to, like,
donation of
wrestle through.
$100,
So in the
Joseph.
case
I
of, like,
really
a
appreciate it, bro.
2023
It's what
prostitute,
keeps the lights
I don't
on.
think
People
that
don't
that
even
has
know.
in any way the same type of like experience or like culture, like sequelae as a prostitute when like the book was written, for example.
Yeah,
What?
I don't think we disagree, but I think
$5 comes in from Sick. No message
Regardless of
entered. He
what
just
this
wanted to show
particular sin
support.
is,
Thanks a bunch, Sick. I appreciate it. Longtime Crucible supporter, by the way.
the goal is
Woman,
always
bring
the
me
same,
another
and
drink while I listen to the
to be,
cope and
like,
bask in it.
better and better and better. And obviously, like, there's no reward for that, right? There's the whole proverb of Jesus hiring people, and it doesn't matter whether you worked 1 hour or the whole day, everyone gets the same reward, sort of thing.
Mhm.
But the journey and embarking on that journey is what matters. And in that
Yeah.
sense, that's kind of a universal thing, right?
Right. So
Where-
in the case of like the prostitute, the reason why I'm going to be really cautious to like
Yeah, tell me the
condemn
reason.
them from
Why are you gonna be
religious,
really
like, saying, like,
cautious?
It's wrong because my religion says it's wrong.
Why
is
is
like twofold. Number one, the whole prostitute story is him turning to other Christians and saying, "Let ye who's not sinned throw the first stone."
Yeah, you
So
don't
it's like,
kill
oh,
her.
fuck.
I'm not
You don't kill
Jesus.
her.
I'm one of the people in the crowd.
We don't stone them to death.
Already, the main purpose of the prostitution story for me as a Christian is a cautionary tale of like, be careful what you're condemning, particularly along like religious grounds. So that's going to be like my
Lucas
first
sends in
hesitation
$5
with this.
Canadian.
The
I
second one is
appreciate it
that
very much,
basically, like,
Luca.
I think like for example like
Appreciate it very
evangelism
much, bro.
and like correction of behavior in the time when Jesus was being when Christianity didn't actually exist, right? It was before it existed. Is going to be super super different than it is now, right? Like nobody really needs.
What does
like,
that have
fire
to
and
do with
brimstone
anything?
Street preaching. Pretty much everyone in North America knows.
This
broadly,
chick
like, what Christians
refuses
think
to
and don't
answer a
think.
question. You know
And
what
so
I mean?
I don't really see the point of like running around and like pointing at other people and be like, well, my God thinks that doing this is bad. Everyone's like, yeah, fuck you. We know.
What does that have to do with
right?
whether
I don't
it's
think there's any
moral or not?
purpose to that. And so like
Whether there's
another piece
purpose
where,
or
like,
not,
well,
is it
Jesus
immoral or
talking
not?
about prostitution. He's also like laying the groundwork of like the new moral system that we're like operating within. And so I think like we have to be, for me, I try to approach other people from a standpoint of I'm not Jesus, so I need to be really careful about what I morally condemn,
man.
particularly from a religious
This is so
perspective.
bad.
And number two, I try to do more of like
So
fellowship
bad.
and friendship, not fire and brimstone. And so I try to stick to that. And it's possible that I'm wrong. Like it's possible that maybe I should be more fire and brimstone-y. Like I'm always willing to say my faith. I could be wrong about how I'm interpreting this, but this is where I'm at right now, basically.
Yeah,
This is
don't
fucking
think that
crazy.
I don't agree that the fire and brimstone is a necessary component of Christianity. But I think a necessary component of Christianity is to make moral judgments, right?
Yes. Yes, it is. It's necessary. Otherwise, how do you know what's moral?
How do you get closer to God without knowing what not to do?
Right.
The issue is like,
Great
most of the
question.
moral judgments that God focuses on is like your own personal journey with Him. Like there's not actually a ton of talk in the Bible about pointing out everyone else's sins and going around to all of the like
You don't even have to-
neighboring political factions.
But you don't
and,
have
like,
to do
condemning
that.
them for their sins. Like there are.
You don't even
certain
have to go
stories
to
that
them
this
and do
regard
it, but
expressly
you need
calls
to
them,
know
but
what's moral,
particularly
right?
In the New Testament, you see very little of this. You see a
Oh my
lot
God.
more of people like being called to like look at themselves, and I think a
All right. Look, I muted them on their end. Okay. So I have to take this out because I can still hear it on my end. But he said this comes in from Coach VC Tennis for $20. Says, do you think Not So Erudite knows she is evil or too stupid to realize? Also, IQ level of your opponent, if you had to guess. I would say that they're all pretty high. I even think Grace is not like low IQ. I just think that she doesn't understand how bad she is at debating. And if she would just practice, I think she could be good at it, but she refuses to. You know what I mean? But as far as Not So Erudite, does she know she's evil? I'm not sure that she's evil. I'm not sure that that's a classification I'd make. She's living in what I call cognitive dissonance. It's just pure cognitive dissonance. It makes no sense at all. And then Gary Newman sends in $5, says, are we in a Twilight episode where Andrew is the only person who can ask or answer questions straight? Basically. Basically. $5 comes in from Nico Pluto. Alex did a good job moderating, in my opinion. Yeah, he's getting more experienced as he goes. I'm going to unmute this because I want to watch more of the Cope. Thanks so much for the huge support. Let's see if we can get it to the $500 scale. I'd really appreciate that, guys.
I think what we disagree on is what it looks like to condemn sin from a Christian perspective. Because my general idea of what when I was very hopeful and I wanted to be very Christian, my interpretation of what that looks like from a Christian perspective is how it ought to be is you recognize that things are bad, but everything is messaged from a place of deep compassion, love, and grace.
All prattle, dude.
Right? Not anger and pride and arrogance.
Yeah, that's fair. I think that's fair to say.
Which I think is a fair interpretation of how it ought to be.
Yeah. Sure. And so, like, for example, like, I have, obviously, lots of secular friends. And there's definitely times where I might speak and be like, I don't know if this is, like, good for you. The issue is that, like, sin to me is not obvious that it's, like, didactic. Like, it's like, this behavior at all times is just sin.
it seems to
Why
me
won't
more
she
so that,
just
sin is
say
in response to like what it does
that she
to her.
rejects
And so I think
Christian
there are some
ethics?
things
Why
that,
won't
like,
she just say that?
universalize for the most part, like murder, right? But most Christians would agree that like self-defense is fine, even if you kill in self-defense, right? It's not really murder in this case. And so like there are some things that we could probably generalize, and probably all of the religious things that I would generalize morally to, most secular people would just agree with me. They're all like reasonable, rational
Well,
things.
what are the
Like,
distinctions
yeah,
then?
you should like not do harm to other people. You should try your best to be respectful.
This is
to, like, the
insane.
state and space that you like.
Like
live and
this is
occupy within,
literally
right? You should try
insanity.
to like honor people like who have authority over you as much as you can.
I'll turn the alerts back on, by the way. Sorry. Whoops. My bad.
Why
It's
your power
really
level is
important, I think,
pathetic.
like,
That's why your family's
Sorry.
dead.
And also, if you guys don't want to hear
Be
about like a
careful
big,
of
I feel
dolphins
bad
that
for
are
chat because I
likely
know
to
that
rape.
probably nobody wants to hear this like big theological conversation.
Nope, we all want to hear it. Keep going.
It isn't that he's
Okay.
retarded.
I just don't want to preach. I think like the
He's
biggest
a
thing
slow
is that
learner.
when I read through the principle of the Bible, it's like this really intimate story about like Christ leading people towards like improving their life and quality.
By the way, Raziel sends in $5. He says, if they wouldn't believe Christ's resurrection, why would they believe in the logical conclusion? It's astounding how far they will run from the Logos. This is just fucking crazy. I've never... Like, this is actual cognitive dissonance on display. I've seen it before. I'd be lying if I said I haven't, but holy shit, dude. This is real cognitive dissonance.
Spend time with me. And so like the way that Jesus is even approaching like how he's condemning and like criticizing behavior was responsive to the time where like Christianity didn't even exist and most people were religious, right? Whereas now I don't think I could just like take that and be like, well, we got to be careful. The precepts of religion wouldn't be okay with this thing. That wouldn't be compelling to almost any secular people in any way.
Says you.
Does that make sense? All right, I'll try my leper speech on you later.
$5 comes in from Ride. He says, Grace would make a great protege. She's still young and smart enough to understand we need more Grace Thorpe. Well, I mean, I would be happy to teach Grace how to debate, but Grace Thorpe is a lunatic, and she thinks she knows fucking everything. She would just be smart. She would like listen to the people around her, but she's not.
People will come to
Appreciate
you
the $5,
as
by the
long
way.
as you're around to be available towards them.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think he ever. I don't know. Maybe this is just a
Grace wants the shock
more,
value more than anything. Yeah, I agree with that.
understanding of mine, but of morality. But in order to, well,
I don't
every
think
time you say that
fucking
something
chat
is good,
work. I
you're
don't know
also
what's
saying
going
that
on with
something
that.
else is bad.
Mhm.
And I think it's okay to say that things are bad.
Yeah, Destiny
I
also
feel like you are
very
more
poor showing
hesitant
this
to
debate. Very, very poor showing.
take that position of saying things are bad.
He basically
I think
agreed with me and
I
then
don't
had
know
to
if
make
many
up
people- I
mental
don't know if the
mumbo jumbo
common
that didn't even
criticism
make
is that
any
I'm
sense
not
to try
willing
to
to say that
combat it.
things are
It was
bad.
not a great showing.
The issue is I
That
don't
was a
tend to
total fucking
frame
L
these as
for
bad from
Destiny.
my God says so. I think that's going to be like the disparity that you're probably seeing. Right? In the case with Andrew, he was really trying to say like, from your religious predilection, would you condemn Lena the Plug as a religious person? It's like, well, she's not religious, so no. Like that's a pretty fundamental part of like,
no.
the way that I approach like ethics
No.
and morality, the way that
My
I
question
and so
was
I am willing to
if you
call things bad.
adhere to an ethical
It's
moral
just-
code which
it's
says
not going to
X
be
is
from a
immoral and
religious
somebody else
standpoint
does it, will you
90%
call it
of the
immoral?
time,
And she said no.
unless
That's
they're
a
religious. This is
contradiction.
why like me and Andrew fight so ruthlessly because I think BPF is a Christian and a horrible one, and I'm really harsh on him because, in fairness, some of the major precepts of like Christian to Christian, like where God sets up like outlines of how to criticize other people for their like immoral behavior, it's dominantly about like Christians criticizing other Christians. It's very rarely about like
Not allowed
Christians
to
going up
criticize
like, the pagan
secularists
group
at
and being
all.
like, yo, like stop sticking your dicks everywhere.
is
That's
so
bad.
fucking
Like
awful,
in
dude,
fact,
this
when
chick.
Paul like went and spoke to like non-Christianic groups, he just code switched and he was like, yeah, all these other gods are fine, but I'm going to tell you about the one God you don't know about, which is the nameless God.
It's
and
either
he's
moral
better
or
than
it's
the rest of
not.
yours, right? He like didn't go
It's
around
either
trying to be like,
moral
all
or
your
it's
other gods are
not.
bad and stinky and they're not real. He just talked about his. and, like,
Mindwaves
worked
is
with
calling
him
you
as a
out hardcore in chat, just so you know. He seems like he's got a lot of problems with this interpretation of things.
That's
He's
right.
real upset about it.
I want to hear what Mindwaves has to say. I want to hear the cope.
Okay. So,
Give me the cope. This is insane.
Is
This
Mindwaves
is
a
literally insane.
Who knows? I just know he's
Okay.
real mad. He's going off in chat on you. Said you were a
It's
dumb.
always weird when non-Christians are really mad at me for the way that like I engage with my theology. 'cause I'm
Because
like,
logic is
why do
still
you care?
logic is a branch
As a
of
non-Christian,
philosophy.
I think I can empathize with that from a desire to be Christian, but it seeming too messed up to actually partake in.
Ooh.
No, I think that what you're outlining there is one of my biggest responses, and like it outlines why I engage with the world that I do from my like faith standpoint. Hi, my waves. Is because like I agree. When I look at the world,
Even
I
her
see
chat's
Christians
disappointed in her.
bastardizing, like essentially my God's
They're
name.
trying to
Says you.
rewrite what
Everyone
happened
hates us.
already.
That's my
Yeah,
last
it's not
one.
going to work
That's
though.
fine. Chat's
It's
poison
okay.
my
It's
mind.
okay.
It was a
It's
good
okay.
bait. All right, it worked.
Hold on. Let me ask one more question, and then I'll
Sure,
let you get in.
Sure.
So, Erudite, you said that the Lena the Plug example.
Mhm.
I find it very difficult to accept an answer where you say that's not okay, because if the goal is to, and what is good is to bring people closer to God, then I think from an intuitive
standpoint,
what her work does is bring people away from God.
I
By
don't know if
that
I
logic.
agree with that, I guess, right? So like I think my predilection, so I'll say like super plainly. My predilection towards non-religious people, specifically non-Christian people, I guess, is
that they
to
don't do anything
essentially
immoral.
do my best to represent my faith as well as
Right.
possible,
But
and
they're not
represent, like,
doing
what I
anything
think
wrong.
Christ is.
What's their
And I
incentive to
think
join
in
you if
this
they're not
current day
doing
and
anything
age,
wrong?
We need a lot less like fire and brimstone and Christians like yelling at everyone about
Uh-huh.
how like dirty and degenerate they are, and they need to see a lot more of like the sides of like God
This
is
is
love,
fucking nuts.
these types of precepts. So that's
I've never
broadly
even
how I tend to
heard
approach
this
because I
before.
think
I've never
at the end of
heard a
the day,
person
if
this
my
bad
role
with
is to like
cognitive
help
dissonance in
people
my
like
life.
potentially come closer to God. I think in 2023 the best way that I can do that is by like being kind, being open about my faith, and letting people ask me questions when
And
they would like to,
misrepresenting it.
and not putting it on other people, because every single person and their mom knows who Jesus is and has had somebody try to convert them before. So it's not like I'm teaching them.
So
this
just
new
tell them
idea.
that everything they do is
That's
fine.
my approach to
Everything you
engaging
do
with
is
other people.
fine. You're a
And
Christian.
so
You're a Christian as long
I'm
as
going to
everything's
hold them to the
permitted.
standard of their in-group or their own standards.
Like, what is a
because I
Christian
think, like,
then?
that's the best that I can offer a lot of like non-religious people, but I'm not going to hold them to my religious standards. I just can't do it. It's in violation of my own religious ethic for myself.
This feels like a really weird way to talk about morals from my perspective, because
Yes.
it seems like you're more focused on the action of condemning somebody, like actively, like, or publicly, like
Right.
announcing. Your
We're not even
disdain
talking about
for a certain
condemnation,
behavior
just
or
the
something like that,
ethical
or action or
values.
whatever.
Are they true?
But when we're talking about morals or ethics, I feel like if you are going to say that something is a moral fact, right? Whether or not somebody engages in a certain action, if you believe it to be morally wrong,
then you have to say so.
whether or not, like,
Come on, dude.
I don't
Take
see
it
how
home, bro.
Their own moral system is relevant to whether or not you believe that action is immoral.
Yes.
Because
yes.
I'm not a universalist.
What?
Anyway, with moral facts,
Fuck!
they exist are relative necessarily. That's my view.
Fuck.
Right.
What an idiot.
Time, context, the individual, their religious
what a
background, their
fucking
own,
idiot. Holy
understanding
shit,
about
what a
How does
moron.
their ethical system play into that? Because otherwise I would agree with you.
Yes.
I think you just need to treat Erudite as a virtue ethicist.
A moral relativist and non-Christian?
Yeah, that's probably useful. I guess I really want to make sure. So a lot of times when I'm talking to North Americans, they kind of lump me with like a very standard approach to Protestantism that they're probably used to, that most people find like pretty repellent, which I understand. The issue is that, in my view, Protestants have a really shallow understanding of their book, like really, really shallow, right? So
She's
I'm
a Protestant.
to name it that like
She's a
producing the
Protestant.
Catholic Church.
Can you imagine just
but
saying
I
that?
do not believe
She
in
is
the
a
way that
Protestant.
Protestants engage with like biblical narrative, for example. I like wholly reject it.
She's a
And so
what?
if you're coming to me with like Protestant assumptions about the way that I engage with my faith, it's going to be hard for me to like wrestle with, because it's like essentially you're fighting a ghost. Like I'm not doing that. I think like essentially I'm saying I think you have a shallow interpretation of my faith, and that's okay, because all Protestants mostly do as well. So I'm not blaming you, but it leaves me being like, I understand what you're saying, because a lot of Protestants feel this way. I just think that they're incorrect, essentially. Does that make sense?
Sure, this is fine when we're talking about like minute differences between certain sects of the same religion, but like let's extrapolate the implication of this sort of logic to a more extreme, right?
Yes,
So
let's.
let's say that there's a religion where in that religion it's totally moral and even a moral good thing to do to
Kill people?
sacrifice infants.
Yeah,
right.
there we go. Kill people.
Whether or not you condemn that, I don't think you would ever stop to say, oh well, maybe we should stop and judge them by their moral
All right,
system.
exactly.
Right?
Answer, Kyla. She's not going to
them,
answer.
Right? It's not even about judging them.
She's
as
not
going
gonna
to
answer
it's
this.
about the action itself.
This is
right?
cognitive
Because
dissonance on
we're
display,
not
ladies
sitting
and gentlemen.
here-
I brought it
well,
out.
At least I'm
Sure.
not. It's
I
Maybe-
brought it
expecting you to
out
make
for
a
everybody to
condemnation
see.
of them as a person, but more so the action that they're engaging in, and whether
Okay.
or not that is immoral
Answer,
or not.
Kyla. She's not going to
So-
answer.
Maybe I'll expand this just so you understand my approach to morality. I think moral facts are relative, and they rely on things like intention and outcome, right? So I think, for example, even if somebody
He
like
just said
has a
that.
religious precept that says like sacrificing kids is based, I would look at like both the intention and the outcome of that, and I'd still be willing to condemn it.
Wouldn't the
What does that have to do
okay,
with
'cause
anything?
To me, intentionality only really matters when we're talking about whether or not we're able to condemn that person for engaging in that action, not whether or not that action was wrong to engage.
You guys
in or
are
not,
literally
right?
seeing
So, like,
cognitive dissonance on display in real
so, like-
time in
like
the worst
if I
way.
sacrifice my child, right, for my religion or whatever, I would say that well, that action is wrong. But yeah, I mean, to condemn them as a person, that added context of why they thought that that was a good thing to do would be more relevant in that case.
Yeah, I think I would probably agree with like what you're saying.
So you would be willing to stake out clear positions of this action is immoral.
Right.
Yeah, of course. I think I do that all the time.
Oh
I
my
think
God,
I
really?
focus on too
Follow
And if
up,
somebody
dude.
else were to engage in it, you would be able to say that the
That's
action that
immoral.
that person engaged in is
Immoral. Yes.
And
But I
that
wouldn't
would-
base it on my religion necessarily, right?
You would have to.
well,
Like, for
I thought you
example-
said
It's an
your ethics come
entailment.
from your religion, though.
It's an
Well, my point is still, like,
entailment.
the issue is like I also when I engage in like
What do
society.
you mean by
I-
that distinction, though?
So
Your
what I mean by
personal-
that, I think I have a contractual relationship
Be
with society
careful
that I
of
need to
dolphins, they
honor.
are
I think part of my
likely to
religious
rape.
precept is honoring the society that I live within, and I realize that in the society that I live within, it's not like a religious tyranny, and therefore like there's a whole bunch of things that get to.
$5 comes in from Wicked Wally. He says, I may not believe in murder, but every time the cannibal family revs their chainsaw next door, I shrug and go, meh, they're entitled to their opinion.
So when I'm willing to say that something is immoral is typically when it's going to like fail on like a utilitarian. Because like I've said, I believe at the end of the day that God is like the ultimate utilitarian, right? And my virtue ethics is trying to figure out what I think God is good. And also at a utilitarian level, our society
about to happen again?
expressly
Her virtue ethics only confide within utilitarianism. Have you ever heard anything like this, chat, ever in your life? Petrogard says, I feel bad for her. I went down this path in my 20s when she sees how she failed people around her looking for Christ and what she's endorsed. Oof, this is bad. Golden rings of cope, ladies and gentlemen. Golden fucking rings of cope. Holy shit.
and also
It's like the worst.
whether or not we try to
and all
like,
she had
conquer
was your bad
civilization
faith,
or, like, stop
Andrew.
something
What did I say
doesn't
that was
always
bad
have to be
faith?
about something being like right or wrong. Like sometimes we get rid of things in society that isn't even wrong. We just like get rid of it because it makes our society like operate better.
Mm-hmm. So it seems like
Golden rings of
you're
cope.
more caught up on like or sorry, maybe that's the wrong way to phrase it. It feels like you're more concerned with whether or not you are actually more concerned about whether or not we should, I guess, condemn individuals, not so much whether or not something is factually moral or immoral, right?
Say
I need
yes.
to think about that. Am I more concerned with
Say
condemning
yes.
people?
You have to say yes to
And
this,
it's
Erudite.
hard for me to answer,
Yeah.
mostly because I don't actually know what my answer would be. To
I don't
that.
know.
I don't think I've thought about
I don't
this
know.
question enough.
I have no
the
idea.
reason that I'm getting stuck as well is I know that the reason why we're focusing on condemning people is because it's like the framework of the previous debate that I was in that
Right.
like prompted this conversation, right? Like I don't
talk all the time about condemning people. I talk explicitly about people doing right or wrong things all the time. So I
How
guess
do you? What's your metric for that?
Unfortunately, I apologize. I wish I had an answer for this. I don't know how to answer that perfectly without worrying that I will be like, yeah, I actually disagree with that.
No, you're fine. I was just I was just going off in chat because it was really weird for me to. It seemed like you kept avoiding the question of whether or not
Yes.
something is like
Immoral.
not sinful, immoral or not.
Yes. She did over and over.
Because I guess, well, because you were more concerned about you were trying to make the distinction between, well, I'm not going to condemn them because of my religion,
Which is what Andrew
regardless
wanted
of what I personally think is moral or immoral, right?
Right, and that's what Andrew wanted. He said,
Nope.
as a religious person, you must condemn Len
Nope,
Plug.
never. That never happened.
I don't put my religious
That literally
predilections
never
on other
happened.
people,
I
right?
just
And so,
asked her
what
if
I'm
she would
saying-
say it's
I'm not
immoral.
saying that you can't make moral determinations. for
None of this
Christians.
ever
What I'm
happened.
saying is
It's
that I
made
don't
up.
judge
It's
them by their
fabricated.
standards or like our shared kind of like societal.
Totally
standards,
made up
essentially. And I'm gonna
revisionist
hold them accountable
bullshit.
for, like,
I never
areas
said
that we
any of
share,
this.
because a lot of them are going to be like similar, but I'm not going to hold them accountable for like really strong personal predilections that I might have that are like deeply religious in nature. So in the case of OnlyFans or like sex and prostitution, when you're not religious in 2023, when like the woman doesn't seem to be like vastly harmed in like especially professional porn, it's not obvious to me that it's like self-evidently harmful, and our society doesn't seem to have like a really big deal. There are definitely some cons to it of like it does seem to be like kind of like fucking with like young men and that they're like building these like parasocial stuff. But I don't know that I can say that what she's doing is explicitly immoral, especially based on the shared kind of like
She doesn't know if
societal standards that we have.
prostitution and prostituting yourself online is explicitly immoral. Christian.
Is your
Christian
unwillingness to condemn
erudite.
them coming exclusively from your? Are you Christian? I guess.
Yep. I'm a
Okay.
Christian Protestant that rejects the Protestant approach to
I'm a
reading the
Christian
Bible.
Protestant.
Right, so you're
that
Anything you
rejects the
assume about the
Protestant
Bible that I think
approach.
is likely going to be incorrect.
You've
you're of
never
the mind,
heard
well, I'm not
anything
going
like
to
this in
condemn
your
them,
lives,
that's for
ladies
God
and
to
gentlemen.
do. But you would
I'm
still
not
be
going
able
to weigh in about it being a sin specifically.
Right. But
Yeah.
you would
'Cause
be able
that's
to
the
make
religious piece.
personal moral statements about separated from whether or not it's sinful
Yeah.
or not, right?
Yeah, for sure, right? Like if it seems the case that Lena the Plug, for example, like
There is
violated the breach
nobody
that she
on
says is an
planet
ethic of like
Earth.
trust
I
between
don't give a
partners,
shit
and
if
Adam
they're on the
wasn't
left or
actually
the
okay with
right
it, and she did it
who
behind
would
his
agree
back,
with this.
I'd be willing to
This
call it
can't- it's not
unethical
even- it's
because
a
she's breaching, like,
performative
shared ethic
contradiction
that I
in
think
real
she has
time.
and I have, which is like honesty between partners, right? So I'd be willing to condemn that behavior as immoral. But in the case of prostitution, or like I guess in this case not prostitution, sorry, pornography, it's really hard to weigh in about whether she's doing something immoral according to like these standards that she operates within. And she's not Christian, so I wouldn't be comfortable calling it sin. And I'm very cautious about what I call sin. I try to focus
So
on
if a
like, my
Christian
sin,
doesn't do it,
because
it's
I
not
think
a
that's,
sin.
like, literally the entire point of the Bible.
It makes
It's like,
no sense.
Stop
This
talking
makes
about other people's sin.
no sense.
Focus on your own. Stop being a Pharisee. Yeah.
I'm not offended at the idea of like you not being willing to say whether or not something's sinful.
Yeah,
I
I'm
really
not-
don't care about
I'm not
that, but I
offended
think
by that.
as long as you
Dude.
would say that you're like that you could make moral statements about
Yeah, for sure.
things outside of religion. Well, then that makes sense.
Absolutely. Yeah. And in the case of like sexual sin, I'm sure at some point I'll have an opinion about whether Christian women can do pornography. The issue is like sexual sin when you
What?
look at like
I
the
just-
words
what?
that's used in the original like Greek or like Hebrew or like text.
One day I'll
does
have an
not
opinion
translate
as a
super well,
Christian
and
as to
so
whether or
it's
not
really
Christian
hard to
women can do
figure out the
pornography.
principle that's going on in regards to sexual sin and like what specifically is like the issue. Like, is it more similar to gluttony where God is just like, don't be a fucking like crazy degenerate that's just like me, gobble, gobble, gobble. I'm not really sure. And I'm still
I've
kind of
never heard
wrestling with that
anything
one,
like
especially
this.
like trying to go
Honest-
through, like,
I'm being
the
honest.
old like,
Never.
Greek language and what it means to the people when they read that word and how to extrapolate that to
Actually insane
2023.
is right.
So I'm still wrestling through that one. So I might change my opinion on religious women doing pornography. Right now I'm like agnostic. I'm like, I can see an argument for why religious people would say it's bad. That's like the default. But I don't know yet. I'm still trying to figure it out.
And that's you figuring out your stance on the religiosity of it.
Yes,
right?
so like other Christians doing porn, for example. I would
How
be
is
willing to apply that to other Christians and
How
like,
is this
wrestle with them
possible?
about whether it's sin or not.
And you would be willing to make moral statements on that outside of Christianity.
No.
Either
Yeah.
way?
Oh, really?
Yeah, and so like in the case of porn for secular people, there's a number of things
Right.
about porn that I'm willing to condemn as unethical,
But it's not.
But
porn
only
itself,
from a
because
secular
it seems like
standpoint.
our society hasn't agreed that porn, just in its own very nature, is unethical or immoral. But we would agree that conning people is immoral. So like OnlyFans who like hire people to write messages and like lie about who's responding to them. I think
If
is
we get it
unethical
up
'cause it's,
to
like, deceitful. I think
$400,
that-
yeah,
and if you were
I'll
to-
end the torture.
And if
I'll
you were
end
to
the
determine that
torture.
an action within porn or whatever is immoral for a Christian, you would apply that same logic to a secular person outside of
No, she
making
won't.
religious statements about whether or not
She
it's sin
can't.
or not, right?
It would depend on.
Yeah, see? She can't.
Probably it would depend on like how I like what my religious views came to be about it. Like abortion's like a really good example for this, right? Like I personally think that abortion past 15 weeks for Christian people is probably bad, and so for the most part, that's the point that I also advocate at. Even for like non-secular people. I think there's enough good logic as to why I put 15 weeks specifically. I'm pretty open to like the weeks being flexible, by the way. I'm going to update it as like science updates, basically. But personally, I probably wouldn't get an abortion even before 15 weeks. And I would understand a lot of religious people saying Christians probably
Okay,
shouldn't.
but
Because like, well, what if? Because
but
again,
is it
in my view,
immoral?
I could be wrong, right?
But
I
is
think
it
it's probably 15
immoral?
weeks. But what if I'm wrong and I'm risking at
Well,
this
but
point?
this-
a
Yeah,
risk
but
of
is it
saying-
Seems to sound
immoral?
More like, well, you're just you have certain preferences.
Yes.
For how you yourself engage
Right.
in it.
So is
based
it
on your
immoral?
religion, but like you're not willing to apply that same, which is based on moral thinking, but you're not willing to apply that moral thinking to other people,
Right.
Because. Why?
Sure, I because essentially it's based on my like, if we're going to call it like preferences, I'm fine with that language, because it's I'm not
Christianity
going
is
to
about
apply my
preferences.
religious preference to other people.
Right.
Like for example, for me,
So
this is
can't
going to
even
be like a
condemn it
weird
as
one,
being
so I'm going to get
immoral.
into like the woo-woo Christian land. I think for me, it's actually like kind of sinful to watch like really intense horror, mostly because it gives me like insane nightmares and it makes me like actively start distrusting people. Like it does a lot of damage. So in that way, I think like it's kind of sinful.
Well,
from
that
the
action
What?
wouldn't be sinful. That would be leading to
What?
sinful behaviors for you, right? But the
Yeah.
action, the action in and of itself, wouldn't really be immoral
What is
or
for me?
immoral.
Like if I partake in it, and I
Well,
think
no,
it's
it
wrong-
wouldn't. Well, it's not you engaging in the activity of watching a horror movie that is sinful. It's the consequences of doing so that then leads to immoral
Yeah.
thinking or attitudes
Yeah.
or whatever.
But I think almost all sin is about consequences. Like when I read the Bible, it seems like almost always what is labeled as sin is essentially things that lead to death, right? It's things that lead to you worsening as a person, that do harm
This
to
is
you
the
actively
worst
or to
Or getting
cognitive
further away
dissonance I've
from
ever heard.
God.
from God. But again, if God is good and God is life, then anything that leads to death is going away from God. That's kind of broadly how I view sin. So like for me, the action of like watching these things might actually be sinful. Just like for example, my dad, he does not drink.
So
At all. That's
I-
like
I
his
guess I
personal-
should have
he
asked her
says,
if sin
I
is
drink at
immoral."
all, it is a sin. But that's because of like a personal thing that happened. And I won't go into the details obviously at all, but there's like very explicit
thinks
reasons.
sin
why he's
is
like,
I don't like
anytime
it,
I drink, it
I
leads
guess.
to death in my life. But he's very staunch that it is his sin to drink and not other people's sin to drink.
So if we brought this all the way back to the question of like Lena the plug or something like that, I think it would be more accurate to say that you don't have the necessary information from your religion at this point.
Yes. To make a
that assessment
determination.
rather than saying no.
Right.
out.
Try that. No.
Sorry, I think I missed. I'm not understanding what you're saying.
You gotta.
So,
she gotta bite this
in your,
bullet. Bite the bullet.
Moral evaluation on whether
Only saving
as
grace
a
she'll have.
Christian, do you believe that Lena the Plug's actions were immoral,
Yeah.
or actions are immoral? It sounds like you're closer to an I don't know than a definitive no.
Like religiously?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm pretty agnostic on it at this point.
What
Okay.
about morally outside of religious?
No, not at all. Unless again she did something like lying or betraying. Or something. I don't think Lena the Plug doing porn is.
How could religion play into that scenario to where you would determine that it is then
Immoral.
If she was
Well,
religious,
not just sinful or not, but
But
Yeah.
immoral.
if she was religious, then I would play into the religion piece.
That
'Cause I
makes
think
no
the only
sense.
thing that matters for sin, specifically when we're talking about like religious ethics,
That
is
makes
whether you're
that
religious or not.
that
I don't
doesn't
think if
even
you're not
track. It
religious. So
can't.
if
That's not
Lena the
even.
Plug
It's a
was like,
contradiction in
I'm also
terms.
a very intense devout Catholic. I am Christian. Now
Well,
there's a religious.
that doesn't make
conversation
sense to
about
me
that.
either, because
No.
if you're basing what it's immoral or not based on what gets you further or closer to God, well, if somebody's engaging in an activity that gets them further from God, surely you'd be able to say
That's
well,
immoral.
they are engaging in immoral behavior,
Yes.
regardless of what their personal
Yes.
religious beliefs are on God.
Just say yes. No.
The
She said
Bible
no.
is super clear that there are
No, the
standards
Bible,
for Christians
no.
and non-Christians. The Bible is constantly talking about how there are different standards for Jews versus Gentiles, for example.
Then what's the
This is
incentive to become a
very
Christian?
standard in the religion. It is.
Then
So
why
the
ought a
only
person
reason
become
why I
a
would
Christian?
review my religious morality on Lena is if she was another Christian. Otherwise, I'm going to look at like shared ethics that we have instead and appeal to essentially the world that she operates within.
That has no
Hold
bearing
on,
on
I
whether
don't,
it's
I
moral
don't
or
even
not.
think that's
You
true.
take it. It seems like you take like and switch out what moral system applies to who based on some religious math or something.
No, it's exclusively whether somebody has accepted God in their heart and they're calling themselves a Christian. It's really simple.
That's not the
If they have
Catholic
called
position.
themselves a Christian, if they say, I am a Christian, at that point, I am worried about sin. Until then, why the fuck would I worry about whether a person who doesn't believe in God is doing sin?
Sure, but what I'm trying
None
to
of that
ask you
matters.
is
That's insane.
How does you should be able to make
How does a Christian
determination
know
about
what's moral
a
then?
behavior or an action
Based on your
and
moral
its
system.
morality outside of religion?
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Well,
I've
not
already
if that.
outlined that.
So
Wait, like I think you can. You have the ability to, but as a Christian, you would have to rely on your religious intuition. Like if erudite, you did some like deep scholarly dive on ancient religious texts, and you found out that the aspects of what made prostitution bad back when it was written in the Bible did not exist in modern day prostitution. I don't think you would be okay with making the assessment from a religious perspective that prostitution wasn't sinful at all, right?
Right. So at that point, my religious standard for religious Christian people would now be in line with also just like the general standards that I share with a secular population. Right?
So you have two moral systems, is what you're saying.
yes.
No.
Yes. No, you just same
necessarily
bullet. You necessarily do,
Because
you
you're
lunatic.
saying, well, if somebody is religious,
What a
if they
crazy
are
bitch.
themselves Christian,
It's an
well, then I'm
entailment.
going to apply a different set of belief or like moral analysis on them, right?
So regarding society as part of my religious moral system, it's literally baked into my religious system. Right?
Yeah, but that's really irrelevant.
This is why
do you mean
you
by
have to
that?
treat erudite as a virtue ethicist.
Yes. That's true.
Wait, what do
But-
you mean when you say that, though? Can you elaborate?
But she says she's a
Because,
utilitarian, not a virtue ethicist.
The intentionality is what matters in these things. For when Kyla is assessing whether a secular person is doing something that is either moral or amoral, it's about the intentions and the settings and the general social norms around them that determine that. Because and the rule set is different for religious people because they are prescribed something, and if they stray from that, they are intentionally straying away from what they believe is to be morally
right.
Good.
Right.
Right.
So my
Well,
belief
no,
is
but
essentially
her
render unto
saying
Caesar
right
what
is-
Caesar's and render unto God
She
what
should
is
never
God's.
said right to
how
that.
you interact with your society is baked into Christianity. In fact, to be honest, this
But
is
what's
true about a
moral
lot of
is also
religions.
baked
There's
into
a
it.
lot of religions, like even Islam, for example, that will have different standards for non-believers than for believers. This isn't because there's two different moral
But
systems.
that doesn't
going on.
mean
It's because when
that
you are
what they ascribe
not
to the
part of a specific
non-believers
group,
different than
there's
themselves.
less of a, like
That's
an ethical
crazy.
moral obligation because you're not religious. So none of the religious moral obligations fall on your shoulders, nor do I put them on your shoulders. And I understand why this is like people are having a hard time with this, but this is just like Protestant bullshit that's trying to act like because I'm religious.
Well, I'm confused why you appeal
that's
to
not-
consequentialism in your own personal moral philosophy, because it seems like you're more concerned with judging like whether
because
or
I don't
not
think God
somebody's
is
moral.
deontological. I don't think God is deontological.
So you're basically basing whether or not somebody's moral.
I don't
on
think God
how-
is
how well they're
deontological.
adhering to their
God
own
gives you
moral
no
system.
duties.
Not exclusively. It's also going to be about things like intention and outcome, right? So like if somebody's appealing to their own moral system, but their own moral system is shit, it leads to harm to everyone all the time, and they're constantly fucking other people over and themselves, I would say that they have a bad moral system and that at times they're probably acting immorally.
What? What?
This is the virtue ethics part. Yeah.
Yeah, virtue ethics.
It's
kills people
kind
themselves.
of like virtue
That's
I
fair.
love
ethics.
virtue
I
ethics.
just
Not
need- I
really.
just
I
wanna be
am a
super
virtue
clear.
ethicist.
I am not operating with two moral systems. I am operating with one of the most
two
common
moral systems.
Abrahamic approaches to morals.
It's
and
not a
ethics in
common
regards to how
Abrahamic
religious
approach. That's
people
all
interact
bullshit.
with the greater society.
Complete
Protestants
lies.
Would you consider yourself
bastardize
more
this.
of like a contextualist then, right?
I'm not sure what a contextualist means, so I'm not sure. What do you mean by that? Define it for me.
Well, basically, instead of saying that like a moral fact applies universally, you're basically saying that like you said, you're judging a number of different contexts based on how they're adhering to whether or not they're religious, right? What's getting them closer to or further away from God? Like you said, the time period they live in, stuff like that.
Yeah, sure. I would say I broadly agree with that. I don't know if I'd like take on the label of contextualist.
No, that's
because
fine.
know
Yeah,
how
I don't
all that goes
expect
with
you
it.
to.
But yeah, contextualist or relativist.
By the way, Yukon Cornelius sends in $5, says nothing, just wants to show support for the stream. I appreciate that, man. Now listen to this great song. This applies to Erudite.
The child asked him if his father would still go to heaven, even though his father did not accept Jesus Christ into his heart.
Good question.
And accept him as a savior. The Pope said God does not abandon his children, and if your father was a good man, then he surely is in heaven with God. I think you would agree with that, right?
Heaven's a tricky one for me. I think any Christian talking about where we end up is walking a very dangerous line.
Oh, are they?
Just in general.
No, is that right?
Because I feel like salvation is like one of the most deeply, intimately like metaphysical claims that Christians can have. Like
That's
who's
true.
going where. And it's pretty explicit in the Bible, like regularly, that like we don't really know. And so like for me,
I can agree with. The first thing I can agree with.
I don't know what's required for salvation. I know what like Jesus broadly says, but at the end of the day, there's a
Well,
whole
that
bunch
I
of
don't
stories
agree
about, like,
with.
that
Then she
imply that
wrecked
people
it.
go into heaven that like didn't know Jesus because he didn't even exist at the time. So I literally don't care about divination at all, and I think I understand, like, again, I'm not going to tell like religious scholars that they can't talk about it, but like for me especially, I don't know who's going where. I'm not even going to try to weigh in on it. I don't concern myself with it at all.
If your view of morality,
yes,
is that
as
long as you're trying to do your best to be a good person, which is why
right. This is
that
a
makes you
great
good
question.
person, right?
That's
Striving towards God, essentially, yeah.
Yeah. If that brings you closer to God, then how can you not say that if that is the ultimate goal of why we're here,
then that's the most moral thing.
How can you say that
that's not moral?
That does
I'm not saying that they're.
the outcome.
I'm not saying that they're not. I'm not saying either way. I'm not saying does works get you into heaven or not. I'm kind of taking like the C.S. Lewis approach. I don't know if you've ever read C.S. Lewis, like Mere Christianity, when he talks about Islam. He kind of says like, who are we to know that like the form of like God or like spirituality that these people that are not quote unquote Christian exist within falls enough within the precepts that God looks at this person and says, yes, you are like beloved.
We don't have to make
Like,
claims
who
on
am I to weigh
salvation
whether
to
or not,
know
like,
what's
God would
moral,
accept
though.
that person in or
Why
not,
doesn't she get this?
If I do what's right, I
What
will
is
achieve
right?
Salvation.
Well, what is right?
So I don't really worry myself with the rest because I'm pursuing God, I'm pursuing a relationship with God, and I'm trying my best to do what's right, although fucking it up all the time. I'm not really interested in weighing in on like who goes where. I think I'm just not interested in divination necessarily. So if you're saying, well, if people do really good,
It's not
would you assume that they go to
divination.
heaven? I'm like, yeah, maybe. That sounds nice to me. Sounds awesome. I don't know.
Don't you believe that's what the Bible is essentially telling people?
Go
I
and
believe
sin
that
no
the
more.
Bible is telling people that like
Go and sin no more.
They should pursue an intimate relationship like with the divine. I think that God honors the heart pursuing that. Does that mean that like anyone who's just trying to like do good is essentially pursuing God to some degree, and that's like what God considers good enough? Then like that's super possible. yeah, I just think people in religion.
What
are
if you
very-
think like the greater
I find it
good
very
is
sus when they talk a
genocide?
lot about
What if you
divination.
think that that's the
I feel like
greater
that's a
good?
very relaxed interpretation. of the
Yeah,
Bible.
a little
I feel like
bit.
the Bible makes it pretty clear that there are like certain actions that are in and of themselves immoral. No.
Yes.
Well, the Bible says, if you seek, you will find. Knock and the door shall be opened. So it's like,
Dude, she
who am
won't
I to know?
answer
Who am I
any
to
of
know
this.
that, like, if you live an entire
Answer.
life miserable and awful, and on your deathbed, you know, in the 3 nanoseconds before you die, you like have this moment of being like, oh my gosh, I've always been wrong, and I love you, God. Who am I to say whether or not going to go?
Maybe
to
you
heaven? I have
couldn't,
no idea.
but that has
It's
nothing to do with this
it's such
question.
an inconsequential thing for me.
It's
to,
not
like, worry about
inconsequential.
what are the precepts?
Then how do you know
of,
what's
like,
right? Then how do you
making
know
people
what's
go
right?
to heaven or not? I think
How
the
do you
best
know
that I
what's
can do is,
correct?
like, try to like model my faith as good as I can. Try to treat people well. I'll answer questions
dude.
about my faith as much as I
Yeah,
possibly
Cleffa,
can.
I know why,
I'll also
but I
swear
just
that I'm
it's
not
just
like
insane.
a teacher on this. So like anything you dislike that I'm saying theologically, just disregard it. I'm not your teacher. I'm not trying to be. But
that's
I'm
good.
doing my best to pursue like God and to do good. And I think that's the most that I care about. I'm not interested in like weighing in on other people's journeys and like where they're going to end up. I just find it empty.
Wow.
Yeah, wow is right.
Well,
That sounds like a
religious debates are a little too gay for me, so I'm gonna head out. But thanks for the convo.
Okay. Thanks for coming on. Well, that steered away from him.
Yeah. Good job, guys.
Oh,
Who's
Go
next?
join.
Carantas.
Really?
Yep.
Yo, Steven, my nigga. What you doing on September 9th?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't care about
Probably
any of
here.
this.
Well, it's gonna be my birthday, Steve.
I don't care about any of that. Literally don't care about anything past that. That is the most heinous display of absolute cognitive dissonance that I think that I've ever witnessed in my life. She couldn't answer even basic questions. She diverted a million times. Even the progressives came in to explain to her you can't hold these two conflicting beliefs, and yet she still holds them. She has to pick. You have to pick one. You can't have both. You can't say secular morality and Christian morality is the same. You can't say that they're equal. You can't say that because they contradict one another. If they're contradictory to one another and you believe one is true, then the other has to, as an entailment, be immoral. This is not hard, by the way. This is not difficult. This is fucking easy. This is basics. This is like ground level stuff. And her and Steven, the cognitive, I mean, he tried his hardest to cover her ass and he fucking couldn't. He couldn't do it. He couldn't do it. This is, yeah, it's toddler stuff, exactly. I've never heard anything like that. I really haven't. Even from like the worst of the worst that I've ever heard try to give an explanation for this. That's a walking performative contradiction in terms. This is true, and I believe it, and it's what's moral. But if somebody operates in contradiction to that, that's not immoral. That it can't even exist. It can't even exist. Holy shit. It really can't exist. So look, I'm going to get out of here. I gave you guys great entertainment. I'm going to give you a bit of Q&A, right? I listened to enough not so erudite coping. What do you guys got for me? Hit me with whatever questions are on your mind. We'll go for like, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes. Whether you send in a super chat or not, I've never cared during the Q&A. I'm absolutely happy to vet any and all questions that you might have for me. I'm sorry I have to look at that.
It isn't that he's retarded. It's
And thanks for the
just that
subscription. Appreciate it.
he's a slow learner.
All the people that have gone out there against the mainstream media and said, you're going to call us racist, you're going to call us potential Timothy McVeighs, fuck.
And by the way, there's always been conflict in this space as to which debates Destiny has won and which debates I've lost against
Edgar
Destiny.
Tapia just subscribed.
Guess what? There ain't going to be no fucking debate on this one. That was just a W across the board. But anyway, How do you deal with name the trait arguments when debating against vegans? So that's a presuppositional problem. And I think when we get into ontology, we can actually delineate very quickly by the vegan's own definition of the distinction between humans and the animals. And whatever they claim is the difference, you can just say you value that thing, and there's nothing they can do about it. There's literally nothing they can do about it. There's no performative contradiction. But I'm actually happy to do a name the trait debate. That's one of my favorites. Destiny won't show his face for a bit. Yeah, he will. He will.
Beg Bear.
Peace M sends in $5, says Erudite is on her knees right now, justifying her religion to some liberal on Destiny's stream. What a sad human being. Now I can't even believe it. And she's doing it poorly. Her justifications make so little sense that even she's having a tough time defending them. And she knows that this is cognitive dissonance. What it is, she's got a brother who's gay, and she doesn't want to make a moral condemnation of her gay family member. I think it's her brother, right? And maybe I'm wrong on that, but I think it is. I think it's her brother. She doesn't want to make the moral condemnation, so she wants to have her cake and eat it too. And even me and her husband discussed this. I asked him, is homosexuality wrong? And he's like, look, I think it is. I'm like, well, how do you reconcile this? And he couldn't reconcile it either. That's cognitive dissonance, ladies and gentlemen. Cognitive dissonance through and through. But that's what's going on, is that the justification is that she doesn't want to make a condemnation, that this thing that she believes is immoral, and that's how you end up with this kind of mindset. It's bizarre. It's like, fine, beat me on the merits of the argument. I'm fine with that, and I'll adjust and correct, but to just argue from a place of cognitive dissonance, which is obvious to not just me, but the entire left, too, who are just roasting her in Destiny's chat, and then go on to confront her and explain, you can't have this performative contradiction. She doubles the fuck down. She doubles down. I just can't believe it. It's unbelievable to me. My question is, what do you think will happen to people if they believe in that nonsense their whole life? Well, I think that they'll be judged for it. I don't make salvific claims, but I can definitely tell you that if you follow the sacraments of God, the church, Jesus Christ let down, I definitely think your chances are significantly better. You know what I mean? I won't make the claim of salvation, but I don't think I need to, especially in order to know what's moral and what's immoral. That's especially from her. She says that she's a Protestant who believes in Catholicism, but doesn't believe in any of the Catholic ethical systems. That makes no sense at all. Andrew, I'm honestly confused how anybody can respect Destiny. I struggle with things myself, but honestly, Destiny is soy incarnate. It's baffling. Well, he was much like other people. He was in the right place at the right time, and he pioneered a brand new genre, and you can't take that away from the guy, and that's why there's a lot of respect for him in the space. I do think he's a great debater. I've debated with him on a lot of topics, but this one, he was kind of defending the indefensible. And I didn't have to do that because Grace wasn't on my fucking team, right? But Erudite is on his team, so he has to defend the indefensible. He has to. Literally, he has to do that. So I don't have the same problem, though. You know what I mean? I don't have to. So, yeah, good question, by the way. Square peg, round hole, yeah. Andrew, where's the next Trash Talk or Lunatics that's coming up? Have a huge week of content. I got another debate coming up with Ashley XOXO, which I'm happy to engage with her on. I want to be as good faith as I can with her, too. She's been very good faith in our dealings behind the scenes. And so, I want to do a good debate with her, too. I noticed that Erudite brought up the your bad faith, which makes no sense. I had very compelling arguments, laid those arguments out. They just tried to duck them over and over. This is something which happens within the Twitch-sphere and the YouTube sphere often. If you're losing a debate, you just call the other guy bad faith. That's their thing. You know what I mean? but it was utter destruction. They just couldn't answer basic questions. And when they did, Destiny said yes, right? He says, yes, it's true, right? What you're saying is true. And then he built an entire straw man that had nothing to do with anything. That's why I always ask these people, please repeat my argument back. And sometimes they do. And when they do, that's an optical L for me, right? If I say, please repeat back my argument, and they repeat it back verbatim, right? Then it makes me look bad. The reason that I say that, though, to most of these people is because they can't. They're not actually understanding it, or they're not engaging with it, or they're building a straw man. It's all
It
bullshit.
isn't that he's retarded. It's
all bullshit.
just that he's a slow learner.
By the way, $10 comes in from Made by Jim Bob, just showing support for the stream. I appreciate that, Made by Jim Bob, very much. Very much appreciate all the support tonight, by the way, guys. It's what keeps the lights on. It's what allows conservative commentary and Christian pushback to even happen. We literally couldn't do this without your membership support, your super chat support. I have a team, and that team gets paid, and I do pay them, and I want to make sure that that they all get paid. They all get, because it's a lot of their hard work in the background, which allows this to happen. So I really do appreciate it very much. And, we've always had a generous audience, and I appreciate the generosity. But there's no place anywhere on the internet anymore you can find pushback like this to the mainstream left except right here on the Crucible. It just doesn't exist.
Shut up! That's why your power level is pathetic.
That's why your family's dead.
Bonsai Pack says, in all earnestness, from an ortho view, what's a good rule for physical affection before courtship becomes premarital fornication? So, like, that particular question, right, and I don't mean to be evasive, but I think you should probably ask your priest about that. And I know that there's a bit of variance within what a priest might recommend when it comes to physical contact. Hop in the Orthodox Discord. I think discuss it with those guys. They can give you a way better answer than I can. I haven't been in the dating market in years. I have no idea. I've never even bothered to ask, to be perfectly honest with you. I've been married for a long time. I've been with the same woman for an awful long time. I just really have I have no great insight into that. So, I hope that answers the question. Not trying to be evasive with it, right? I just honestly can't give you a good, comprehensive, and good answer. And I would suggest that you hop in the Orthodox Discord, ask those guys. They will help you out immensely. So, I only want to speak to what I'm really good at speaking to because I know it's true. So, period. Right? I just don't want to give you bad info. I'm not authorized to debate on behalf of the Orthodox Church, and I have no intention of doing so. I'm not a Christian apologist either. But in that debate, it came up because it's a logical error within this woman's framework to say that she opened up her marriage and that that's permissible because the Bible says so. I think that I can make some arguments then, even from a secular framework, which I did, that this makes no sense that you say X is true and your moral system is true, but you don't ascribe things that aren't compatible with that moral system as being immoral. That's insane. Then there's no justification for why murder is evil, why any heinous crime is there's no justification for any of that. So I'm always very cautious, and I always kind of move into the secular domain. All of her criticisms towards orthodoxy, I didn't even bother engaging with them because it didn't really matter. What mattered was that she violated the laws of logic and the law of non-contradiction, period. She just violated it. Don't ask any of the others on the panel tonight. Yeah, I don't know what that means. Did you actually ask Lauren Southern if she slept with Destiny and she didn't answer? I asked her directly, and so did Rachel. Yeah, they won't answer, bro. They won't answer. And you know what? I wouldn't have even gotten into that except Destiny's brought up that I brought it up on Twitter when this came out from Rollo Tomasi. But you know what I said on Twitter specifically is I said, is this true? Right? And then what they did, and it's kind of ingenious, but you have to watch it, right? You have to watch it. They came out and they trolled it. They're like, oh, Destiny, where's our daughter? Ha, ha, ha. And they're like joking about it, memeing about it and shit like that. But they never actually said no. They never actually denied it. And so I knew right then and there, like, come on, dude. How fucking stupid do you think the rest of us are? This time, I was just, since he brought it up, I just asked him directly, did you fuck the chick or not? And he's like, I'm not even discussing that. And it's like, okay, but it's okay for you to discuss it. It's just not okay for me to discuss it. Yeah, that's right. It's like, well, then fuck off. Now, it's okay for you to engage in what you consider gossiping and gossip mongering. But if I ask you a direct question, oh, that's off limits. Yeah, fuck you. How's that sound? Fuck you. You're allowed to engage in everything which you think is relevant to the purview of leftist politics, but I can't say a word about what's relevant to right-wing politics because that hurts you. Fuck off. That's such bullshit. That's such bullshit, and I told him it was bullshit to his face, and he had no argument for that either. He had zero argument for how it wouldn't be relevant for me to say, hey, look, if Lauren Southern's fucking a leftist for clout, that might be relevant to right-wing politics inside this space. He had fucking nothing. He had less than nothing to say about that. It's like, get back to your fucking video game. You got nothing. You got nothing to say. You got not a damn thing to say. So, anyway, it's okay for them to subvert, but not okay for you to catch us, call us out is basically, yeah, exactly. That's exactly the position. The position is like, well, you're a gossip monger. Well, are you a gossip monger? Yes. Why? Well, because I think it's pertinent to left-wing politics and to expose this, but it's not okay for me. Yeah, fuck you. You know what I mean? Fuck you. That makes no sense. You're never going to win on that engagement. Which is why he shut his fucking mouth. He had nothing to say. Nothing to say. And he knows that the shoe will drop eventually and that'll come out. You know what I mean? There's nothing he can do about that. Like, eventually that'll just come out. You know what I mean? Something will happen where it'll almost be forced to. So it's like, oh, I blocked you on Twitter, though. It's like, you didn't even block me on Twitter. You don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. Watching Destiny take so many L's was fun. Yeah, it was fun for me to give him those L's. He deserved every single one of them. And the thing is like, I think he's the only left-wing debater in the whole space who's even worth a shit. Besides, like, maybe Synth and Corinth. Corinth's a good debater, too. I like engaging with those guys. You know what I mean? But, like, dude, don't come at me with this bad face shit of, like, how dare you ask me if I was fucking a conservative commentator who has an FBI husband at home. That's out of bounds. Fuck you. It's out of bounds. It's like the most inbounds thing I can think of to ask. Thank you very much. Can't think of anything more relevant to ask within the purview of the political system that I advocate for than to ask if this chick left her husband, who claims she's trad, to fuck you, and then went off to live in a forest somewhere when it didn't work out. I think that's pretty fucking pertinent. So, anyway, he took the L from Trent Horn. Now, yeah, he took a bad L tonight. I'm French, so maybe I'm missing something, but aren't you guys conflating secular and atheism? I thought secular was supposed to be a framework for all beliefs to coexist. Well, it can be. A framework which exists within that framework. But I think broadly, when we're using words, we have to use them within the commons of the meaning. I think when people say secular, they basically use it synonymously with atheist. Maybe the root word might be different, or what the definiendum is might be different. But I think that when we use them, I don't think anybody's confused about what we're talking about. I think that that's actually pedantic. I think that that's pedantic. So if you know what I mean and I know what I mean, then I'm not using the wrong word, am I? Right? I'm not using the wrong thing to say the thing because you think it means what I think it means. So atheists co-opted the term to become their political movement. I see, yeah, basically. Anyway, it's almost midnight. I got to get the fuck out of here, guys. I really appreciate all of your time tonight, and I appreciate all of your great support tonight. From all of us here at the Crucible, I got to find the right outro real quick. I'm sorry. I have to find the right outro. Before I do this. But anyway, from all of us here at the Crucible to all of you out there in Crucible land, have a wonderful night. Wrong fucking outro. See what I mean? Wrong fucking outro again. I got to relabel these fucking outros, you know. I take the biggest L at the end of the stream because I couldn't end the stream correctly. Well, fuck it. We'll just do this. We'll just do this. Have a good night, guys. Take good care of yourself. I hope to see you for the rest of the week. We have a long schedule, drawn out schedule. A lot of content coming. Thank you so much. I appreciate all your support. You guys have been fantastic. Fantastic.